Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. Well, my thing is not working. Okay, there we go. All right. I was trying to get a different background on here, but it doesn't want to do that. Let's see if we can do that. Okay. And then, okay. Anyway, so how's everybody doing out there? Kind of early in the morning. I usually don't do lives early hours of the morning, but I don't know. Sometimes when you can't sleep, you got to do something, right? So, got a lot on my mind, so couldn't sleep. Thought I'd come on here and see you wanted to hang out and chit chat. Um, I know sometimes when you do ones that you don't have scheduled ahead, a lot of people aren't prepared, but hoping people are getting notifications. I used to get notifications for some channels I've subscribed to and others I didn't. And I know you always have to check and see if you have them, have checked your notifications so you do get them. Let's see how I can get all of this off here. Go over here to comments and post. So yeah, here we go. I'll get the chat started off here. So yeah, I was waiting to see if my friend Leanie was going to go live, and she said she wasn't planning to, so I thought I'd come and hang out and get some people in here to chat, tell a story, share something you want to share. There's a lot going on out there, that's for sure, in this world. It's just, we've got elections coming up, and we've got things just going on every single minute, every single day. So it's a lot to keep up with your own life and political stuff. And evidently, we've got a real issue here with school shootings as well, which has just been, it's just hard to believe that these kinds of things happen and that they keep happening. And they've been happening for a long time, but I don't know. It's mind blowing really to think about, and scary and everything. I mean, there was a lot of that going on when my kids were younger and in school. You never heard of all these things that happen nowadays, but it's scary when you think of having grandkids, that are now going through the school system, and then to be scared for them because they're not going to get the same enjoyment out of school, or it's not as easy for parents nowadays to feel comfortable because all of this stuff is always happening and you just never know what's going to happen next. And so it's just this feeling of always being unsure, not knowing if when you send your kids to school, if they're going to be okay, if you're going to get a call. You think of getting a call because your child did something to get in trouble at school, or they need you to come in and deal with something, but the kind of phone calls the parents have been getting nowadays are way above and beyond that. And so yeah, but yeah, we'll see if we can get it to everybody that I normally chit chat with on a daily basis in here to talk and hang out. So yeah, pretty quiet night, morning. I guess I'll say morning. No, when it's dark, sometimes we say night. Having a little coffee to stay warm. It's gotten really chilly here. I'd say like about the last week. last Thursday was our last really warm day. And yeah, the same day that um, we had our last warm day was the day that our blade, one of the fan blades on the central air unit broke. So we had to have that fixed. And my husband fixed it because he can fix pretty much anything. And so we try to do all of our own home repair. This saves a lot of money and pays to figure it out. I mean, even if he's not completely sure about stuff, he'll always double check it. He'll do a quick fix it video, just to touch up on something or whatever. But I've always been so thankful that, we're both able to do a lot because it saves us a lot of money not having other people do it, so to speak. Yeah, so there's that. So it's so crazy how in the middle of the night it's just so quiet, peaceful, but then when the light comes up and everything just kind of starts all over again, and then you have another day, and you know it's just another day and another, who knows what's going to happen next moment, right? Just play it by ear, I guess, right? That's what they say, but I don't know that that's necessarily a good statement nowadays. Other than yeah, just keep your eyes wide open, I say, 'cause there's a lot happening. Ugh, excuse me, big yawn. So yeah, try to wait a few minutes here and see if we get anybody in here to chit chat. Usually I only go live on YouTube, but I noticed that there's also other platforms, Facebook and different ones, that you can do them at multiple ones. And I never tried that before, so I thought, well, might as well try it on both. And you know, maybe some people that don't know about you or haven't seen your channel might catch a glimpse or see you and want to come in and say hi or be a new subscriber. I guess in case anybody comes in and wants to come up, I would imagine that I need to post this right here. Still working on pinning or highlighting, but I try. But yeah, so, and there's the StreamYard link. If anybody'd like to come up here and join me, have a chat, tell me what's been going on in your life, what you got planned in the near future, anything exciting or adventurous. Yeah. This time I got my intro to play, so when it's quiet and peaceful, I can focus, and things seem to work better that way. So yeah, I don't know. I've got a cruise coming up in a couple weeks. Getting a little nervous about that. It'll be my first time, and yeah, I just found out a couple days ago, I guess, or you know, that I might be taking that cruise by myself. Unless I find somebody um, to come as a guest. My best friend was planning to come with me, but she had some other stuff that came about that just couldn't be avoided, so she isn't going to be able to attend, which is very sad for both of us because we were looking forward to it for at least the last 6 months. We've had this already reserved and planned. Hey, Martin. Thanks for not leaving me here all alone. I was hoping I could get the gang over here. Talk to Lainey for a second. She said she's taking a rest. So, and that. So I thought, well, I couldn't sleep. And so I thought, well, I'll hang out for a little bit and I'll have a chat. It's funny when you don't feel tired, but you're yawning. I mean, come on now. It's still early, so they might be in soon. Yeah, I hope so. I miss everybody. Last week I wasn't feeling very good, and I started coming back around, feeling better because I'm usually never. If something's got a hold of me for a minute, it usually doesn't have a hold of me for long. Um, I've always had a pretty strong immune system. Don't have a lot of luck when it comes to injuries, but the other part of it's all good. Well, thank you, Martin. I appreciate you. I really do. Um, I was gonna say, yeah, it is a little early. I know. I got hi, Lainey. Hi, sweetie. I've been on so many different schedules in the last 6 months. I keep thinking about it. It's like, wow. I mean, it just flip flops all over the place. Oh my goodness. So yeah. So I found out today, Martin. If you didn't hear me a minute ago, I'd already talked to Lainey about it a little bit, but I had this, as you know, the cruise planned for quite some time. I believe I reserved it last year, and originally my husband was going to go, and I scheduled it like 3 days after his birthday, and it was going to be kind of a birthday thing, you know. And he had switched jobs between the time I reserved and the time that we were going to go, and with as everyone knows, with a new job, you know, you have a certain amount of time that you don't get paid vacations or any PTO. Um, so there's that. So he wasn't able to go, and it's really hard to find a sitter or family member, anybody that has time that can stay at your house and watch three dogs. So that was another challenge we were having. So I asked a really good friend of mine to come, and she was very delighted. She was looking forward to it. I was looking forward to it. And go figure with life, the way that it throws bullets and daggers at people. Then just weeks before we're to go on our trip, a bunch of bad luck and unfortunate events have concurred, and and so she won't be able to attend. So just feeling kind of down and bummed, because it won't be the same without her. And I'm kind of a little nervous about. I don't know if I want to be on a cruise by myself. So I've been trying to get a hold of family and some friends, see if anybody can fill in um, her spot. Because yeah, I mean, you know, you're on a big cruise ship and you don't know anybody at all. So really nice to have somebody to be with you and enjoy it, and you know, have somebody to talk to. So I don't know. So that's kind of what's been going on the last few days. Just you know, and the wild thing about it is the whole thing's already paid for. It's really just about somebody getting there. So basically, you're talking a plane ticket, or depending on where someone lives, a drive. Yeah, I can. Well, you know, the funny thing, Lenny, is that August and September, when I was looking at international flights years ago, are actually two of the cheapest months to fly international. Usually they're half price because it's off season. But yeah, it's a long way to fly. So yeah, so I'm just kind of at a loss. I'm just like, wow. Um, yeah, I have the darndest stuff that goes on. I mean, even on the simplest level, if I'm planning something, even like here at home or just get together, anything. It seems like there's always some kind of a little glitch somewhere or a little something, something that goes on. Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I mean, pretty much every single person in my family has pets, jobs, and kiddos. And so, even my mom, I had thought, well, my mom might really like to come, but there's a lot of walking that's involved in going on a cruise and going on shore excursions, and it's a lot of any vacation is just a lot of walking, but definitely a lot of walking. And I just I don't know how hard that would be on her because she's not used to it. So there's that. And she also has a dog, and it's a lot to board a dog or many dogs, but she just has one. So I kept thinking about it. I'm like, well, there's just any way that, I mean, if one of the adult kids still lived at home, then it'd be a lot easier to get somebody to stay here and then possibly hubby could go. But if anybody knows financial wise, it's really hard to miss a week of work. That's, it can be really, that's a lot of money to miss out on. So that was just not really an option. He was in the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen? Oh, my neck just popped. That was weird. You were in the kitchen. Well, I'm in the kitchen. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I just really wanted to be able to enjoy it with, somebody really special. And but yeah, that's what your dad does. A lot of people use scooters. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I'm sure it's something else that costs extra money that you have to rent. Yeah, everything was always a little something, something cost something. That's for sure. But what can you do, right? Um, I'm sure they let you use the scooter on there, but they wouldn't. Wouldn't let you use it off of the boat. I remember the time that we went out to Lake Tahoe. Me and my husband, my daughter, and her fiance, and we were on a charter to the casino, and I had just in March fractured my knee and torn my meniscus in my right knee. And it was not all the way, even by May, I was still in pretty bad shape. I was still in the healing process. So it got really hard walking out there. So there was a few times when we were going on really long walks out around town. Um, oh, it would have been nice to have had a chair. I'm the first one to say I do not want to get in a wheelchair. But when you're in that much pain, you got to catch a ride sometimes. So anyway, so we had waited for there to be a wheelchair available at the casino, at the hotel, hoping that, we wouldn't have to rent one. And I think on day two, there was finally one available. We ended up using that thing. We went everywhere. We probably weren't supposed to take it out of the motel, y'all, but my husband was wheeling me all over town in that thing, and it got a little dangerous at one point. I was like, dude, you're gonna literally kill me in this thing. I might be safer walking. Take it all free shows. They're fun. Sounds good. I know. My biggest concern is that safety more than anything, y'all. I'm not a baby. I mean, I do a lot of things by myself, but the safety thing is a thing for me because there's a lot of stuff. Like I've been watching a lot of cruise news and information on, just people giving, heads up on stuff. And hi, Melly Joe. Um, so I guess that's more of it than anything. And then just the fact that not knowing, like I said, not knowing anybody. And I mean, I get along with everybody and I'm, really sociable person, but um, yeah, you know. I just feel like you can be kind of, what is the word? I'm looking for. Darn it, I can't think of it. I'm thinking of, you know, even when you're on a ship, it doesn't mean you're 100% safe. And then they're, of course, going in to the islands to, ensure, I just don't want to be targeted. So that's the word I'm looking for, targeted, because, they see a female alone. And so that was the only thing I was really concerned about. I am Melly Joe. Um, I had an unfortunate situation happen where my best friend had some situations that came up, and she won't be able to go now. And it's just 2 weeks before the cruise. And so, yeah, I was telling Martin and Lenny, I'm just trying to figure out that part, because oh my goodness, I wanted to hear the water. I never felt unsafe. Right. But you were there with your husband and family, weren't you? Or did you go by yourself, Lenny? Because I wasn't sure if you had, if you went as a couple or. I don't know, you guys. It'll be okay, but I'm one of those people that whenever I go do something, and I get a vacation or whatever, I always want to share it with my loved ones or a good friend, And I mean, I called at least 4 or 5 people, best friends, couple family members, and just nobody's able to go. And so there's that. So I'm going to try to, like I said, try to take a deep breath. I've spent 3 days being really sad about it, and I'm not going to not be sad about it. I'm sure I'm still going to be feeling bad, and just because, it's like in life, 1 minute you're excited and everything seems like it's just coming around the corner, and then when you're just about around the corner, something runs right into you and stops you dead in your tracks from what what you have planned or what you thought you were going to do, if that's a better way of putting it. So yeah, I don't know, but funny, we had like 30 people go and only ran into each other at dinner. I bet. I don't know. I'm just like, first cruise, really wanted to spend it with somebody, and have that adventure. I just bring a few books and go on my own. Oh, yeah. Well, I can read too, but um, it always makes me sleepy. So yeah, so there's that situation. So, but I'll get through it just like everything else. That's just life for you, you know. Always unexpected. I don't sleep good, and let me tell you one thing: I don't sleep good as it is, and if I'm not at home in my comfortable bed with my pillow and my blankets I'm used to, I don't sleep good at all. Like whenever I go on a trip, I get very little sleep. So I always have plenty of time to do stuff that's on the trip. you know. Hi, Lulu. How are you doing, sweetie? Yeah, and everybody I know is in another state, another country. It's like, yeah, I'll still have an awesome time. Excuse me. It's definitely going to be the experience of a lifetime for sure. But yeah, so if any of you wonderful people go on the cruises, um, yeah, they told me the only thing that it would cost me to change the name would be $50, which isn't bad. Um, to change the name and switch the reservation for the guest, and then just a person needing a ticket to get there, like a plane ticket to get there. But other than that, the rest of it's all paid for. So it's warm here today. While the angels pipes up. It's so quite warm. Yeah, we are. Yeah, Lulu. It's been, I want to say, in the 50s the last like 5 or 6 nights, and pretty like, I don't know, during the day it's been in the 70s. So it's definitely that whatever warm front we had there for a bit, it's definitely over. Oh my word. Have a Martin. Yeah, right. I am, yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that, you know, either wouldn't go without their spouse, or their spouse wouldn't want them to go somewhere like that alone for that long. But I mean, I do stuff all the time like that without my husband. I mean, because sometimes it's just, even if you're married, you can't always do things together because life makes that happen. I mean, there's always got to be somebody to cover every base in life, and so you got to have one captain at the hull, at the head of the ship. You can't have all of them off the ship at the same time, so to speak. So, meaning home front, got to have somebody at the home front. So, you're funny, Lenny. Yeah. Yeah. I think I've only, like, uh, I guess I've only dated just a couple shorter people in my entire life. It's always been taller guys. I was always, not like super tall, but now I have a big foot, so I guess super tall now. 13 whole minutes of a good time with the cabin boy. Oh boy. I don't know about all that. I would probably, I mean, a couple people told me that like some people will start like a Facebook group for their cruise they're going on, to like kind of like meet and greet a few, or set up like I guess different kinds of group get-togethers and stuff while you're on the cruise. I hadn't looked into that on Facebook yet to see if anybody started a Facebook group for our cruise yet, but a couple people had mentioned that to me to check it out. Weenie. Does that include the cigarette afterwards? I don't know. I would say that's separate, but you never know. Could you transfer the cruise to another later on when you're? No, Millie Joe. Because okay, so the my local casino that I go to quite a bit, that you guys have seen me go live from and stuff, that I won the cruise through there, and so like it's already set, and because you make a reservation and everything, so like if I couldn't go too, then I would actually probably get charged for it. Um, So they're not going to charge me if I go by myself, but they will change my guest to somebody else if I can find someone else to go. Morning, RC. How are you doing, hon? I'd find somebody up this late. Yeah, no, normally, I mean, I've been trying to go to bed earlier and then, but then I keep getting up at like 5 in the morning, like for 4 days in a row. It's like every day I was getting up at the same time. It was just like clockwork. I'm like, what is the deal? So, so I was just like, well, um, wondering what everybody else was doing. And then I don't know. Usually if I kind of keep my mind busy and think about other things, then I try not to let stuff that makes me upset get the best of me because it like does no good. I mean, you can always feel dread for things that don't work out, but yeah, what can you do, right, guys? I don't know. Yeah, if any of you guys want to come and sit in the black void with me, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. And it's a big boat, but at least I'll be able to be with you guys too every day because I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go live and try to bring you guys with me on the cruise virtually. So I won't be, if you think about it that way, I won't be alone because you guys will be there and checking on things and getting to see all the exciting stuff with me. So that'll be awesome. You guys are so funny. See, you guys got me laughing already, and I was not quite laughing the last few days. But then we've had some moments like, I don't know. We try to work through it all. Sorry, I was coughing, so I decided to mute so I didn't break everyone's eardrums. Which I actually, hopefully my sound's okay. I try not to turn it up too loud on the phone because sometimes it can be really crazy when you do. Picking up a whole coffee cup. Did you make cards at the last class? I didn't get pictures, young lady. Yeah, I will. I definitely will because I have 2 island excursions planned. There's 4 ports and we just picked like 2 because even if you don't do an excursion, you can still get on the island and kind of just do your own thing. And I believe that the cruise has a certain place that they dock, and so there's a certain part of the beach that like people on the boat can use in certain areas. So that ought to be good. Um, but yeah, if anybody out there, I mean, I know y'all are from, all of us except for a few are from another country. So it's not like, um, I would, think that anybody would be able to fly that far to go on a cruise. Although it'd be funny if they went to an area where they don't pick people up. Obviously, you have to get on at one place and you get off at the same place, but that'd be cool. So yeah, my coffee got cold. It's not supposed to get cold in this Yeti. Sometimes I miss making a regular pot of coffee. I always use my single server because I don't drink like a lot of it. So I'll just make an individual. But there's times when I'm like, oh my gosh, I miss my old coffee pot. It's just, oh my goodness, they take up a lot of room when you get multiple small appliances in the kitchen. I didn't send you any pictures. You're welcome, even though RCU and Lean, you're having a round. Oh man. Like and subscribe. Thank you, Martin. Um, I can't wait till you start holiday cards. Yeah. I used to write wedding invitations and different kind of greeting cards and stuff for people, and I would draw like different designs, and then I'd go and have them made. Um, like you can go to card places and copy places, and they'll do invitations and all that stuff. And I really liked it. It was enjoyable. I did that a long, long time ago, but it was awesome. I wished it was daytime so I could see and I'd read you guys something really cool, but I'll have to read that sometime when it's, daylight. Otherwise, I turn lights on and stuff in the middle of the night, and then the dogs will all be thinking it's time to get up and, the day has started because that's what they always think. Once the light's out, this is about the only time they're quiet, is in the middle of the night. To learn calligraphy, yeah. I know I need to get a couple projects done before I leave. That would really help keep my mind off of things too. That always helps me get centered, is getting working on something. And I'm trying to get I need to get a piece of wood and make a new frame for the inside of the window because we have to redo the window in our bedroom. And so yeah, all the old stuff's coming out and got to make a new one. Had some kind of water damage going on in the window frame, and um, we didn't notice it right away. And so it's that point where now we're gonna get into it because we're starting to side and stuff the house, so we're like working on insulation, uh, moisture barrier, and plywood and house wrap, which is like there's like these 4 and 5 layers of stuff that you do before you get to siding. So we got the front done, part of one side. The back is ready to be have plywood and house wrap. It has the other 2 layers on already, and then we need to come around that side of the window and then start heading up the house. It's a lot of work, and of course, like everything, it's expensive as heck. So we were doing it in segments. Wood is real expensive now compared to like even 5 years ago. So any projects that we do now, like it's amazing when you think just a very short time ago, it was like way cheaper. So yeah, and I always say to my husband, I wish we would have gotten our kitchen remodel done before we had that storm, and then all the wood went up in price, which is crazy to think about because we lost so much canopy in the city from the storm that there was trees down everywhere. People were cutting wood up everywhere, so there was like an abundance of wood, and yet the wood prices went up. That makes a lot of sense, don't it, you guys? Supply and demand. So yeah, Leanie, can you tell me something? Because I keep forgetting. I don't know how to do this. I don't know why I can't figure it out. But when you post your StreamYard, how do you get that to highlight and stuff? Because I can never figure out how to pin that. Like I can get it to copy onto the thing, but I can't ever get it pinned. I don't know why. I can't figure it out. I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna try. Mm, that's interesting. It never holds on to my thing anymore for some reason, and I don't know why. Interesting. It's always interesting when that happens. So I am so silly. It's funny how you know what you're doing, but then you forget it. At that very moment, you're like, wait a minute, hold on. Okay, here we go. Copy. So when I copy it on here, and I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So see how I'm posting my StreamYard link? How do I highlight that? Because I know if you push on something, it highlights it, but then that puts it at the top. So that's different than one of my friends told me. She goes, you pin it. And I'm like, I know, but I can't figure out how to do that unless it's because I'm on my phone. But I don't think so. I don't know. Anybody know? Help. It's just easier to see if it's highlighted. I mean, it still works, but you know what I mean. Would any of you lovely people like to come up and join me? So yeah. So I've been trying to figure out how to highlight my StreamYard link when I do it. And I don't know. Just doesn't seem to. I don't have the option on my phone that I can find, but yeah. Who else is having coffee or tea? Mine is now down to a dribble. I don't know about you guys, but when it's chilly, something warm always is always a nice beverage. Retired now. So yeah, tea is good. Yeah, I have a lot of tea, and you know what? I know I have tea, and I always go for the coffee. YouTube side, not a streamer. See above what now? To YouTube side. Oh, what, Leanie? See above. What do you mean? It's already highlighted? It is? So maybe I just don't see it that way. Maybe it doesn't show it to me like that. Huh. Okay. Oops. So I learned how to do the whole thing with highlighting your all's messages and putting them up at the top, but not in StreamYard. See above. Okay. Interesting. And I'm still trying to decide if I want to bring my laptop with me or not. I haven't quite decided yet. YouTube side. Possibly after the New Year. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. The learning curve. I can hear Bigfoot snoring in the other room. You could put him 10 blocks away and you probably hear him snoring. It keeps me up sometimes. I'm like, dude, you gotta knock it off. I can handle a little bit of it, but or if I'm dead ass asleep and I'm super tired, then I won't notice it at all. I have a Tempur-Pedic bed, and I bought the smart foundation thing that has the sensors in it. So if I set it on snore, then if you start snoring, it automatically raises the bed up so that you won't snore. And I remember when we first got it, which was probably a couple years ago, I remember putting it on that setting, and then when I heard him snore, I'm like running back there to see if it's going to move him or not. It was so funny. Y'all. I saw that. Right. There's so much stuff you do in StreamYard, and the rest is in the other. What an awesome bed. Yeah, it is. First we looked at the Sleep Number bed, and when I saw the price, when she told us the price, I almost had a heart attack. I was like, no. And so I went to Tempur-Pedic, and it was at least $4,000 cheaper than the Sleep Number, which is a lot of money. And actually, I want to say I've been paying on it for a couple. I don't know if it's been a couple. Yeah, it's been about a couple of years. It would have to have been by now, something like that. But I'm down to 209 from like 6,000, whatever it was. So yeah, and I know if I wasn't married, I had a great hybrid queen size bed. It was fine for me, but I have a big foot now, so got to have a bigger bed, especially with the 3 dogs that are cuddles. They like to cuddle, so they want to be in there cuddling with us. So on the queen size bed, that was really crowded. And I'm like, okay. And I hadn't had a king size bed for a million years, probably only once in my life. And it was when I was in my 20s, and my first set of kiddos were little, and I got a water bed one time. And because it was heated, it was the only reason why I really liked it. I'll never forget the kids were always trying to come and sneak in there with me because there was a big bed, you know. Yeah, it is amazing. And the thing is, whenever I sleep anywhere else, I always get really sore because it's not my bed, you know. And I always tell people that's the one thing I miss when I go on a trip. Well, 2 things. I always say my dogs, but then I always forget the fact that I absolutely hate beds when you go to hotels or anywhere. None of them have comfortable beds. I don't think I've hardly ever been to one that did. Even at hotels where there's suites, you would think they'd be, they're a lot less used than your basic general rooms are, but they just don't have special beds. They don't, you think they would, because there's people that travel that have disabilities and handicaps and stuff, and you think they'd have a certain amount of rooms allotted that had specific beds for people that, you know, have needs like that, or that, you know, don't want to be sore the entire vacation. But yeah, I've never come across that yet. But yeah, I do. It is really comfortable, and you know, I always forget that I could do different things with it. Like when my leg was all messed up, and or when it's really hurt me, I'm thinking to myself, why don't I just put the bottom of the bed up so that it's propping my leg up? You know, when they tell you to do that when you've, you know, injured yourself, whatever. I just always forget. It's weird, you know, because I mean, I've never had a bed with an adjustable frame before, so you gotta consider that part of it. Yeah. Goodness gracious. I keep picking up the wrong things, looking for something, and then got some lights going on in here, but yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get all of my stuff together and make sure I have the things I need. The one thing I still need to do is get some medication. The whole motion sickness stuff. I got to get that situated. It's a movable base. The feet and torso part go up and down. Yeah, mine does too, Leanie. So yeah, there's a bed light that lights up underneath the bed, and then it does the zero gravity. It has like a TV button. Um, Yeah, it does all that stuff. I remember one time Corey had the vibration thing on, and I thought, "Damn, you're gonna vibrate the floor apart." It was loud. I was like, "Oh my goodness." Oh wow. So everybody doing okay though out there, y'all getting her done, and everybody's doing good. I don't know if any of you got a chance to rewatch my last live, but I had a lot of good messages on there last time. Towards it's probably about the last, not throughout the live, but like the last 30 minutes of it. I want to say is what I'm talking about. Meeting some really wonderful people that I never knew, a lot about YouTube, and then through time and trial and error, you find your folks. But I was talking about that and just praying for everybody out there that's struggling and whatever else everybody's got going on in life, period. Just wish well for everybody, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't know, but I think these mattresses are supposed to last a really, really long time. I mean, they're really amazing. I'll never forget when they brought it here. I thought, how in the hell is that going to fit? Because it looks so much bigger when they're bringing it in, before they get it all set up. But yeah, I know the dogs got scared one time because one of them was laying at the end of the bed, and I was trying to push one button, and I pushed up instead of down, I think, and so the foot part, the bottom started moving up with the dog on it. The dog was like, "Oh shit!" That we have disability hotels here. My niece is a care for a these hotels. Well, that's awesome. But your basic, just your general hotels, or I mean, like I've been to some resorts and stuff, and it just amazes me, like that they can't even get like halfway decent beds. You know what I mean? Like I can't even hardly sleep on a bed anymore. Like the old fashioned style beds with the springs in them, I can't. They hurt me so bad. When was it? Wild let me look so I can actually tell you when it was. Shit's been so crazy lately. It's hard to keep up, sometimes with what the hell's going on. It was so wild because it's been a long time since she's got to play guitar and sing, and so I was really excited. She was really excited, and she got 2 songs in, and the sound was a little bit messed up because I think just because she was outside and she wasn't, the sound wasn't picking up the guitar as well as we had hoped. But then the neighbors started mowing and got real close to where she was at, so she had to quit playing because there wasn't any way she's gonna be able to hear. So I think next time she's gonna play inside or like up on her back porch where she's closer to the house, and then that sound will reverb off of there better. Or when you're inside and it's trapped in there, because you could hear her, but the phone was kind of making a weird sound on just probably static from being outside. So I don't know. Oh, man, it is chilly. I always keep a long sleeve shirt on the back of my chair in case I get one of those cold moments, where you get cold and you're like, oh my gosh, I need something. I'm having one of those. Really, I think it's always better to just, get a warm sweater, something warm and fuzzy out, and put that on. But I'm grabbing what's available here at the moment. Ugh, never heard. Yeah, I know, right? Heck, I don't know. I mean, I watch a lot of like different shows that show like, on YouTube they have, different places around the world you can see that all the neat things they have and like what their technologies are, and some of that stuff's just mind blowing. That's all I got to say about that. It's chilly here too. Because I know, you know what? I'm glad you said that word because I have like it's not a long one. It's one of those newer style robes where it's like it probably goes down to like, past your bum up the top of your legs or so, but it's really super warm, like Sharpa. And I just decided, I'm like, I've always had robes, you think of a robe, you think something longer or it goes to about the middle of your shin or whatever. But I'm thinking, I was like, I've never had one that's a shorter robe. And really, when I'm cold, if you got a nice pair of warm pajamas on, that's really all you really need. I don't like stuff that's all tangled up around my legs. So, yeah, take me to your strippers. Oh my goodness. Where did that come from, Martin? Ugh, dang it. So now, Leanie, my fellow interviewer, I'm just being silly. Um, so you've been on a cruise before and have all sorts of really cool stories. I know you've told us a couple of them, but I've been trying to figure out a time when I can get everybody to come on and come up and share a story about an adventure they went on or something on their bucket list that they've knocked off that they've actually gone and done that they like, you know, I've always, I'm just interested, in hearing other people's places they want to go, where they'd like to visit. What's on your bucket list? This is the darndest thing I've ever seen. Excuse me. Martin, you can put yours up there too, Bo. Not much. My bucket has a hole in it. Sometimes I feel like mine does too. Telling you. I don't know, you guys. And it's really weird because I'm trying to not buy creamer for my coffee. I'm just trying to do like a drip of milk and a little dab of cinnamon or something just to sweeten it that way. Because I mean, obviously, creamer's quite caloric, if you want to put it that way. And I'm trying to get healthier, so to speak. So trying to cut out things I don't need to have. Are you still going to see? Yes, still getting still that part of everything still on track. Still going to see Becca. I wish more than anything, and even Beachy said she's like, oh man, it would be great if because Becca is already lives in Texas, is already going to be down there with me, and it'd be great if she could go, but she's got little kiddos too. Well, she's got one that's at school that would needs to be. She's the driver, so she's the transporter. So, um, and they're already going to be on. She's already going to be going on another trip just before that one, similar to same area, and so she just can't. And I wish she could though. That'd be great because she's already there. All she'd really have to do is just jump on the boat, no plane ticket needed or nothing. So ideally, that would be great if she could have done that. But she's not thinking she'd be able to because her kiddos in school and um, time frame as far as like work schedule, school schedule doesn't line up properly, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's the crazy thing about life though. It's like no matter what you do, you always have to have you gotta have all your bases covered all the time to make sure that things run smoothly and are taken care of in your absence. And of course, I always get really worried. I mean, I know my husband's okay with the dogs, although he doesn't have as much patience as I do, but he also don't spend as much time here with them as I do. So he doesn't, I mean, he knows them, but you know what I mean? I'm still mom. So there's that. So yeah, so I still get to go and meet Becca in person and have some time with her. And I'm very, very, I'm so happy that at least everything didn't come apart, but um, yeah, I just was really looking forward to it. And I wanted, somebody that, you know what it's like when you travel, you go somewhere or just whatever you're doing, having somebody that you really click with, you're going to have a good time with, you can laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh, knowing that, you know what I mean? It just makes it even better. You know what I mean? Because you already know what to expect. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, me and my hubby get along just fine. We always get along really good, especially when we're on vacation because we're not around the stress of the house and everything. But I was making jokes with everybody. I was like, oh, I don't know that if he makes me mad, he might be the next person that uh, ends up in the ocean. Of course, I'm joking, but you know what I mean. It was just funny. I'm like, oh, man overboard. So I made a joke way back when I first decided to go on this cruise that's why he wasn't going to come, but it really has to do with work. But I just was trying to be funny about it. So yeah, so that's my not so great news. And yeah, how many days is the cruise? It's 8 days. I'm going down the day before, and then when it comes back, I will spend the night that night and go back the next day after, because trying to fly in and take the cruise on the same days and leave on the don't work. And it's funny because I already kind of just knew that ahead of time. And then of course later I watched a bunch of different information on cruises, and of course that was something that they mentioned, that you should always go the day before and whatever, so that if there's any delays on the plane or anything like that, you're not missing your boat. So I already kind of had that all figured out. Um, so I was on top of that one. So yeah, so it's a total of being gone basically 10 days. The cruise is 8 days, and there's 4 ports. So is that to make dinner? Are you home, Wild Angels, or traveling? How was your cruise? No broken ankle, presume. No, Lulu. I haven't gone yet. It's the 20th on that Friday I leave. And then the cruise leaves the next day. So it's like a Saturday to a Sunday. Yeah. Leave on Saturday, come back on Sunday. She hasn't. Lulu's jumped all the way past the cruise. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. And so I think I'm right when I was talking about, I was trying to figure this out with like the phone company. So like the only thing that your phone company, the change is like if you're going to do international calls. But as far as like having internet, um, nobody's phone service is going to reach all the way out into the ocean like that. Um, so basically my phone will be fine. I don't know up until when, but till we get out there a ways, and then I won't get my regular service. So I'm going to have to get the internet package so that I can go live and everything like that. So I already kind of looked into all that and figured that out. And I think I want to say the package I would need, because it's one that showed the globe on it with like, so that would give you the impression that's everything. And I wanted to make sure I can, um, because even if I can't call home like on regular phone, I can always call home and check in on Messenger. So I've got to be able to at least get be able to go live and call home. So, and then I guess that means their package. It's kind of crazy if you think about it, because you're on a cruise and you would think that they would have like, I believe they have Wi-Fi that you can use while you're on the boat, but if you wanted to reach anything outside of that, then that's when you have to purchase a package. I was going to ask Leanie that and forgot to ask her if she had, Leanie, if you're still out there somewhere, if you guys had to purchase that package, or did you go through your phone company somehow to upgrade your service or anything? I could have swam you had left, swore you had left. Oh, it's okay. It's all good. Probably because you see me like starting to. Maggie made me some those cute little thumbnail things with the boat and all that, and so that may have been the reason why you would have thought that. So, oh my goodness, it's so nice how the community we all have is very peaceful and everybody's chill. Other than our occasional crazy stories and laughter, but it's so nice that okay, you're right. But Lainey, was she able to call home too, or did she have to call like through Messenger? Expensive on board is I filled shampoo bottles with rum. Lulu, that's hilarious. Oh, well, that's cool. So what I was thinking on the drink package situation, because it is $70 a day, and I'm not going to drink every day, and yeah. So I mean, if you plan on it, then yeah, it's not a bad deal, because I'm imagining that an individual drink is pretty pricey. But one of the excursions that we purchased was an all-inclusive for food and drinks on this private beach area at this resort. So one of them, all that's provided. So there'll be at least one day when I can try a whole bunch of different drinks and stuff. But then I got to thinking about it. I'm like, well, hell, that's going to be on an island. I don't want to get too damn drunk, because first of all, I got to make sure I'm safe, keep my eye out for anything out of the ordinary, and then as well as get back to a ship, because I will not and I refuse to be, hear this, a pier runner. I keep finding all these videos on YouTube about cruises, and they have all these videos of pier runners, which is basically people getting back late from excursions to the boat and then running for their lives to try to get on the boat before it leaves them. And 50% of the time, those people get left behind because they don't make it. I will not be one of those people. It got through. Be right back. Gotta go do this, but okay, hon. What company are you cruising with? Share? Oh, Carnival. Carnival Dream. So yeah, I got my suitcase, because I mean I've had suitcases, but the one that I was used to travel with was a big one that me and my husband would pack all of our stuff, like his on one side, mine on the other, blanket in the middle. Big ass suitcase, don't need that. And American Airlines allows you one free carry-on and then one free personal items. So I wanted the carry-on size suitcase so that I don't have to pay for extra fees. This is something I learned when I went to New York, because I was able to bring. And when I started thinking about carry-on, I'm thinking of like a carry-on bag, not realizing that they actually consider certain size suitcases a carry-on because they're small, as long as it can fit above. So, and I love orange, so I got a burnt orange suitcase. And then I have other bags and a backpack, but none of them have the luggage strap to put over your luggage handle so that you can roll your backpack or whatever bag you bring on top of your suitcase. And so I found a really good lightning deal on Amazon and got me one. And it's one of those backpacks that it's just got so many different pockets, a lot of room in it. So I'm hoping I can pretty much get everything in those two small items. And then I don't like to like go real like heavy with like a lot of extra stuff. But if you can get stuff that's small but fits a lot, that works really good. PJs, be careful. I know, right? Hi, JK. Um, I will be careful, and the good thing is that I'm like a very like attentive person. I really pay close attention to everything going on around me all the time, just because there's so much going on all the time. And I mean, with everything that's happening to people, even travelers, people on islands. So I've been just paying attention. I've been doing a lot of research, seeing what other people have encountered, um, you know, the do's and don'ts and all that good stuff. If you roll up your clothes instead of folding them, you can pack. Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I was gonna do because most of the stuff I'm bringing is really lightweight stuff, like capris, some long dresses, some different dresses, like comfy clothes, just comfy islandy like clothes, stuff like that. And so that was what I was gonna do is do that, is roll everything. I like to do that because it does a lot more fits. Um, I have a certain way that I fold certain clothes that I'll do that in the dressers that, it just keeps everything a little neater. Okay, so I'll be in Galveston, Texas on the 20th and 21st. The ship deports at 3:30 p.m. in the afternoon. And then the next morning we arrive in Key West, Florida. We're there for the day, and then we head to NASA, Freeport, and I think it's Half Moon Cave or something like that. So there's three ports in the Bahamas, and then we start in Florida. So, and then 2 days at sea. So that's the schedule they've given us. But it will be warm. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Like I was telling somebody the other day, I have to say that if you were to try to go on a trip and go to all these different locations, you'd spend a lot of money on flights and transportation, where that's where the cruise is nice because you're not just getting to cruise on a ship, but you're also getting to go to ports and visit islands and different places. So you're getting, like, I'm getting to go to Texas, Florida, and three places in the Bahamas. If I was to try to go to all those places separately, can you imagine how expensive that would be? And I got a really good deal on my plane ticket. I mean, I did purchase it quite a long time ago. And I remember I kept trying to I was watching the price to see where if it was going to go down, up, whatever. I was hoping it goes down. The lowest it ever was like 258, I think. And I waited and waited and it didn't go down. And then finally, when I had the funds and I'm like, okay, I'm buying the ticket, then I ended up paying 268. I ended up paying $10 more than I would have a week before that. But it's still not bad because I kind of got this cap. And of course, it won't matter if I ever fly anywhere internationally, but my cap for domestic flights at this point in time, I don't like to go over $300 for a flight. I just like to stay. That's like a nice cushion. It doesn't feel like you're going broke, trying to get a ticket and then go on vacation too. So it's not too bad, really. Um, you know, which you could have visited Key West 20 years ago. Yeah, right. I know, because so much has been damaged and so much has happened everywhere, to all these places. I know one of the locations we went to, had some damage from that one hurricane that went past by there like a month ago. If my family's still at the house and he was, I'd come visit. Haven't seen Liza today yet, no, but she was in my life last night. She has a cold or something, but yeah. So, are any of the links that have been posted showing up highlighted, you guys, or are they just regular, like the way our messages look? Just curious. Because, yeah, now, I used to do that. Well, when I was a mod on another channel a long time ago, whenever I would post a link, it would be highlighted under my name. So your name would be highlighted, and then it would highlight in blue the person's link. So I think it does that when you put links in. But the last one that you posted, Martin, it still looked like, to me on this end, it just looked like it didn't look blue like our names are and stuff. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. In StreamYard, you won't see it highlighted. Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay, cool. Well, that's all I needed to know. So, I'm gonna keep that bridge open for a little bit. And if anybody, like I said, anybody has any free time, or obviously more or less a female friend, nothing against the guys, but I am a married person, so I wouldn't let him do that. So whether it was just, on the up and up or not, but just out of respect. And yeah. But and I was just thinking about this too. One of my sons actually just recently moved down to Florida because he was going down there to work with his dad for a while. And so he's down there, but he's, like I said, he's busy working. So he's like right down there too. But he's a handful. He'd be on there trying to hit on all these women, and oh my Lord, overwhelming. Great. I'm kind of looking for a relaxing trip, not a chaotic one. Yeah. I'd seen DJ in there in yours the other night, Lady, and I hadn't seen him in a minute. It's always good to hear his voice. I think maybe I popped in that one night or came back in later, and he was up there on the panel with you, and I heard his voice. Yeah. Do you have JK's link? And I can subscribe if I haven't already. There we go. Thank you, Martin. Okay. I've just talked myself into making another cup of coffee because I am so cold, y'all. My Lord. I don't know what, I used to be the most hot-blooded person, and I normally am. But for some doggone reason, when it gets really chilly, it just chills you to the bone almost. It's like, oh my gosh. Put in the old phone here. It's going, hey, I need some juice. I just need charging for it. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It doesn't plug in very good like it should. And my stand fell over. You gotta love it. It's called coincidental, right? Coincidental mishaps. think one of my dogs still has their collar on and I get to take it off. They're thinking. So it's not a cowbell, but it's around. You can see how much water I'm putting in this cup. Okay. All right, I'm back, everybody. Sorry, the dog had a collar on and he was dinging all over the whole house. I was like, oh my gosh, we got to take that off yet. I don't like to leave him on too long on him because I know I don't like stuff around my neck for a long period of time either. So I'm just like, okay. So, sorry about the noise. Trying to tap this coffee thing out. Okay. Almost there. I would have to say, yeah, if you drink coffee a lot or you have multiple people in the house drinking coffee, definitely want an old coffee pot. I ended up giving mine to one of the kiddos. I just never used it that often. I mean, years ago, when I used to do a paper route in a small town I lived in, I would make a big old pot of coffee because I'd have to come back during the route in the wintertime to get it refilled. It's so cold, and usually I was out on the paper route long before the store was ever open to get coffee. So, yeah. Speaking of coffee, well on that. My husband keeps getting me I love Folgers, but I prefer the Gourmet Supreme medium dark compared to the classic roast. It's a little bit more full-bodied flavor to it. But what this is so it's not a Keurig. It's called an iCoffee machine. It's pretty fancy. Not really, but I like it better than the Keurig. I was never sold on the Keurig that much, and I'll tell you why. So I did my research for a while, and then I always look and buy stuff. Wait till it's on sale. But I had all these coupons for this local store here, and I thought, well, heck, why not? It finally went on sale, and it wasn't a Keurig, and this one has spin technology. So normally, like in a Keurig, in a lot of those pots, you put your K cup in and you shut it down, and then you turn it on. Well, this one, when you put the lid down, and you can use the regular K cups, or it came with its own K cup where you can put your own coffee grounds in it, which is nice because then if you don't have those doggone cups, which are expensive, as you all know, if you buy those. This is a way to drink whatever kind of coffee you want, and then you've got something that's reusable. But what it does is when you put it in there and you shut down the top, it spins the cup inside there as it's brewing it. So you're getting way more flavor, and you're getting, all of that coffee flavor in there instead of just that little tiny hole that it makes in those K cups. I just never feel like you get quite everything out of there. So this one's nice. Yeah. Well, my phone's on the charger. Otherwise, I would just show you guys what it does. But so you put it down and you push brew, and then it lights up in blue LED lights so that you can see your coffee, and see what's going on. Look, this thing is way better than a Keurig. Just saying. So, and it's funny too, because on our marketplace here, a lot of people are always selling Keurigs. No, it was a big fad years ago, but of course you see them in a lot of office, businesses and stuff like that. But yeah, so I'm trying to do as black as I can on the coffee, just putting a little bit of milk in. Not too long ago, I had some coconut milk, and that made a really good. It's a low fat but good for you version of like giving your coffee a little taste, but and cooling it down, but not heavy like a creamer. My goodness gracious! Oh, I got a heck of a thing going here. Okay. I would say the only downside to drinking too much coffee or drinking it to stay warm is it can tend to. It doesn't really upset my stomach too much, but if if you don't have anything else in there and you drink coffee, it can be a little bit harsh on the tummy sometimes. So we had pasta tonight. Oh, I love pasta. I'm all about some pasta. Oh, you guys, it's 3:30. You're about 2 hours earlier than our normal time when everybody starts talking about food. It's all good though. I hadn't felt good at least 3 or 4 days out of this past week, so I really haven't made a whole lot. I did marinate some pork chops the other day, and I had my husband grill them, and then I brought them in a big pan and used creamy Italian dressings to marinate them, and it was really good. Cook them for a long, long time on low heat, and they get all tender. And I made him some homemade mashed potatoes. We had pork chops coming for days because it was like 8 pounds of pork chops, and I got them for $2.50. They had this meat sale over Labor Day weekend at our local store, and I thought it was a typo. I really did, because it was like $20 per package for 4 pounds. So it was like $40 worth of pork chops I got for $2.50. I thought it meant that it was $2.50 a piece, and I was just getting a couple pork chops. And my husband comes in with 8 pounds of pork chops. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what the hell am I going to do with all those? So he's had a lot of pork this week. So tomorrow, I'm going to take the rest of those and make some homemade burgers up, and we're going to grill them out. And it's my youngest son's birthday tomorrow. Well, I guess today, because it's already 3:30 in the morning. So he's turning 23. He's the youngest. And you guys, you'll never believe what this child asked me for a cake idea. And I thought it was a typo. I thought he was or it was a joke. I didn't know which way to go with it. But he sent me a message the other day, and it said, for a cake idea, he said something about Batman and Robin. And I thought, you got to be kidding me. I was like, what are you talking about? And he was serious. And I'm thinking, yeah, okay. So I wasn't going to go with like figurines and all that. So what I did was I had them make a tie-dye cake with the Batman colors. I figured that was as close as he was going to get to that. So we did that. But It's hard to get everybody together. Everybody's so busy. Everybody's got so many things going on. I mean, even on weekends. I remember when weekends were when people could finally get together, relax. And nowadays, people are either working on weekends, got plans, um, projects. I don't know, the whole lot of it. Go with a shot of milk. You know what's really good in coffee? Oh my gosh! And somebody got me just totally loving it. But I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Bailey's. It's like a liqueur, and it's a flavored, and then you can add many different drinks. But if you put a little Bailey's Irish cream in your coffee, not only does it taste amazing, it gives it a little twist, and it's really, really yummy. I mean, it's just really good. And last time I was out in Laughlin at the casino, I asked this gentleman for a coffee with Bailey's. Oh my God, y'all. This guy was amazing. He came out at the machine playing. He hands me a cup, and it's got Cool Whip on top of it. And I thought, well, I've never had it like that, because I'm not a big fan of Cool Whip, especially like on coffee or anything like that. But with the Baileys, oh my God, it was so freaking good. I couldn't stop drinking those things after that. And then, of course, I was all wired out because I drank all that coffee. But that was really good. And it's a little pricey. But I mean, if you get a bottle of it and you're just using it, put a little bit in your coffee once in a while, it can go a long way. So has anybody else ever tried it like that? Pretty good. It's been a while, but it's one of my favorite drinks to have on the airplane. It's when they offer it. On the charter flights I used to go on through the casino, they had it set up to where you got 2 free drinks, 1 free alcohol drink and 1 free regular beverage on every flight. So that was always nice because you didn't have to pay extra. On the regular flight, you can get alcohol, but those little tiny bottles that they call alcohol. It's the mini version of everything. Okay, guys, I successfully made another cup of coffee. Anybody else having a coffee? Lainey, are you drinking coffee, dear? Are you having coffee? Not bad. Not bad at all. My favorite creamer is French vanilla. The local store here, the dairy that makes the milk and all that dairy products, they make a really good creamer. It's pretty reasonable too. It's like a big quart of it for like, I want to say like $3.79 or something like that. It's not bad. Okay, here we go. Oh. So yeah. So what else is new, you guys? Always drinking coffee. Yeah, me too. Especially when it's chilly. I was told ice milk and chocolate in a blender is a good fix for not eating ice cream. Yeah, if anybody wants to join me, that'd be cool. Like I said, I'm just up here I always call it the black void. A lot of people think about caffeine and a lot of people can't go to sleep if they drink it, but I mean, if I drank 3 or 4 cups, I probably couldn't, but I can drink a cup or 2 and still go to sleep. I mean, I'm drinking it to be warm. I don't think the caffeine, what really gets me caffeine wise is when I have a latte, because the espresso it's weird too, because it's like, you think of it as being, it's just that little tiny thing, but that stuff's strong. That's all I gotta say. And some stronger than others. Somebody said to me one day, "Oh, all a latte is a bunch of milk." And I said, that depends on how you make it, because it really shouldn't be all milk. I mean, you put a couple shots of espresso in there, and then whatever your favorite, the rest of it is good stuff. Oh, okay, here, I can put it back in there then. Hold on. I don't know if Martin can do that, but I will try to put it back in there. Wait, don't push that button, woman. Invite guest. Copy. No. Post comment. There we go. Yeah, I know that. I remember one time I was looking for a link. It's going up and up and up. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, how in the heck? I got it. Lulu. That is so funny, right? This new charging cord is so bizarre. Okay, here we go. We've got a guest. RC.
How's it going?
Welcome.
Yeah, well, you invited some ladies, nobody showed up, so I figured let me show up. Nobody showing
Well,
up.
I appreciate you.
So what's
Hi,
up, ladies and
Maria.
gentlemen? Good to see you guys.
Yeah, for sure. I was like, well, I'm feeling better, so I need to get myself
Well,
organized.
at least you're not drinking, right? So you won't
Nope.
pass out on us.
No, I won't. And you know what's really funny too is I wasn't even like I didn't pass out because I had drank. It was because I had been up too long. I had enough sleep for days. I was like, holy moly! I just like, and I fell asleep and woke up and like I was like, oh shit!
It's like, what happened?
I
Oh, oops, I fell asleep.
years ago
Oops.
I fell asleep on somebody's thing, but I mean it was like there was a bunch of people on a panel, so nobody really noticed because like if I wasn't talking, then I would be muted. But I've had to have them that they've just been like, well, we're getting ready to leave. Good night, and I'm like, oh my
Yeah, I
goodness.
don't
I
know.
keep trying
I
to
don't know
put
how
it on
you
the side.
guys do. I really don't know how you guys do it. You drink coffee and you go to bed. I can't do that to save my life.
I probably
You know.
couldn't have a long time ago, but I can now. If I drank a bunch of soda or something, I wouldn't be able to go to sleep.
So what's up, Lenny? Hey, this is not your channel, so behave.
No, she said
How's it
she likes
going?
to be misbehave in the chat. She likes it. Yeah.
I tell you.
Oh, my goodness. I don't like the weather changing so quick. It's like one minute it's so warm, you're uncomfortable. The next minute you're thinking, "Where's the blankets?"
Where you at again? Yeah, they on the other side of the
Iowa,
country. Oh,
in the
okay.
Midwest. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, Maria. Yeah, it got chilly here quick. Like I was not expecting, because usually we're pretty warm all the way through September. Like sometimes even into October, but not this time.
Yeah, that's just, because over here they were talking on the news, 100 degrees all the way. And I'm like, where? It's right now, it's freezing over here in New York. It's like
Right,
60 something. I'm like, what the hell?
right. My
Summertime job.
friends, my friends from New York, and she was talking about how chilly it's been getting too. So yeah, for sure. And you guys are up north even more so. So yeah,
Blame it all on the hot, what is it, hot climate. Oh, the world's getting hot. Oh, no, it's getting cold. I'm still waiting for the ice age that they talked about back in the 80s. So,
right. Well, our seasons have definitely changed. They're shorter and different, and in different times than they used to be. At least from what I remember as being younger, that shit's changed a lot.
I think the only
Because
thing that changed really is that this place used to get cold and it's not. And this place used to be hot and it's not. It just changes around. I don't see any
Right,
major
right.
difference.
Kind of like a fluctuation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because here in New York, we used to get some snowstorms, 2.5 feet, 3 feet. Now
Oh,
we
I
see
couldn't do
almost
that.
nothing. It's like, give me a break, you know? Rain, it rains a lot here. I
I've
haven't
heard
heard
that. And you know
anybody,
what's weird? When I visited New York, it didn't rain, but like for 30 minutes one day. So I guess I was lucky.
yeah. My thing is, when it does rain, they never mention the fact that, oh, the reservoirs are full to capacity. But what I haven't been hearing lately, I hear climate change all the time. Oh, the world's getting hotter, the planet, less rain. No. And I'm going like, but they don't mention that the reservoirs are empty. They used to when we had nothing but rain. Now we have
Right,
nothing but rain, and they're not saying that if it's, low or whatever. I think it's all a con job, if you ask me.
right, right. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, I guess the last couple of years since I like to go out west a lot, I've been watching like Lake Mead and uh what the hell am I trying to think of the other one? But anyway, the reservoirs out there, and yeah, they're all over the place. They're either all the way down or, but nothing's ever came all the way back up to where it used to be. Like there's been a lot of drought, but then it seems like there's a lot of rain, but it never completely like fixes the problem. I don't know. Ouch. Goodness gracious. Got a hair tie stuck in my hair. That is not good. Oh my gosh, that funny car thing is running in the background. That cracks me up every time I see that. Oh man. Maggie made me that and made the little car move. Ouch. Millie, I really hope this means we will have a lot of snow this year. I've heard that we're supposed to get a lot. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? I think we had a what do you call it? A glitch. Ouch. It's amazing how tangled one's hair gets when you pull it back. My goodness. I don't like to do that, but sometimes it's a little overwhelming. Wait, well, yeah. I was watching like a winter prediction the other day, and they were showing a lot of what do you call it? All the different states and who's supposed to get the most snow and all that. And I'm thinking, no, I don't. I used to love snow when I was younger, but I just don't anymore. It's just too cold and yeah. I don't think I would miss it if I wasn't around it at all anymore. I'd be fine. Uh-oh. Let me see. Um, okay. I knocked my own self out too.
Yeah, I was on backstage. I don't know if it's the internet or whatever. And I'm
Oh,
like,
that's
I'm
weird.
here, I'm here. So I typed in the chat, the back chat. Said, I'm
Okay,
still
thank you. Because
here.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness. Y'all are so funny.
I was hoping lunch lady would pop up. She posted a video 2 days ago, and it touched my heart really well because I have a friend who's in a South Carolina hospital who just went through some major surgery, and their family's going through some stuff. And I'm like, I've been trying to comforting them for the last 2 days, and 4 broken ribs. He's a military man. He's one of my buddies, and he's been going through this crap for years.
Oh my goodness.
And the 2 previous operations failed to the point where 3 of his ribs, they just cracked and collapsed inside of his body.
Oh,
So they had to go in there and try to hook him up, fix him up all together. And I'm telling the family, I said, hey, he's not talking. I said, listen, this is a long process. She says, you'll be out in 3 or 4 days. I said, I'm sorry. He ain't going nowhere for the next 2 weeks at least. And she's like, really? I said, they got all these tubes in them, this and that. They open them up. They said everything went well, but remember, so did the last 2 surgeries, and look at what happened. So we just got to wait it out. And they're elderly, so, that doesn't help. Older people heal slower. That's the way it works. But she put a song there. I know,
compared to a long time ago.
Yeah, Lulu put a song out there. No, not Lulu, Lunch Lady. She put a song out there, and it was right on time. So I shared it with myself and shared it to them. I said, hey, just prayers and hugs. That's all we can do. Hug your husband to death if you got to. Just make sure he don't die. But, Right? And that's all we can do is pray. Pray, for speedy recovery or whatever. And again, they didn't expect this. But it just happened. Imagine walking around with 3 broken ribs.
No, and I've had really severely bruised ribs, almost broken before, and that was the most excruciating thing ever.
Yep.
I don't ever want to go through that again. I can't imagine. Every breath is painful, just excruciating, and I don't wish that on anybody. That's awful. And I was just wrestling with somebody, just goofing around, and got hit just the right way, and boy, I was down for about a good 15 minutes. I couldn't even move. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yep. And we think we're Superman sometimes. I'm Superwoman. I'm Superman. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, it wasn't that bad. Sometimes we don't even know we broke a foot, an elbow, something. No, we're good. I'm good. Yeah. Like, damn if you are. But I was asking Lane. So I've been away from you guys for 3 days. I don't know if you guys been on or off or whatever, but is Maggie back?
She was a couple lives ago. She was on Leanie's one evening. I hadn't seen her in a while. And so she did come back and hang out one night.
Okay.
A couple days ago. I know she always cheers me up with her lively, different voices and her funny laughter. She's fun.
Yeah, I missed that laugh. But people go through stuff, Like the Predator says, shit happens. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. But I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
You're married. You have a husband. The ladies in the chat too, and the man as well. Would you tell your father, I want to introduce you to my new boyfriend while still being married?
No.
Right? Isn't that kind of like tasteless, foul, retarded, if you will?
The moral compass comes into play in that part.
Thank you. That's exactly what I said. I'm like, wow.
I remember being introduced to my husband's parents, and the day that I was going to go over to their house with him, he had not told his mom at that point that we'd even been dating. He just had, like, it just wasn't something, because, we're grown up now, or, you may not tell your parents as much as you did when you were younger because you're excited, it's a different kind of situation. But it was just funny because I thought, well, we just got to meet each other. Nobody was expecting anybody else. You know what I mean? But
Okay, right.
I was like, oh, so they like don't know who the hell I am. But no, it was fun. It was awkward for just a minute, and then it was okay. But
Yeah, well, in this
definitely,
case,
that's not something I would want
yeah,
to
in this
do.
case, is a 35-year-old woman who's had so far, and I wrote in uh, her mother's chat, and she started complaining. We put my business out there, this and that, and I.
Good to see you, lunch lady. How you doing? I love her songs. I love music, so I need to figure out how to do some of that stuff. I need to sit myself down and focus on it, get on my computer and figure it out. All this new technology. I'm
No.
like I got my foot halfway in the new door and still back in the old times.
Hello, am I still there? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why are they saying what happened to our C? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Lunch lady, can you hear me?
Maybe I need to turn the volume up here. Let's check it. Let me check the audio and see where we're at. Because sometimes that can be tricky.
Okay, they can hear me now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you
All right.
better now too.
But anyway, lunch lady, thank you for that video. It meant a lot. It came in on time. Was feeling really down and low because of a friend of mine's who had major surgery, and we're just waiting. It's going to take a minute, but prayers and hugs from anybody that, would like to pray for my friend. He's a good buddy of mine, good family man, great grandfather, excellent man. That's all I can say. But anyway, getting back to this woman, 35 years old, and I wrote in the chat with her mother, I said, wow, I'm so sad that this is going on because this individual is putting her own family through hell. 4 different men. And I wrote in the chat, wait a minute, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I said, she's had 3 men. She's got 6 kids. She had the audacity to say she was a full-time mom. She hasn't been a full-time mom for any of her 6 kids at all.
Oh,
She
wow.
she gets up and she leaves home, like the man works all day, comes home, and she's just like, okay, I'm gonna go here, and she just disappears. She
And so puts all
disappears.
of that onto him.
Exactly. So
Wow.
when it comes to man number 4, I said, hey, I'm sorry to say, but when man number 4 shows up, because I don't know if he said it or she said it about introducing him to her father. And I'm saying to myself, what? Are you? Yeah, she's crazy. I said, you know what? I'm just speaking from me. My opinion would be, yeah, let him come in the house and tell him, who are you? And he says, well, I'm your daughter's boyfriend. I said, uh, you do realize that I have a son-in-law, and it actually happens to be her husband. You want to tell me why you here again? So I told her, I said, you guys need to know how to speak. Like, you think she's kind of ghetto, but she's just gone. And like you said earlier, morals, they don't exist with this woman. And, she says, oh, you're telling people my business, this and that, whatever. No, I'm actually just shocked at the crap that she does as a mother. She's never home. She moved out the house. He's a good father. He's a good man. But you're living with another man? Or
That's
before that,
just
yeah,
wow.
I'm telling you. Before that, all she would do is every time he got home from work Friday, she's gone for the weekend. So, I mean,
Wow.
this chick travels. She goes back up north. Oh, I got to go see this person. Oh, then she turns around. Now I'm going to Georgia. She'll go, oh, I'm only going for 2 days. She'll stay 4 or 5 days and come
Oh
back
wow.
like she's not doing nothing wrong as a mother or as a wife. And then she says, well, he gets mad at me when he drinks. Yeah, I wonder why he drinks. Because his wife or the kids, the mother's kids are never there.
Right.
Am I missing something here or am I talking out my ass? They go, no, I see you. And then they go, I wish I could, put it out. I said, you know what? I know that when it's family, sometimes it's embarrassing and you don't know what to say or how to say it. My thing is, it's time to just let it loose. And she lies like you would. Put it this way, she's a straight narcissist. And you know how they think.
Oh boy.
Everything is everybody else's fault. I'm like, wow. And I told her daughter, I said, excuse me, I told her mother about a year and a half ago. I said, hey, lady. She goes, yeah, what's up, bossy? Did you see what your daughter just did? She goes, no, what did she do? I said, you do know that I'm a senior, right? She goes, yeah, of course. I'm almost 70. She goes, yeah, I know that. I said, how old is your daughter? She goes, I think she's at the time she was 33 going on 34. I said, can you ask her a question for me? She goes, what's that? I said, why in the hell is she twerking in my face and your other friend on cam here? What the hell's wrong with that chick? She goes, she did what? Yeah. She came up to the camera, turned around, and started shaking her ass. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with that woman?
Right.
And she's like, did you do that? She goes, what the hell's wrong with you? This and that. It's no big deal. What's the big deal? What the hell? At least they got a free show. You do understand that there's a couple of women over here and RC's here. She goes, I don't care, this and that. I was like, oh, I just kept quiet. I was like, holy shit. The hell did I just see?
Right.
And again, no morals. And again, I can understand that sometimes people don't like for other people to say things about their own children. But, I said to myself, I'm sorry, I'll do this with you. If you feel like I'm getting into your business, et cetera, just tell me to stop and I'll stop. So far, she hasn't, made that request. She's just baffled, like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with that woman. I said, she's got no morals. And this is a girl who actually told her one day, she cursed her out on the phone, hung up, and then sent a video by way of Instagram stating, you don't want to be my enemy. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? And I told her, I said, listen, I got twin daughters and a son. If they ever spoke to me like that, I would slap the head off their neck because they ain't talk. No, I said, you allow her to get away with shit like that? Or she's got, no, I'm sorry. When she cursed you out, you should have jumped in your car, went over to her apartment and slapped the shit out of her. And they had to call the cops. I said, okay, I'm just making a suggestion. That's my suggestion. I would, because sometimes, the stuff that parents don't say, they'll keep getting away with. She's 35 years old now. She's a nut
Wow.
job. I'm like, oh, the kids, too much work, this and that. I've been doing laundry all day. I told her, I said, you ain't been doing laundry all day. The machine has been doing the laundry. Maybe you've been folding clothes, But I said, hey, let's go back 100 years before there was a washing machine or a dryer. You had to use a washboard. Oh, and guess
Yeah,
what? Before that, people went down to the river and beat their clothes on rocks, and that's how they cleaned it. So
yeah.
what are you complaining about? I don't like your friend, this and that. Hey, newsflash, I don't like you either. I heard that. It's sad. I mean, wow. Young
There's
people
some very
today,
interesting people out there, that's for sure.
yeah. Then they got the audacity to talk about your generation didn't know nothing. Really?
Mm-mm.
Explain. Uh, uh, well, you know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. You're 20, 25, 30. You know everything about my generation? Enlighten me, please. You know, again, I just wanted that because I said to myself, hey, man, I'm sorry you're allowing some of this shit or allowing her to get away with it. You got to put your foot down. I'm aware that's your daughter. You love her. You're supposed to love her. But comes a time she don't get to dictate to you. Your rules, your house, your rules, etc., etc. Speak to me with some love or don't speak to me at all. A
Right.
little respect is in order, I told her.
Yeah. I
You know?
mean, I always feel like if people know themselves well enough to know that they aren't going to be very kind, then they should just avoid talking to people that period then, because why drag somebody else into that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Because I
mean, if
told
you have good
us,
intentions, but if you
right.
don't,
Because I told her, I
yeah,
said, hey, lady, I got two brothers I ain't talked to in years. One is an alcoholic, the other one's just a complete idiot. What can I say? You know? And I call it like I see it. When things embarrass my family, I speak up. And then you always have those that are like, oh, what the hell? He's gone through some shit. Yeah, shit that he or she created. The other person didn't. And I said, I don't want to sit here and see them bashing the next person when in fact it was all their fault.
right,
That's crazy. That's kind of psychotic to me. That's disrespectful, is shameful, you know. When it comes to men, I let them have it in a minute. I'm like, yo, dude, are you serious? What
right, yeah,
the hell's wrong with you, dude? I mean, what the hell? No, I'm sorry, dude. That's not how it works. Oh no, she did that. No, no, no. I know you and I know her. You're lying. If it makes you feel good, go right ahead. But guess what? Don't talk to me about her. Because I know you, just put it this way. Sometimes you know the man more than their woman or their wives, and you go, oh, I know. No, no, no. I'm sorry. You're going to have to prove that to me.
right.
But it's hard, man. I tell people all humans know how to do is hurt each other.
That seems to be it seems to be the new thing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, um, and I just don't understand it in any way, shape, or form.
Because your
Because I mean,
grandma,
the more that you spend time in some sort of a, you know, what word am I looking for? Just these little battles everybody goes through, and at the end of the day, you have to think to yourself, how much time did you spend wasted on that?
yeah, exactly.
That
Yeah.
is time better served many other places or more important things.
Yeah, some people don't know how to grow up. That's what I tell people. I mean, hey, you're 40, 50 years old. Are you kidding me? I'm like,
Yeah, I have to say I've seen some things that blow my mind every day. And it's not the age group I would be expecting to be mind blown from.
yeah, Like I'm just going, I'm sorry, they didn't get that shit from our generation. No. Where the hell did you learn that? Shaq, you don't understand. I'm trying to,
Right?
because all this crap is new to me. I'm like, this is crazy. You don't understand. I'm like, okay, I don't understand. I'm going to go over here. Thank you. Have a nice day and get the fuck away from me. Leave me
I,
alone.
yeah, evidently they don't think we understand them, and they definitely do. Because if they did, they'd listen better.
Like, he used to smoke weed. Yeah, and it was real. I don't know what y'all smoking today. It's not real.
Right?
It can be. You know, I can fly. Smoking some weed, you can fly? What the damn?
Well, that's a first.
Yeah, the crap they're smoking here in New York City in the streets, I'm like going, what the hell's wrong with that person? Or they'll say things like, well, he's a space cadet. He smoked some of that crazy shit and look at him. Why is he screaming? Like that space cadet stuff. And I'm like, holy crap. And it's sad. Some of these people just go off the. I'm like, the hell? And you see him the next day. Hey, man, you okay? Oh, what? Do you remember yesterday? Yeah, I remember yesterday. Tell me what you did yesterday. What are you talking about? What did I do yesterday? You was screaming in front of the grocery store for like 2 or 3 hours. You was looking at people like they were crazy or from Mars. You don't remember that? I did that. I mean, yeah. Well, I must have got some bad weed or something. Like,
Oh
holy
boy.
shit.
I wish they would take away the stop message option.
But anyway, I want to thank Lunch Lady again. That song, Head Home, and my buddy's wife, she thanks you. It came in on time. So much going on planet Earth.
There really is. I was watching the oh, what is it called? The what was it called? It was the space hub that came down without the astronauts in it. Like it's stars something. I can't think of the name of it. I don't know why I watched it for hours yesterday, but I watched it when it undocked from the space station, and then they showed it going through orbit and everything, and that was quite fascinating. And that thing made it back to Earth just fine, and they didn't. And those people, they were worried about putting their lives at risk if something went wrong with it, so they brought it back without them.
Yeah, well, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Right. I don't know. It was just like I was getting bored with like all the like
No, no,
drama
no. I
news. So I was like,
understand.
oh, this is kind of interesting,
Yeah, it
because
it
it's kind of
was.
fascinating to think about something being up there and then all of a sudden 6 hours later it's back on Earth.
Well, yeah. My thing is that when I was a kid when the astronauts went out, this and that, and I found that so fantastic. And then everybody and their mother these days saying things like, "Well, it never happened, and we never did this, and we never." And again, some people actually have excellent arguments. At the end of the day,
Right.
that's all they are. I tell people, I say,
Right.
you know what? You can say all day long, you can prove it to me, but at the same time, I can't prove you by saying that I don't believe it. I can't prove it. But you actually, you show me a movie. The news is showing me some footage from where. We really don't know where. And then I said, it makes no sense to me that uh, we still have the original painting of what's that chick that's famous around the world? Mona Lisa? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Oh, we got that one, and that's going back, what, a couple of thousand years or hundreds of years? And then
Mm-hmm.
they say that, well, we threw away all the technology from Apollo mission, we threw it away. Who does that? That makes no sense to me. And then again, I said to myself, but we still was going out into space, supposedly the shuttle, et cetera, et cetera. So how did you gain the knowledge that you're using now? And then saying we can't go back to the moon because we threw it all away.
That don't
So
make
then
sense.
that's almost like saying we didn't make any advancements. Or maybe they were lying the whole damn time. Who knows? I'm just saying it's just like with the Giants, Lulu's there. Lulu, when it comes to the Nephilims, people keep saying we got Nephilims on Earth. No, they're not. They're on the bottom of the earth. And if people read their Bible, they would find out that they're actually in chains. There is no Nephilims. Like when they report stories about, oh, they killed a giant in an Afghan cave, came out of the cave, grabbed a couple of soldiers, took one and broke him in half, and threw his bodies in multiple directions. And then they show you an image of supposedly a giant laid out underneath a cloth, like, show me the giant. And you
Right.
probably make me at least think about it, but they didn't show anything. They don't show nothing. This is what I tell people. Where's the proof? Just because they said it does not make it so. I want proof. Great finding in Israel. They just found some tablets, this and that, and then they go, oh man, this really goes back and this confirms this, and that. But nobody's allowed to see it. That doesn't make any damn sense to me. You're going to take a picture of, oh, somebody.
Yeah, where's the proof? Exactly. Ow. Does it usually snow fairly early up there compared to like other places, would you say? Are you there?
In New York?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Are you saying in New York?
Yeah, in New York, sorry.
New York, the biggest snowfalls you'll have is towards the upper north going west and east. Let's say at least 200 miles up away from the city. You take Buffalo City, on average, they get anywhere from 6 to 8 feet in one snowfall because they're by Canada. But
Right,
down
right,
here, like I said, when I was a kid, it was common that every school year, because the winter time, you're going to school, we'll get 36 inches, 48 inches. They'll shut all the schools down. We haven't seen that kind of snowfall in at least 18 years.
right.
And then they go, oh, this year it only snowed like total 6 inches the whole winter season. And I'm going like, well, that's kind of good for us, isn't it? And they go, oh, it must be climate change. Here we go again. It's because of this or that. But they don't tell you that in other places in upstate New York, they had abnormal snowfall. Where it snows 6 feet on average, they got 10, 12 feet. See,
Oh,
it just
wow. Yeah,
changes. So
exactly.
I don't believe that narrative. I think they just lied to us. And again, think about this, the jet stream. They say, oh, when the jet stream comes down lower, then we should expect lower temperatures. Yeah, we get that. But we haven't seen like below zero temperatures here in the city, I would say for the last 15, 20 years.
Right,
But it used to get that way. Now it doesn't. When the jet stream moves across the top of the United States, right, the Canadian border, it goes down, it goes up, just like with the heat. It goes down, all of a sudden, oh, we got 100-degree weather going across the Midwest all the way down to the hell out of here. I think they over exaggerate. I think it's a
It's
fear tactic.
possible because a lot
You
of
know,
what they say, I mean, I mean, the nice thing is they got cams all over the United States now that you can, all over the world that you can look in on and kind of see what's going on, like a little peek.
you know who I believe the best. Let's say you live in Colorado, Arizona, this and that. If you've been there all your life, I'm gonna trust what you say when you say, let's say, hey man, I just heard it's 115 degrees over there, and they'll go, no, no, it's over 100, but 115, no. I would trust the person who's been there all their lives before I trust the weatherman. I'm like, okay, this person just told me, and that's the way I see it. And again, that's how we feel it too. Here in New York, when they were saying, oh, it's gonna feel like, what does feel like mean? It's either 100 degrees or it's not. But they say it's 100 degrees, but it's going to feel like 109.
Right,
I'm sorry. That does not compute to me because we don't know what an actual 109 degrees feels like. So don't tell me it's going to feel like, but it's not 109. It's actually 100. Now, it may be muggy, this and that. That doesn't prove that it feels like 109, does
right.
it? I just, to me, it's like it doesn't make any sense. People say, you're an asshole. Yeah, at least I'm a thinking one.
Well, right, like when they do the cold temperatures and they say with the wind chill, it feels
Yeah,
like this, and it's like, okay,
yeah. And it could feel colder because you're getting smacked with cold air. That doesn't make it colder. It's just that you're getting smacked with it. So of course
right,
it's gonna make you colder. But if it's just not windy, you're gonna feel the regular temperature. Just because it smacks you. No, I think it's the irritation of getting smacked with cold wind. It's gonna make you feel
right,
that way.
yeah.
But it doesn't change the temperature. It's the same temperature. That's the way I look at it. I'm like, and I tell people, prove me wrong. I'm sorry. You're an asshole. Thank you. Get online. I'm sorry. I like to think, I like to utilize the best common sense that God gave me. A lot of shit people talk
It
about don't
sounds
make
like
no
lunch
sense.
lady fell asleep in her clothes.
Oh, well, today's what? We're on Saturday or Sunday? It's Sunday.
Yeah, it's now
Holy
Sunday.
crap. Yeah.
It is 4:20 a.m. here in the Midwest.
Yeah, I got 5:20 here. And I ain't going to sleep for the next couple hours because I drank me a cup of coffee. Damn it. I don't know how people do it. I watch my daughter when she comes by and stays, oh, I'm staying the night, Dad. So I said, sure, no problem. Get your heavy. She drinks coffee, she goes straight to bed. I'm looking at her, she's snoring. I'm like, how the hell do they do it?
I probably couldn't have a long time ago, but if I'm drinking it just to stay warm, and I won't make it really strong either, so I usually can too.
Or maybe it's because I make mine almost all black. I just, a little dip of milk and that's it.
Right.
2 spoons of
Yeah,
sugar, I'm
that's all
done.
I put in this one. I'm trying to stay away from the creamer. As good as it is, it's just not good for the coffee. You actually get the qualities in it that are good and are actually good for you. You get better when it's black.
Right, right.
And so, I mean, for years I only drank it that way. And then I don't know what got me started. I think it was when I first started drinking lattes, and I was like, "Oh, this is so good." And then I was like, "Okay, I love French vanilla creamer, but it's just." I was thinking to myself, "Well, I could probably just make creamer myself instead of buying it at the store." But then I was like, "No, because it just puts too. It's almost it makes it too sweet, almost. You know what I mean?"
Right, yeah.
I've tried putting just a little bit, just a little tiny bit to cool it off, but I mean, milk does the job, and it doesn't have all the sugar and extra calories in it. So
Sometimes, like when you do it at home, you just like, you do the coffee and then you warm the milk separate and then add it. That gives it better taste and everything all the way around. But when you mix the coffee with the milk and put it in the microwave, you get a different taste. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But Puerto Ricans, that's how they do their coffee. They boil the milk too, and then pour the boiled milk into the cup of coffee.
Right.
Yeah.
She-
Everybody's got their different customs. I think that's
What's
what's
like a
going on.
sports ball, Martin? What is he saying? It's kind of like a
I
sports bra.
drink
I don't know.
tea
I
every
missed something.
day.
I was like, what? What's like a sports?
Did Martin say what's a sports bra?
Yeah, he said something like it. I don't. Oh, I was just
Wait.
like, when you catch the tail end of something, you're like, huh? Prison bras. Oh
Yeah.
Lord.
And JK's a male
I've heard
too.
of man bras. There was like this whole program about it years ago, and it's more like back support too. It's not so much like that, but um, I was giving my husband crap one day. I asked if he wanted one.
I think it's just a T-shirt with spandex to hold the those things in place.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's not an actual bra. It's like a T-shirt, or you know. It's my
Right.
daughters. They do a lot of sports activities, and they wear those things when they go out. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know. But I told them, I said, yeah, but you're wearing something to cover that, and they go, yeah, Dad, of course. Because we don't do that sexual bullshit around here. They got the audacity. Well, news flash, Dad. I go, yeah. Uh, Me and my twin, we're actually 70 years old if you add it twice. I'm like, no, that would be 140. No, 35 and 35. I'm like, okay, you didn't say it that way. You said 170, so I doubled 70. I'm like, oh, shut up. I'm like, yeah, okay, shut him up. What's that, Martin? What? Is that prison, bra?
Yeah.
I never heard of that shit. What does that mean?
They're being funny, talking about locking something down.
Be careful, Martin. Some women may not like that comment. The hell you
It won't
talking
be
about?
long, and the food thing will come back up again. We all have seemed to talk about food. I was joking earlier. I said it usually happens after about 5 or 5:30, and it started at 3:30. It just didn't go very far.
Yeah, Martin, when he does his little shorts, and I'm going like, okay, let's see if he gets this one. And he gets a
Okay,
lot
lunch
of them.
lady.
He gets a lot of them right.
Uh-oh. Did we bump a button? I know, JK. I know. I was like uh, picking up the last few parts of it. I was like, wait a minute, what? I think RC might have kicked himself down. Let me look at the back and see. Oh, I gotta wait for him to come back. It shows that he's off for a second. Would anybody else like to come up and join us? Conversation. Martin's getting unruly. What? How many cups of tea have you had, sir? Tea never gets me very anxious. Yeah, I know it has caffeine in it, but I have some really good green tea with ginger, and I need to keep. I like literally have to put it up by my coffee maker thing so that I'll like remember I have it. He probably went to read the chat and hit the wrong button. Yeah, I know, right? I'm always hitting buttons. That's why I try not to touch them. I like one that I kept knocking myself out trying to like go into settings. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, here we go. He's back. Hello.
Hey, what's up? I don't know. I keep getting. I guess it's my Wi-Fi. It keeps kicking me off. I don't know why it keeps doing that crap, but
Oh my gosh. Did you see what Martin said? He's so funny. Oh Lord. It's like in the movies when somebody comes to a country and they're trying to learn the language and they've like got the basics, but they don't have it all, and they try to put something together and they say something really off the wall.
that's why Martin. If you can hear me, I admire you. You do get a lot of it right, and again, he has to understand that different dialects, even when it comes to the Spanish language. So there can be some phrases that he utilizes that can be insulting or mean something else with certain Latin communities. Not that he's saying anything wrong, but it's possible that once in a while he'll say something, I'll go, "Oh no, Martin, you got that one wrong." But I don't say nothing because, he didn't really say it wrong. It's just that there are different dialogues on how we proceed or understand somebody else
Right.
speaking Spanish, and we'll go like, "What did you say?" And most Spanish people will try to identify where it's coming from. Was this guy Mexican or Ecuador or Panamanian or Brazilian or whatever? Spanish, Portuguese, and we'll figure it out. We'll go, "Oh, okay, I got you." So I'm getting ready to smack you upside your head. But he's good. He's trying. I like the way. Oh, and Martin, when you finish your video, don't say laters. Say later. Drop the S. Laters does not sound right. Just say, okay, that's the affirmation for today. Later, people, not laters. Just trying to help. He can shoot me tomorrow.
No imitations on those things. We've had enough of that lately, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just blown away. Actually, our state was named of one of the there was 13, I think 13 or 15, somewhere in that range, arrests made after the school shooting the other day. And
Right.
one of the places that one of the threats was made was in our state, and there's been a bunch of arrests. I think 13 arrests at least,
Wow.
because I don't know. I think the kids have gone mad and they're trying to copy each other now. I don't know. I definitely know
Yeah.
that if I was young, I wouldn't want to do something that would put my name out there in such a horrific way. That's not
Right.
any way to get attention.
Yep.
There's much better ways to go about that, like by doing something really good and positive, right? For humanity, we need more people doing that and less of the other stuff.
Because we got these, I call them idiot news people in New York. They're reporting stuff that I'm saying to myself, they're saying it here, but I have not heard anything from the place where the shooting occurred. So to me, they're just making it up. They're saying that so far after the shooting, multiple calls went into the same spot where the shooting occurred, and they're saying that we're coming for you now. And this is our news media saying. My thing is, did they confirm this? Because they're the only ones that are saying it. And
Right?
I'm like, Jesus Christ, I wish they would stop the bullshit already. So,
Right. Well, I mean, it's one thing to report what's going on, but when it just goes it just goes so viral so quickly, And then you just get way more reactions, and they're not all positive.
For sure. Yep.
You know,
And
I
then the
just can't
gang,
even
oh,
imagine. I mean, I never even thought of stuff like this happening when my kids were younger in school because it just never did. But now that I have grandkids, I'm scared to death for them.
yep.
I like
Some
want to
people
tell the
say,
kids just keep them at home.
yeah, some people say, well, this has been happening for years now. Mass shooting, this and that. Yeah, well, if you keep repeating it, sure. You repeat garbage over and over and over and over and over again, you're going to have some sicko out there who's got a miserable life for whatever reason, and then they want to go do something stupid. I mean, it's crazy. I think this
Uh,
is how we affect our youth, our children, by just exposing them to all this crap. Mass shooting. Okay. Uh, a week ago, 5 people got shot in the Bronx, Manhattan. This was in one weekend. They didn't call that a mass shooting. Oh, we got crime all over the city. Well, how come it's not a mass shooting?
right.
When 3 people get shot in the school, oh, it's a mass shooting. No, it's not. 3 people got shot. Unfortunately, it's sad. It shouldn't have happened, et cetera, et cetera. But, it's the way they deliver the news. Oh, my God, oh, we're all going to hell. Yeah, you are.
The thing that irritates me so much when they report any kind of crime and they do their little press conference and that, the thing that annoys me, I guess, I understand that, that there's many different agencies that come together to solve these crimes, to, do all the different things that have to be done in each case. But the fact that they highlight themselves so much at those press conferences, they have to go through and thank all these thousands of people when they've just started the case and everybody's just started it sometimes. And I'm thinking, can we just focus on the person that is in danger or been, whatever the case may be, right? There's a
Yep.
lot of emphasis that they spend time doing all this thanking everybody and well, let's thank everybody when we've gotten a solution or we've rescued someone or we've figured something out. But to spend that time to keep doing that, I don't know, something about it just annoyed me one day. I don't know really what it
Yeah.
was, but it was something about it that just felt like it was, I don't know, like people all, it's almost like everybody wants attention for something they're playing a part in. Does
Exactly. Yep.
that
Something they
make
had nothing
sense?
to do with. No, that makes absolute sense. And that
Right.
tells me that, to me, I would consider that dysfunctional behavior among, people. People in
Right.
charge, if you will, politicians, government, police departments. It's irritating to me. My thing is, I'm going like, okay, here we go again. They reports coming out of here in New York. I don't know about everywhere else because I don't live everywhere else. But I'll tell you what they reported in New York. They said, well, the FBI was tracking them since last year. Tracking them since last year. But he was still able to go do the shooting? So who's kidding who? Oh, this is the words they used. He was on the FBI's radar. So apparently, this guy was saying things or talking about things somewhere on social media, and they had an eye on him. My thing
Hmm.
is, the minute he started making, if they was on his radar, why didn't they do something? See, that kind of shit doesn't make any sense to me. But
Right.
if you're just a
Intervention before all hell breaks loose would make
exactly,
way more sense.
exactly. But yeah, they want to go bust your doors down, this and that. Like, well, we found out you have an illegal gun here. Wow, how the hell did you find that out? Wow, you guys made it here quick. You got a warrant, this and that. Well, somebody told us. Oh, and you wasn't even on their radar. It's because somebody said something. I was like,
Right.
Jesus Christ, what the hell's wrong with us? And again, that irritates the hell out of me. That's almost like admitting, yeah, we had him on our radar, but we didn't think he was going to do something that bad, this and that. Well, what were you thinking? Now that it happened. Did
Right.
you think because he's
Exactly.
just, what, 14 years old, he's incapable, this and that? Oh, he's just talking shit. All kids do it, this and that. That's another thing we do as a society. Oh, but everybody behaves that way. Everybody smokes dope. Everybody drinks it. And we just like, oh, yeah, it's okay. No, it's not okay.
Right. And this young man hadn't even been but to that school. It was his second day even there. He hadn't been coming, he hadn't been going, and he had just like literally like signed up
Right.
to start attending that school. So he didn't
Right.
have like any bullying or vendettas that could have been long lived, like people that go to a school for years, because there's no way that was, anything to do with it. Um, they said they found information that basically pointed to the fact that he just wanted to be known, whether it was for
Yeah.
something horrific or not, but he just wanted to be known for something. Like he's going to be put in a special book or something. Okay, yeah, not a good one.
Right. And here it is, what? That happened a couple of days ago, right? They're still reporting on the news that they're looking into his background or maybe some history they can find to see if maybe he was bullied. I'm like, holy
That
shit.
doesn't matter though, because we've
At
all
the end
been
of the
through
day,
that, or we have or
oh,
haven't. But either way, that's
yeah,
hurting and unaliving people over stuff like that. I mean, it's a lot easier to walk away from somebody and leave them standing looking like a fool than it is to engage and then go to the point of unaliving somebody. It just makes no sense.
yeah, I'll tell you, what a world we live in.
Right. And
Like,
that's why I keep telling my kids, I'm like, man, if I had kids nowadays like the age they are, and I was starting to have kids like and start a family, I would have changed my mind completely. I would nope, because of all this chaos out there. It's just too crazy. And it's
because
so
now
hard to
they're
protect
saying,
them.
yeah, now they're saying that, well, a lot of witnesses are saying that there might have been more than one shooter. If you're in a school building and you shoot off an automatic weapon, the echo itself may make it sound like there's two shooters.
Right.
Is that and the only thing I'll go with, and actually, if they can actually prove it, then you may be onto something. But then again, I want to hear the FBI say something like, "Well, we found rounds, shell casing, where he shot the people, but wherever these people heard shooting, and there is no casings." Then I got a question: did they hear right? Because
Right.
I live in New York. We're surrounded by buildings. You go across the street, you smack into another building. You go left or right, you're smacking into a building.
Mm-hmm.
When these idiots they shoot their little guns out here, the echo races through the project, especially at night. And it's very hard unless you know about weapons and how they sound. You can basically tell which direction it might have come from. But if it's around the corner, I can hear the echo. But exactly where around the corner, no idea. It depends how loud it is outside, traffic, whatever. But when there's no traffic, oh, you hear that thing just echoing through the projects until it stops. And then you figure out, oh, okay. What I do is I hear rounds or bullets, and I go, okay, I'll stay quiet, and then I look out the window, and the next thing I try to do is listen to noise. Because usually
Right.
when somebody gets shot, this and that, if there's a bunch of people out there, they'll start yelling or et cetera, et cetera. And then I wait for the cops to come. And then the cops, when they go by or up and down, they'll tell me or give me a better location of where somebody might have got shot. No, but
Oh,
that's it.
wow.
But I'm 11 stories up and I can hear bullets out there. I was on a call one night with four people, four good friends of mine, including my friend in South Carolina. And I'm sitting in my chair and we're chatting on Messenger. All of a sudden it's bang, 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 bang. And they go, hey, RC. I'm like, yeah. Were those gunshots? And I went, yeah. You didn't even move. And I'm gone. Well, I'm 11 stories up. Yeah, but I said, listen, please don't do that. I said, I know half of these idiots can't shoot straight, but what are the chances of bully going up 11 floors? And I'm not saying it's not possible, I'm just saying, people on the first floor, second floor, maybe even third floor should worry. But here, but you didn't even jump because I'm used to it. See, that's another thing too. If it always happens, like in a neighborhood you live in, it doesn't bother you unless you're at ground level. You'll go, oh shit, what did that, and then you may duck or whatever. Sometimes I don't even duck. I just stand up and start looking. Okay, I heard the round from that way, hoping that that bullet ain't traveling this way towards me. Does it happen once in a while? Yeah, but less more than more. So, but you didn't even jump or nothing. I'm 11 story. I'm sorry. What am I supposed to scream, jump up and down? No, I just sat here because it's common. When I tell you there's a shooting here, sometimes a week can go by and there'll be 5 shootings. Then three weeks go by and there'll be another 2 or 3. Are they always in front of my building? No. Have they been? Yes. But, you know, everywhere else, all the time, it don't bother me. Maybe because I'm an idiot. I don't know. And I know what bullets sound like. I know, what a ricochet sounds like. I'm a military man, so I can determine, let's say a bullet did come flying up this way and hit one of the other windows. Or I would know it. But it never happens that way. So I just relax. I'm like, a couple of gunshots, no big deal. You got to get the hell out of there. I said, I've been here all my life. Don't worry about it. I'm leaving soon. I'm thinking by next January, February, I'll be in Florida for good. I've had it here. It's this. I can't do this no more.
It sounds chaotic.
You know. And when they say,
Yeah, I don't think I
"Oh,"
could handle that kind of stuff going on all the time.
you know, and then they say the news report, "Oh, like people say, New York City's out of control." To be honest with you, no, it's not. People go, "What? These immigrants, they're using their scooters to rob people, shoot people. This, we're still not under control." And they go, "What?" I said, "Go Google it." And they go, "Google what?" Google when was the first time 1,000 murders occurred in New York City, and then find out how many thousands of murders it got to before somebody started to really do something about it, which was Mayor Giuliani. We used to have anywhere from 1,000. It started in 1962 was the first year, 1,000 murders. From 62 all the way up to the mid 90s, it's got as far as over 2,000 murders a year. And they weren't, so when you tell me, oh, crime is out of control, I look at them when I was a teenager. No, that's when crime was out of control. And we dealt with it back then.
Morning, Army vet.
I got stabbed when I was 13 years old on Christmas Eve, and I would have been murder victim number 1,925. But God saved me that day. So when people say murder's out of control, wow, 300, I'm sorry. That's too much at the end of the day, but still to say that it's out of control, to me, it's not. I've been here all my life.
You lived
So,
there your whole life?
yep,
Yeah,
I was born in this shit. A place called Spanish Harlem, now I reside in Black Harlem.
I've
It
heard that.
doesn't go away. The South Bronx, same crap. Brooklyn, same crap. The only place that doesn't really experience crime like the other 3 boroughs is Staten Island and Queens. But the Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, those are the shitholes in New York City. But it's got the biggest ghettos too. So I'm like, man, give me. I don't want to hear that. There were 2,000. Was it 2,220 murders in New York City 3 years ago just from knives alone. But they won 2,220 victims by guns. But nobody said nothing about knives. These are politicians. They're a bunch of hypocrites. China, they're disarmed, right? But everybody's stabbing each other to death over there. So, I mean, what are you saying? Crime is crime. It's going to happen no matter what you got, whether it be a baseball bat, a gun, a knife, a chain, or run somebody, better yet, over with your car. And that happens here too. So, like, hey, give me a break. Some humans are just dysfunctional. What can I say? I'm like,
The
gee,
interesting thing is that I've always really liked. I was always into like the mystery books, and like I always thought I would have been a good like private investigator or like somebody that solves crimes, or like I don't know. I always found it fascinating, and I like to figure things out. And so I
yep,
always was into like so when the true, like when I started watching a lot of the true crime stuff, it was very fascinating. The thing that's bad about it is that it's overwhelming,
yeah,
because it's like
yeah,
it's news you're reporting on to keep people up to date, but it's overdone so far that it's just, you know what I mean? It's like about it, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's just too much of it, the way that it's
oh,
put out there, you know what I mean? It complicates things because you're hearing so many different versions of everything, and you
right.
got to go through. It's like a mystery in itself, trying to go through and research, where all this is coming from, and figure out, who's got the story right.
Yeah,
It's like, okay, so solve a mystery on a case. Who's got the right story?
yeah, I
There's just
tell
so
you,
many true crime channels. Then you've got the news, then you've got all the YouTube channels that report it, and I mean, I like to hear what's going on, but it just it'll for a long time they'll be just everybody will be stuck on something.
yeah. Well, you know why
And
you
they
think
all have
that
a
way?
different version of it, so it just
Yeah,
it starts to become a jumbled mess almost.
yeah, because that fascinates me too. Like when I look at stuff on, like forensic file, FBI forensic, FBI files, and this and that. So as a human, you can articulate what they're saying. And guess what? Sometimes you say to yourself, I wish I was there because I already figured this out. Before it's over, you can determine where they were going. You'll say, I think the guy's guilty or whatever. You can figure it out because you saw so much of it, you heard so much of it, and you can figure it out for yourself. I think this person did it or that person. Just like when we watch a movie and somebody says, "Oh, I just finished watching that." Don't spoil it for me,
Right.
okay? Because if you do, then they'll go, "Oh shit, so and so brought that up, and look, I knew what was going to happen before the movie was over." And they get mad. So try doing that with true crime, right? You go, "Oh shit, I know what's going on here." I mean, I watch some of these shows and it amazes me. And you know what? God bless those certain detectives who stood on the case for 30, 40 years and wouldn't let it go. Even when they retired, they kept searching till they found the truth. To me, those are real human beings that feel like justice has to be served here. And then they show these people, oh, well, this guy murdered 3 people, but he lived a fantastic life. I don't give a shit about what kind of life he lived. He just didn't get caught, and he was able to get away with being a regular citizen all these years. That doesn't say that because he's got a fantastic life and, he changed his life, this and that he gets a what? An excuse? I'm sorry. That doesn't work for me. He did it. You can prove he did it. Lock him up. That's the way I see things. So I'm like, I'm sorry. It's wrong and it's right.
Right. Exactly.
That president and when I saw this, I'm like, okay, what can this man as a president do in a little country of just 6 million people was able to lock up all the gang members, MS-13 and so on. He locked them up. They're all in jail. All of them are murderers. He locked them up. 6 million people. That's the country's that small. They only have 6 million people. And you know what we have in America? We got activists complaining about, oh man, they locked up everybody, this and that. Yeah, because they all committed murders. And then they go, oh well, uh, uh, I think there's some human right issues here. You know what that president told Tucker Carlson? He goes, it's funny that in America they're talking about their human rights. What about the human rights of the victims, the people that they murdered?
Right.
They're not
Exactly.
entitled to human rights. They weren't allowed to live in a neighborhood, and then they were used to snitch. If the cops are coming and you don't tell us they're coming, we're going to kill you. He says, so the victims get no what? They don't get no rights. Where's their human rights? And I was like, excellent perspective when that man said that. And I'm like, wow. And if they can lock up all the gang members in their country, and now people are begging to go there. Why? Because all the criminals are locked up. So what is it that a country of 6 million people can do that the United States can't do? We make it sound like everybody's in jail is innocent. That's bullcrap. Are there people? Yeah, I believe that. Then again, it's a society. That guy that got executed in Texas, even the prosecutor went to the judge and says, hey, man, we made a mistake here. This guy's innocent. What was the response of the judge? Well, 12 peers of the jury, or, 12 jurors of his peer found him guilty. Execution stays, even though the prosecutor said, I can prove it. They could care less what he had to say. Now, at that point, the judge to me was immoral. He didn't even listen to see, well, what evidence do you have? No, no, he was found guilty. As humans, we all make mistakes. We're possible making mistakes. And to me, that's sad. America is great. America's dysfunctional, if you ask me. Not all. I'm not shitting on everybody in America, every swinging person, no. But we're not perfect at all. We make mistakes.
There's a lot of confusion going on out there.
Yep. Confusion
People
is the
don't
way
know
of
what
the
the hell to
devil.
think.
Yeah. You live
Much
in your community,
exactly.
People's like, I don't like that these people are moving in, this and that, whatever. If they're
All
helping the
right, Melly
community.
Joe. Thanks for coming in, love.
What's up, Yvette? How's it going?
I'm just totally blown away by the stuff I watch every day. I'm just like, wow, there's so much going on. It just joggles your head.
Yeah. My thing is, like, I ain't really mad at anybody. I mean, I hold people accountable for their actions. But then you got people defending them for their actions. Listen,
Right.
I've been in the ghetto my whole entire life. My twins are wonderful adults. They got fantastic jobs. My son is a wonderful adult, and he has a fantastic job. You know what I heard growing up? Oh, I see you got a job. Yeah, I do. Oh, white man ain't never gonna let you go nowhere. I'm sorry. What white man? Ain't no white man stopping RC from doing what he wants to do or accomplish what he has to accomplish. If I would have listened to these morons in the ghetto, I would have been nothing today. I would have just been a has been. And the same people that say, the white man ain't never gonna let you go nowhere will be the same people that say, why he committed that crime? What an idiot. Oh, he's going to jail forever. I mean, like, what the hell's wrong with us? It's just ridiculous, and I'm like, And again, people say, how did you do it? Do what? Your kids, they're wonderful kids. They're wonderful, this and that. Because as a single father, I did my job. And it's not a requirement, it's an obligation. I help bring them into this world. It's my responsibility. I ain't gonna go beg other people like, hey, this and that, whatever. No, I live by example. Grandparents, they were good folks, this and that. They showed me about my mother, showed me absolutely nothing. She was a dimbat. Do I love her? Yes. I just don't like her. That's why I joke when I say I love Lily, I just don't like her. That's a joke. It's not personal. But I do that to a lot of people. Yeah, I love you, man. I just don't like you. For those people, I'm telling them, I love you. And the reason why I don't like you is because sometimes you're an idiot or you don't know what you're doing. And I hate people that blame the world. Oh, it's because of the ghetto environment. Our kids can't make it. Yeah, really? So how are the other kids making it? Because they're not believing that crap. I didn't believe it. My kids didn't believe it. And I didn't allow them to come to my home talking slang or riffraff or whatever. You come in my apartment, my house, you speak English. Simple as that. You got how many grandkids?
I believe we're at 13.
And are they all well taken care of? Are they nice adults or
Yeah.
teenagers? Or, you
Yeah.
see what I'm
All the
saying?
older kids are doing really good with them.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
they have their hands full, but I think they're doing a good job. I mean, as best as you can in this world.
And all we can do is love them and teach them.
Right.
And when they start going astray, I don't care what anybody says. You're allowed to put your foot up their ass. What the hell you doing? What the
Exactly.
hell was you thinking? We don't do that around here, this and that. But you also speak to them. Sit them down and tell them, hey, this is wrong, this is right. What were you thinking? Oh, but my friend, no, 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 no. This ain't about the rest of the world. This is about me and you. I love you. I care about you. I don't care about the rest of the world if they're doing stupid crap like you starting to do. And we don't allow that around here. That's disrespectful, this and that. We have to teach them. It's up to the adults to teach the children.
Exactly.
But you know how that goes sometimes. I detest people
Right.
that say, well, my grandmother's raising my kids. Yo, what? You're like literally telling me you couldn't. Oh, just dump them up over here. That's
That's
your
going on a lot
grandparents.
more now than it used to, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, how dare us put those obligations on somebody who already, did what they had to do in life, be a mother, father, and raise their kids. Hopefully, they would become responsible adults, this and that. You don't have to worry about them. Nobody said that you can't visit me once you leave the house. No, just be responsible. Go get yours. Just make sure you do it right the first time. Because the second, the third, the fourth time, it's difficult. Sometimes they never are able to accomplish. Why? Attitude, environment, if you allow it to get into your brain. Nobody confuses himself at the end of the day. When you become an adult and you say you're confused, you need to talk to somebody. you know? And I'm not saying the person is bad, this and that, but if they ain't got nothing going on in their lives yet, and they're 25, 30, we even made up crap. Oh, that's a man cave. My kid, he stays there all day long. This, a lot of us have indulged our children by buying them shit. And that just deteriorated as society. Our kids don't socialize like we did. Some of our kids don't know how to socialize. Speak person to
Right.
person, have a conversation. Oh no, when I get home, I'll text you. Bah, 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 bah,
I
bah.
know. It's so different. It's just,
I'm like, crap.
I'd rather talk to people than like the texting gets to be overwhelming at times. Lulu,
I'm up.
thanks for coming in, love.
No problem. Hey guys, good night. Have a good night. Have a beautiful Sunday. Or it is Sunday. Yes, Sunday. Martin,
It's so
good to see
bizarre how
you.
it's different times everywhere around the world. That's always fascinated me how it's just, and when you go on trips and you like going all these in and out of all these time zones, it's interesting.
Oh, that happened a couple of times to me when we were assigned sometimes and we were going to a war zone or something. And when we got there, we probably made a port stop or two to for food or oil, whatever the hell. And they'll say, "You guys got 24 hours," and that soldier didn't make it, or that sailor, they left his ass behind. And then when they got him back to the shift, yeah, Article 15, idiot, and 3 months worth of your pay. And I'm like, what the hell happened to you? Man, the cab driver was slow. Where the hell did you go? The other side of the island. Like, you stupid. But, I never been on a cruise ship. But anyway, nice talking to you, Wild Angel. And
Nice
thanks a
talking to you
lot for
too.
leaving me here up alone, all you folks. You could have came up here and said something. All right, take care. I really appreciate you coming on. It's
You
like,
take care too. All
all right, take care. Bye.
right, bye. I'm trying to mess with buttons again, guys. Um, I thought there was a way to do that, but I don't know. I'm doing all the or highlighting things. Oh my goodness gracious. What a day. All right, Martin. Get something good at the supermarket. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. If anybody else needs to use the restroom, grab a beverage, do that. I'll probably be on another 15 minutes or so. But I will be right back. Stay tuned. Isn't that what they used to say on the old TV? Stay tuned for this important message from your local broadcasting station. All right, I'm back. That is so wild. My dog must be cold too, because I just found him all his little blanket that he lays on the couch. He had it all twisted and turned around. And he was kind of tucked into it. I was like, oh, somebody else was cold besides me. Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm telling you. One of those days. One of those days. Oh, goodness gracious. Somebody should create a chat. Yeah, I know, right? The people that never sleep, exactly. Well, for a long time, I was on a schedule, kind of like, so it was probably when Lainey first started, and it was kind of like 12:30 time slot was pretty regular for a long time, and so I would go to sleep um, earlier in the evening, take a little quick nap or something, and then I would always like wake up just like right in time for the live or just when it had just started. It was like I was just like on that schedule of doing that, and then different schedule changes and summer time and everything kind of changed all that. And then and then she started going a little later. And then if I would take like, and I would go to bed earlier. And then because I can sleep 3 or 4 hours and be fine. And so then sometimes I'd fall asleep and wake up and it would be like, it's almost like I knew that she was on because I would turn YouTube on because I'd probably usually times I'd fall asleep watching some news or something, some movie or something, and then I'd wake up and everybody'd be there. And so I remember lunch lady was saying earlier that she kind of got like on a set schedule, got used to a certain time, so she would always kind of wake up around that same time, and it's interesting how we do that. I've always thought that. Oh my goodness. It's so cold. I have the window open like a little tiny crack in the kitchen because I always like to have fresh air all the time. But it's like it's almost too cold and it's like September. I mean, I guess in about well, just under 2 weeks, we're gonna be officially fall. So one day everything's green, warm, and before you know it, everything starts to dry up, change colors, and cool down. Heck, back in the early days when a lot of us girls couldn't sleep at night, we'd be on like messenger, like group calls all night, hanging out with each other. We call them slumber parties sometimes. Um, it was like that way someone was always there, like somebody woke up. There was always at least one or two people awake. Um, but I remember we did a lot of that, especially when anybody was having a rough time or just needed extra support, you know. And some people live alone, and it can get lonely even if you have pets, you know. And it virtually it's nice to be able to be there for people that you wouldn't normally be able to just be on, a call with, especially back in the day when we didn't have video calls and all this exciting stuff we have now. We just had a regular phone and well, I guess you could sleep on it all night, but all you're going to do is hear somebody breathing. Kind of nice if you can. Well, I mean, I guess we didn't really necessarily see each other. I mean, we'd have like our phones laid down, and sometimes we'd be cammed up or cammed down, mostly cammed down. Um, but one night I remember falling asleep, and this was after I had fractured my knee and torn my meniscus. And I was just like, it was the most excruciating thing ever for so long. And I remember, like, I don't remember who it was, but one night we were on an all night call, and Evidently, they said I was crying in my sleep. And you know you're in pain when you cry in your sleep. So I probably cried myself to sleep and was still crying. Because it was, for a while, it was really bad. I mean, it didn't matter if you took Tylenol or any kind of anti-inflammatory, it didn't matter, because like those kinds of injuries are just like, it's in a you're, a joint in a place where you're bending and it's moving all the time. Even, I mean, I didn't even think about it, but I mean, even when you're laying down and sleeping, even when you turn over or move, around in your sleep, whatever, your knee is always getting moved some way or another, or you use your leg to move yourself over it, however you do it. But oh my goodness. Sometimes when I'm just trying to get comfortable, I'll get like a leg cramp or a Charlie horse in one leg. One night it happened to me, and it was in the back of my knee that's been giving me so much trouble for so long, and I thought that was it. I was doomed. Those are the worst. They really are. Oh my goodness. Maria, are you still out there? You, I haven't seen her for a bit. Um, so Martin didn't say what he was going to the supermarket for. Is it a full grocery day, or is it just a couple supplies you're picking up? Oh man. I'll wait a few minutes, and if anybody else had to go out of the room for a minute. I was trying to think of something I wanted to discuss, and because it's early in the morning, I'm lost my train of thought. We've talked about a lot of different things, but um, I would just like to, I guess one thing I'd really like to shout out is prayers to all of the people out there struggling, having a hard time, just going through it, you know, this crazy journey we call life. I just pray that everybody can find peace and solace in something in their life. And we've got to start rising above all the darkness, because, like I say, you know, we have light in us. We just got to let it shine. And darkness covers light, right? Just like the moon and sun. So there you go. Look for the light. Um, you see better that way, right? You can see better in the light more clearly. So I'll assume most people understand what I mean when I'm conjecturing those things together, but yeah. Um, even in your darkest hour, there's light. So you just got to look for it, reach for it, you know, and delight, and surround yourself with positive things, people in your life that bring you joy and happiness, put a smile on your face, no matter how bad you feel inside, no matter what the struggle is. Just look for that light, that smile, that kind person, a kind word, whatever it is, and just, you got to hold on to those things, because there's very few and far of those these days. But where they are and where you find it, that's your safe place. So, but yeah, I don't know, you guys. It's interesting, that's for sure. I bet you 20, 30 years ago, other than technology, I can't say 100% that I would have seen the world where it is now, but I knew that with a lot of things that were good changes that didn't necessarily ever come to light, that there was definitely some hard times coming all our way, you know. But it just seems like year after year, it just builds on and builds on and builds on, and more and more, you know. And it can be exhausting. It's for sure very exhausting. But it is what we have. It is what we are dealing with. So what do we do about it? Just hang on tight and hope for the best. We got to keep our eyes wide open, pay attention, see what's going on, because as you can see with things that are happening, when you lose sight of the things that you really need to focus on, not all good things happen. It's important to remember that. Um, and so when I go on this adventure, whether I have a companion or I go solo, I will have my eyes wide open for sure. Because I have a lot of people that depend on me, and a lot of people that in my life that I have a lot of memories yet to make with. So, not ready to party just yet. I feel like, especially as a mother, like you know, you spend your whole life worrying and protecting and guiding your children and watching them grow and making memories with them. And, you know, it's hard to ever think of anything other than that. But unfortunately, we all keep getting older, and life keeps getting older, and the world keeps getting older, and it's all moving forward, whether we want to it or not. I wish sometimes, I mean, there was different times in my life I thought, man, it would be so amazing to just freeze time, because it just goes so fast. It's just constantly. And I feel like in the last 20, 30 years, especially the last like 10 specifically, time just feels like it's just on a, fast track. I mean, there's some days when a day feels normal. And when I say normal, I mean like it feels like what I remember a normal 24-hour period feeling like. And there's days when it feels like the earth is almost spinning faster than normal, because it feels like it's going so quick. Like you can't slow it down. Like time is just speeding ahead. And it's just weird like that. And other days it just moves really slowly. So, but I would say there's more of the fast pace going on than the slower. And and I think that everything that goes on around us and the things that we see, everything's just moving at such a high rate of speed. Everybody's trying to get somewhere, go somewhere, do something, be something, feel something, have something, all of it. And, I don't know. I mean, I just keep thinking to myself, why is everybody so anxious to get older? And, you're the younger kids, oh, I can't wait till I'm this age and that age. And you know what I tell them? When you get to that age, you'll think of it completely different, because what you'll see is that what you have to look forward to this day and age is, uh, well, inflation, um, a lot of younger adults and family members are having to move back in with family members and parents and grandparents because people can barely afford to live. Um, it's just it's something. It's just really something, And what are you hurrying up to do? Because you know what I mean. What's the hurry? Enjoy being a child. Enjoy being young. Enjoy, because we have a lot of shit coming our way, and we've got to be prepared for that. And so, if I was a kid right now, instead of wanting to hurry up and get to a certain age, like I remember going through that, I would be like, no, I'm just going to enjoy being this age. I don't want to get any older. I just want to be young forever, like pick an age where is your favorite. It was like the best time of your life, or you felt the most happiest. It'd be nice to be able to go back to those moments, or freeze time like that. I always thought so anyway. That would be it. I am trying to make a little treat here, and I'm doing it with low lighting. I have these orange rope lights in my kitchen. They're up above the cabinet, kind of like gives you like some ambient lighting. That and night lights. I use a lot of those in the house, just so you can see where you need to be. I have like a little light that is plugged in like right above where the dogs feeders are, and that way they can see. Obviously, I mean, can you imagine trying to get a drink in the middle of the night in the dark? So I always have that on for them. And then everybody's got night lights in their rooms, and now they have these wall chargers nowadays that they have the USB-C charge and then your outlet, but then they'll also have a light that like lights up the front of it so you can see to plug stuff in, or it's a night light as well. They just have so many neat gadgets nowadays like that. And so I use a lot of low lighting and stuff like that. It helps on the bill, especially in the summertime. I'm like, don't turn any lights on, the air conditioner's running. Use a candle. No, I'm just kidding. But we do try to keep other things running a lot less when we're running the air conditioner, because obviously I'd rather be cool than have a bunch of lights on, especially during the day, during the day you open your curtains. That's what natural lighting's for. It's so you don't have to pay for, run those lights during the day, unless it's absolutely too dark to see anything, but usually not. It's not the case usually. Let's see if I can do this without the whole thing going into hell in a handbasket. It's funny how when you get tired, you get silly too. I remember we used to get the giggles so bad when we'd stay up too long. Yeah, this is totally going south on me. Okay, we're gonna attempt round 3 here. Wow, you guys, I feel challenged at this moment. Okay, we're gonna make this work. Get in there. All right, let's try it now. It may be a little lopsided, but I'll fix it as we go here. I always say, no matter how hard it seems, no matter how hard it might be, just keep going. Just keep trying. Eventually get there. We are meant to figure things out and accomplish things, that is for sure. That's why everybody's so unique in their own way. We all have something to contribute, some part of something that we're here for. And I've been thinking about that for a million years, but a million years, listen to me, like I'm, like a million years, but I mean like as old as the earth is, however you want to play it. Me and many other people from every generation, I'm sure, have all been trying to figure it out. What is our purpose? Well, there's so many different versions of what that might be. It's kind of like what me and Artsy were talking about. What do you really believe? Where's the proof in what we're told and what we're to believe? Because the truth is the truth, but one person's truth may not be another's. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying, Maria G. I am. I'm still really bummed. My heart's heavy. I hate, when we love our friends and family and we see them going through a hard time. It's hard to see, when laughter turns to tears. Because I'm a person that likes to be happy. I'm usually mostly always happy. I try to make other people happy, cheer other people up. you know, and I just don't like to see anybody hurting it. It hurts my heart to see that, you know. And when you wish that you could do something to make someone's pain go away, but you can barely, you know, help yourself at times. But if you can, you know, you do what you can for your friends and your family. Oh my God, y'all, this thing, gosh. So, been a lot of disappointments in 2024. Let me just say that. I was hoping this was going to be a better year, but something told me it was going to be a struggle still. So, I used to, I remember when people every New Year's, they'd be like, oh, what's your, you know, what's this year going to be like? And we'd always be like, well, hopefully it'll be better than the last one. And then the next, and then you get to the next one, and you're like, well, shit. Maybe this is going to be another challenge. Well, I'm going to try this. If it backfires on me, at least I'll know I tried, right? See, that's what I'm saying. Never quit. Just keep going. There is a purpose, whether you can see it or not. And there's always somebody out there that needs you, you know? Um, Man, I am so cold. But then if I was to get like dressed in super warm stuff, then I'd probably be too warm. I was thinking of the fact that I was going to be drinking coffee. Excuse me, goodness gracious. Um, wow, I have like a drip of coffee left. Goodness. I'm trying. I have a appointment with the orthopedic doctor on, I believe, Thursday, and I'm long overdue to go get this knee rechecked. I was supposed to do it earlier in the year, kept procrastinating, kept thinking, well, there's nothing they're going to be able to do, because every time I'd go in there, it was like he wanted to break it instead of like see if it was okay. So, because he would be like moving my leg around violently and freaking me out, but I wanted to talk to them about a possible injection, since none of the other kinds of meds have helped, and um, heat and cold a little help a little, but not enough to get enough relief where I'm not like losing sleep. I mean, this has been okay. So it was September 6th of last year when I did this, injured this knee, and I believe that my left knee was pretty wore out from the fact that when I had fractured the other one and I couldn't really even barely walk on it, that I was putting so much stress on my other leg because it was taking the blunt of everything. And then of course, like I said, I tried to chase the puppy because he got off of his thing. I went after him, and I think that when I kind of like went to take off to chase after him, I like pivoted on my knee the wrong way. And you know, basically something that already had arthritis and inflammation in it then was jolted, and it has literally been over a year now, and it hurts just as bad some days and moments that it did the day I did it. Like, it's awful. And I did physical therapy, and then I do those exercises at home now. I started out going there, but they give me the exercises to do at home, so I do those. But it's bad. I mean, it's really bad some days, and I got to go on this trip, and there's a lot of walking. So I'm going to ask them about a possible injection, not a steroid injection, because I don't like those. And I've had those for different other injuries, and they're not the best for you. So I did some research, and I'm going to try to talk to them and see kind of what my options are, you know, but I'll probably end up bringing a knee brace with me just to help for support. If it does get sore or whatever, if I'm gonna have to walk a long ways, then that'll help keep it supported. So there's that. But yeah, I definitely like should have gone way before now, but I remember when I called July, they didn't have an appointment until September, so they were booked out pretty far. Hey, big yawn. It's funny. People always relate yawning to being tired, which it could be true, and it is sort of that, but it's also the fact that what I have read up on is that yawning is a way, it's your body letting you know it needs more oxygen. So, like taking, deep breaths and in and out, get more oxygen in your lungs. Because what happens is, lack of oxygen or not, getting full breaths, um, then yeah, lack of oxygen is going to make you more sleepy too. So there's that. All right, I'm going to try this now to see if it'll work for me. Not everything works very well at 5:30 in the morning. Oh, excuse me. Now I'm going to make myself choke. Wow. I wish I would have had time to look into an excess camera, a different camera to bring along, to have an extra one to put, or they have some that like hang over around your neck. And so you can actually have, it filming and stuff and getting good footage, because it's a lot harder to capture some stuff when you're just holding a phone. And plus you sometimes need your hands free if you're doing something like kayaking or something. Now my dog thinks at 5:30 he wants to eat because I'm awake, and he thinks he wants to be. So he's going to give me 1 second. Okay, I guess the dogs were wanting to eat after all. They're so silly. I mean, usually the earliest they ever, like, if I'm up at well, usually I'll get up at like 5 or 6 lately. Um, so that's usually when they want to eat, because if I'm awake, they think it's time to get up for the day. It's so silly. So if they eat this early in the morning, they're going to be hungry way earlier in the afternoon, because I feed them in the morning and then I feed them like at dinner time, like when we would eat dinner. So instead of giving them the serving all at once, one time a day, I break it into two, so that they, because can you imagine just eating once a day? I mean, obviously we can do that, but uh, kids and animals, they need to be fed way more often. And they, I mean, they like, I remember when he would just, like, when I just had the one dog, we were on somewhat of a schedule, but he wasn't so demanding, and he got older and he's like real demanding now. Like, he's on such a schedule that, like, but he contains his morning to whenever we're up, then they want to eat. If you're sleeping and you're laying down, no problem. But yeah, he was literally sitting there staring at me. So, like, all it takes is one of them to start, like, I call it the symphony, where he starts his little, like, noise before he's going to start barking, which if you can catch him before he does, it's much better on the ears. But then it's kind of like kids. It's like they get into this pack thing, and then you've got this pack of little fellas that they all want to eat. But one starts it, and then they all join in. So I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. And so, as we all know, the earlier you feed them, the sooner they have to go back outside again, because they've just eaten. So there's that. What'd you get at the supermarket, Martin? Supermarket Martin. That kind of blended together somehow. I really wish some of the chicos would have come up here and got on the panel. I miss giggling with them. They're so silly. I remember one night it was me, Leanie. I think Maria was up there. I think trying to think of who else. Who was it? Or maybe it was, I don't know. But I know it was Maggie too. So I'm thinking it was 4 or 5 of us up there. But man, it was, wow. We were hysterically laughing. And Maggie's laugh just kills me. She makes me laugh. Every time I hear her laugh, it makes me laugh even more. So that's awesome. I love that. It's funny because one of the first YouTube channels I was ever on and became a regular panelist on there when I first met PCT. And it was so funny because the chat had gotten so used to my crazy laugh, and there's quite a few people on the panel that I would panel with regular, and we were all just silly and shit, but oh my gosh, people would be like, hey, if I wasn't up there, they were like, you need to go up there. I miss your laugh. It makes my day. And, you make me laugh when you laugh. And I used to get a lot of that back in the day. And it was great. It's interesting because just as much as like you have to, like, when you're doing your channel, if it's not your channel, but you're a normal panel guest for another channel, it's kind of, I don't want to say it's like a job, but it's like, it's every day at a certain time, almost the same time every day. And, like, you basically got to come up with, things to talk about. You got different people you're talking to, different people coming in and out. And you just kind of like get used to a certain, like format of what, how it's going to go or whatever. It's interesting, but it's definitely like, every day. And it was, I want to say it was, wow, like every day for almost 8 months, something like that. It was a long time. So I kind of like my very first channel I ever became part of or even knew anything about. It wasn't long before I came out of chat and became a panelist. And so, and I was so new to all these platforms and stuff, then I was like, just a newbie to all of it. And it was interesting, that's for sure. And it was a really big channel too, so get to meet a lot of different people. You guys good now? Okay. Lay down, buddy. Lay down. Go lay down, get warm in your blanket. Here you go. And also for kids and Martins. Cereal, that's for old people. I love cereal still, but it's not the best thing for you. I mean, I try to eat the healthier type cereals that have like the granola and the good stuff in it. But yeah. RC, oh damn, I forgot. So Martin, did you go to the store and get back already? Is that, are you that fast? Is it that close? Go lay down. Go lay down. Yeah. Go back there and lay with Bigfoot. They're funny. They're just like kids. You say, hey, it's time for dad to wake up. They hear me yelling at somebody to wake up, and they'll go back there and bark at him and try to wake him up too. It's funny. Martin, what are you on about? Like say that. It's so funny. It sounds good though. What we would say is like, "What are you doing?" or "What's up?" I like, "What are you on about?" better. It's kind of like saying, well, here we would be like, "What are you complaining about or griping about?" But the way you guys put it, it just sounds way more polite and like appropriate. What are you on about? Because I don't know. I just like the way that sounds better. So I might be silly, but I'm sure there's other people that would agree with that. That sounds a lot more appropriate or sounds better than some the way that we would explain that same phrase. I've attempted to do something that I'm not going to say it didn't work out, but it's definitely having issues. Yeah, it's trying to roll on a handmade cigarette, and I mean it's okay, but it's not really that. It's not as functional as I was thinking it would be. Wow, I don't want to go back and start over. I will sit here and try to fix this. Well, maybe. I'm so silly. It's so wild because ow, damn, I just ran my whole leg right into the countertop. Couldn't miss that, could you? Okay, I found the problem. There's a little clump of tobacco that didn't get broke down as much as it should have right towards the end. So there we go. Problem solved. See, I didn't give up, y'all. And the problem is resolved. So there we go. I will, as Lenny says, BRB. Gotta let a dog out real quick. Maria, if you're around, you want to come up and uh, and giggle? All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Whew, I tell you, I called that one. I said the minute I fed them, they'd be going out next. That would be the next part of it. Sometimes they'll lay back down. They all have different, uh, schedules like we do. But my female dog, which I only have one of, the other two are boys. Um, I think that damn dog has the best bladder I've ever seen in my life. You know, she can hold it when she has to. She's never had an accident ever once. The boys are a different story. I got one of those it's like a tray type thing, and it has like a grass piece that goes on it. And I ordered like extra ones with it, so like when you're cleaning one, you have a replacement. And I was thinking that would cut down on buying those puppy pads that I just kind of keep on hand in case, so they don't have accidents. If they're gonna have an accident, it's on that instead, right? Or if we go somewhere. But I wanted to not have to get those anymore. I just wanted to like completely do away with it. And so I got that thing, which it works okay as long as they're on it. But my older dog, sometimes he seems like he's turned in a strange direction. And I'm like, dude, that one day I saw him, I'm like, stop, let's go outside. Because they're like little kids, but the minute you're doing something in the kitchen or something else, they're off doing their own thing. And it's like, wait a minute. But I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, it works. You got to go and clean it a lot, take it out once a day, clean it off, and it's all washable though. So that's the nice thing about that. She's got bumps all over her. You guys are funny. I wish I was in the hot tub. I wish I had one because that would be warm. I would love to be I love them, but I would want my own private one. You'll hardly ever see me go in one like at a hotel or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Out of all those different folks being in and out of there, just I don't know. Doesn't give me a peaceful feeling. It doesn't give me a peaceful, easy feeling. I was hoping Maria would come in and for a few minutes and giggle with me because she loves to laugh too. Oh, I said, asking you shall receive. It's like
Oh,
magic.
I'm magic. Poof, and I appear like a genie, whatever it is,
Oh
genie,
my
whatever.
gosh, I
Yeah.
can hear you finally. You know what? My media volume on my phone, not like in the StreamYard, was like down lower. It must have been when I was watching like some program earlier, and I think I turned it down because it was really loud. And my husband was
Ah,
behind me watching a video on Facebook or something. I'm like, dude, that's so like distracting because he's over there listening to that, and I'm
all right.
listening. So I turned mine down so he could show me what he was looking at. I didn't turn.
Oh, that's
And I was wondering why I couldn't hear RC very well, and it was on my end that it was like because when you came in, I was like, she doesn't sound like as loud as she normally is. Duh. Okay, so I was looking at a different volume altogether. So oops.
don't. I always do. I do things like that all the time. Worry about it. And my memory's getting worse. I came to the shed right and didn't bring anything in with me. I left it all in the. I sat down. I thought I'm missing. I thought I ain't brought my tea or anything in. It was all out for oh my god, and it's raining, so you get wet in between
Oh
going.
no, I was gonna ask you what your temperature was like there.
It's raining, but it's not cold. It's not. I've got the fan on in here. It's not cold. It's mind you, we're used to this weather. I think it probably would be cold to you.
Right?
I know it be. It will be cold to you. Yours, I would love to. Well, mind you, I don't. I mean, I just like it warm. I don't like too hot. I mean, at least when you're cold, like say, you can wrap yourself up more, can't you?
Exactly. Yeah.
And when
Exactly. Yeah,
you're
that's
like,
kind of how I
that's
feel
it, if
about
you
it
ain't got a
too.
fan, God, I feel sorry for anyone that doesn't have a fan. We don't have air conditioning. We have to buy fans.
Oh wow. The day that
I
ours broke,
know.
I was like, it was like the last warm day that it was really, really, really warm outside. And by the time we got it fixed, so it was 24 hours before we got the part and fixed it. It had gotten to like 86 degrees in here, and I was,
Wow.
was
Gosh.
like,
I would have
the,
melted by now. I would have melted. I
yeah, and the
would. I
dogs were
would
all
have
laying on the
felt because I.
floor. I had fans on the floor for them, but they were just laying like they were warm. I could tell they were warm with all that fur. And I was
It's
thinking to
definitely
myself, I don't have no fur, and I feel like they do.
true. True. We don't know. We don't have. I don't even own a jacket. I don't know. I know. I hate jackets. I'm a
Yeah, I'm not
jacketless
a big fan of
person.
coats.
I borrow my daughter. If it's raining, I just use my daughter's jacket because otherwise I wouldn't wear one. Because I would rather layer than wear a jacket. It's
Right.
weird. I'm just a weirdo. So I probably could get a nice jacket and feel comfortable in it, but some jackets I put on, they feel heavy on my shoulders, and I don't know if that's just like a sensory thing. I don't know, but I like light and waterproof. Got to be waterproof, ain't you? Going in the rain. I mean, I've had umbrellas, but I've broke every one. I don't know how I do this. It's a bit heavy-handed, or it's the umbrella dodgy. So, how is things going with everything? Like,
Trying to cheer myself up. I think that's probably why, like, lately I've been really tired, but I think that,
stress can make you tired, though, can't it? I think sometimes.
yeah,
I mean,
and
it can have different effects, can't it, on people?
well, the other day when I thought, like, when I was thinking yesterday morning when I woke up, I was thinking before I went to bed about what was going on, and then I was thinking about it when I woke up, and so I was kind of like, I don't know, what is the word? Just kind of stressed and worried. You know how you get worried and you're trying to figure
Drained.
something out. Yeah. And then
Drained.
like so then last
Draining is
night then it
popular.
was really hitting me hard that like this is all like changing so fast, so quick, and yeah, I
Mm.
hate that when things happen like that because it's like a shock, sort of, and
I think too many things at one time is overwhelming, and
right.
it's prioritize. I can't say prioritizing, isn't it? I think if you got a
Yeah,
few things that are like you think, oh, you got to think which one needs doing the most. I know they're all important, but just don't stress yourself out. Just do which one you think you want to do first, and just do. Don't have to do it all in one go. Just like
right,
I know time's getting on, but just do it. Just do one at a time, and just concentrate on one, and put what you want to say or do or anything like that, so you know what you're going to say, and you're all prepared before you do that phone call. That's what I do, because I know if I phone I'm going to forget something. I always do, so I have to
yeah.
write just bullet points for myself.
I did. I wrote my notes down earlier yesterday because I was going to call the cruise line and I
Mm,
wanted to be able to remember exactly what questions I wanted to ask them so I didn't have to call
exactly,
them back
and like
because
reference numbers
it took a
and
long time to get there.
oh, I know the worst part is looking it all up, but it's not so bad writing
Yeah,
it down. It's getting all your paper, it's getting all your bits out and getting it all all together. Then I usually staple it all together. I can't do without my stapler. I hate paper that's not stapled. It
right.
really annoys me. So yeah, I staple something together, then put in block capitals what it's about. Because I used to I've got better with organising the paperwork. So that's, just, yeah, I staple it together and just put a little covering thing on top so you know what it is. So if you've got lots, I do have lots of paperwork to staple. And I think, but it's basically all about the same thing, if you know what I mean. So it's not different. It's all the same thing, but I just got lots of letters on one thing. Don't know why. I'm sure one would be enough. I've got about 6. They just keep sending out letters and letters and letters. I'm thinking, oh, they're waiting for me to reply. Oh my, do you know what I mean? So yeah, I've got loads of them, but I'm still not doing it. There's nothing for me to do. So, and they don't actually say to do anything, but so I don't know why they send out the same letters all the time. Like, update on what? You just keep sending me the same letter.
Oh my gosh.
I know. What's the update then? Something seems missing here, and I give up in the end. I'm sure it'll work itself out. I'm sure in due course, but I ain't sorting it out. Oh dear. Yeah, you got to, just gone off then. Yeah, just do your main, maybe the cruise ship. Mind you, maybe a person, if you want to do that. Or do you think you should do, I'm just going to end up confusing you, Wild Angel.
No, you're fine. Well, and one of my daughters stopped by last night, and she was like, "Oh, I'd love to go," but she doesn't have, like, it's pretty much come down to, like, nobody really has money for a plane ticket. Like,
So
everybody in my
basically,
family's kind of
could your daughter go if she had money for the plane ticket?
right. She was saying
So
she didn't. She's
so how
like, I
much
want
is
to
that?
find.
How
She's like,
much
I'll
is that?
try to find it, Mom, because I want to go with you. And I'm thinking, oh Lord.
Oh,
Last time I went on a vacation with her, it
well,
was
that'd be nice.
okay.
How much is that? Well, how far away is she from you then?
She lives in the same town as me, pretty much. Like, she's maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes away, something like that.
So what's the plane ticket? Is that
Well,
from
when I
somewhere
bought
else?
mine 2 months ago, mine was 268, and that same ticket, same flight went up to 300.
Really?
But sometimes I watch them, and I watch to see because they'll fluctuate a little bit.
Or you
But
might
I'm
get
going.
or you might get a cancellation.
So they're not going to charge me a cancellation or anything since I won the cruise through the casino, because what they do is they have like your regular Carnival cruise, and then
Well,
they
I
have
don't.
the
I mean,
Carnival.
what would
Hmm?
you need to change on the cruise? The name?
Yeah, I just got to change the
That's
person's
easy to
name.
do. I've done that before. Change the
Yeah,
name. Because if I've
but
done
most people
something,
just can't get a ticket on that short of notice, because I mean,
yeah. Well, I would just change the name. I mean, I would change the name. Just say you need to change the name. Something an emergency, or that you say what you want. I don't know. Say whatever, and then I'm sure they would be able to do that fairly quickly.
yeah,
I
she
mean,
said
I've
that,
changed
I
names online. Can you not? Is there any way you could do that on? I'm not just asking because I've changed
well,
names
on the
online.
app, I was in there doing my check-in yesterday because
Oh,
that was the day that you were supposed to do it, and I couldn't see a place where it would let me take her off of there myself. So I
did you
think I
go through
have to,
everything?
yeah, I think they have to do it for me.
Right, you will have to.
At least I
I mean,
couldn't see where they were, where they would let you.
is there like a live chat? We sometimes get a live chat, so we can ask just live. There's a lot of companies do that now. You can do a live chat. If you look for that,
Yeah.
they might have one, and they generally answer you straight away. Maybe.
No, yeah, right. Well, I mean, I was able to get a hold of somebody by phone. It just took a little time. I had to wait on hold for a bit, but
That's the trouble, isn't it? With when you phone, I mean, God, I've tried to phone people, and then when when it answers, it says we are taking a high volume of the calls right now, but you can hold. And I'm thinking, what's a high volume of calls? What do you class as a high volume of calls? Can you not give me a number? Do you know what I mean? Oh,
right,
that could
yeah.
mean anything to me. I don't understand what a high volume is. I thought, do I hold? I held once and I was patient for 40 minutes and I didn't get through. I thought I got to put down, or I gave myself another 5 minutes, I think. And that's really annoying because you've got the music and then they come in with you can also go to this place. But I think, well, I can't on this one. It's so annoying. Just it doesn't give you a number like the doctor's does. It tells you what number you are in the queue on your doctor, but anything else you don't get told. It just, you're just on hold until someone answers. An agent
Right.
will be with you as soon as possible. Well, that don't mean nothing either.
I know, right?
Yeah, I know they have this. I know it's just an automated message. No one's actually saying, well, they are, but it's automated. You've got to listen to it. So, yeah, so that puts me off phoning. I hate waiting, and like, 45 minutes. What you could have like blitzed your kitchen in that time, or I could have done.
Right.
I could have done a lot in that time.
Or you're on hold and you go do something, and then they finally come on and you're running for the phone.
Oh, and yeah, sometimes I've put it on the table, right, being distracted, and then forget I'm on hold or something.
Oh
I've
my
done that
goodness, I
before. I
remember
thought, oh,
that
my
happened to me
phone.
once, and I ran to the phone and it startled the dogs, and as soon as I got to the phone they started barking and I couldn't hear anything. I was like, no.
Oh, my kettle. I can't hear nothing if I'm in the kitchen and my kettle's on. It's really noisy. So I put it on then, and I come in the front room till it boils.
Yeah.
So you can't hear it. Oh, it's terrible. That kettle's so noisy. I hate that kettle. Mind you, I broke the last two. I don't do well with glass. I always break glass. Nightmare. Don't ever give me a glass. I'll break it. Somehow. Oh, I'm just clumsy. My son, he bought me a lovely glass kettle. It lit up blue. It was really nice. I really liked it. I was cleaning it one time with a lime scale, and I just had it to the left of me. I was washing up. I've gone to get something to put in the bowl, and I knocked the kettle onto the floor. It went to a
Oh
million
no.
pieces. I was like, oh no, I only just got it. It was Christmas. I only had it a few days. So I quickly ordered another one. Not that he didn't know it broke. I said, I've ordered another one. I broke that as well. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know how that one happened. It just broke. So yeah, I go for stainless steel now. I've gone used to the point that glass doesn't get on. I don't get on with glass. So I don't have a mirror because I'll break it. I've got one
Some
in the
mirrors are
bath.
hard to clean, especially
Oh,
the
I'm a
really big
nightmare.
ones.
I've got to have a sparkling mirror and sparkling taps. I hate because water stains. My mum used to be like it. She used to go mad at my stepdad because when he's washed his hands, he flicks his hands. So then all it goes onto the window. Oh my God, I only cleaned that today. Water stains, don't you know that? And it's true. It's true. So yeah, so I think I inherited that from my mum. So I like clean windows, and I don't and sparkly taps is mine because I was annoyed that everyone had dirty. I don't know how anyone didn't have sparkly taps. I like sparkly taps.
I know, right? I just did the TV the other day, and I mean, we have it like a bracket on the wall, so it's up,
Oh, I
and
couldn't do that.
nobody can knock it over, but I can just reach to the top of it,
I'd
but
be frightened to do that.
it
Oh,
was
that would
bad. It
scare
was like,
me.
okay, this really needs to be. I think I did it like had to go over it like 3 times, just because you don't want like that when the flat screens
Yeah,
they have special stuff that you should spray them with, like you shouldn't, you're not supposed to use just regular glass cleaner, but I found
like I
this
spray
foam
polish on
stuff
mine.
that's like a glass cleaner, but it's safe for all of like surfaces, and it's a foam, and it's the best glass
Really?
cleaner I just love it. It's the
I've
best
never
ever.
been one to get glass cleaner. I don't know why your vinegar's quite
Yeah, well,
good.
see, and it doesn't smell. Okay, so like the Windex and all that shit smells just
Mm.
hideous, that
Yeah,
chemical in
it
there.
does. I hate that.
But
I
this
know.
is
I
like
don't
an
like
all
it.
natural organic foam glass, all surface spray,
So
and
furniture
it
polish
smells
isn't.
like lavender.
I can't use furniture polish.
So I liked the fact that it didn't smell like cleaner.
What's that called then? What you use?
It's called Spray Away. Oh my goodness, I can't even read this thing.
Oh, I have trouble.
World's
I'm still
best
got.
glass cleaner, foaming action, ammonia-free, streak-free shine.
Ooh.
That's where it's good because it's ammonia-free. Because
Yeah.
that's what that stench is that's in regular glass cleaner. I can't stand that.
Oh,
Matter
I
of fact,
don't.
I
I
need
know
more of
it's quite
this.
strong, isn't it?
It
I
really
can't
is.
use
I
it
can't.
because it
One
affects me.
spray and you're almost on your ass.
Oh my god. I
Spray and
terrible.
fall.
I use a wipe for my double doors at the back. I use a wipe, right? And then I use kitchen roll. I
Right,
know I still might get a smear, but I will go back to it, go back and forth. I could make it easy for myself and get good stuff. I like to
right.
make things hard for myself. And like using it's not the best thing to use for cleaning glass, but you know, I don't actually like cleaning glass. Obviously, I know I can't smash double doors because they're well tough, but it's not the sort of job. It's not the cleaning I like doing because I have to get rid of every smear, and it can be annoying. And I
Right.
spilled paint all over my floor the other day.
Oh
My
shit.
son couldn't go to school. We was all ready. It's 7:15 in the morning, right? I'm holding Travis's rucksack that I bought him you, right? And then I don't even know how I did it, but there was paint on this. There was white paint sitting there because I was going to take it upstairs and do the ceiling in the bathroom, right? I don't know how I knocked it off. It splattered all up his bag. His bag was dripping with paint. I said, "You're not going." You're not going to school. I remember I was like standing there thinking, oh my God, this is going to take forever. It took me about an hour to clean his school bag because you got to scrape all the excess off, haven't you, before you start cleaning. And then I had to move on to the carpet. I was just scraping it with a knife and doing it like that because the most I can get out, the bit. I mean, I can clean. I got it all out. Yeah, I got it all out. Yeah, it took like nearly all day. But once I got all the excess paint off, then I just put my carpet washer over it and did that. I did that a few times. But yeah, I'm pleased with it. So, I remember my husband, right, he got like a curry. I was in the kitchen and all I heard was emergency, emergency. And I thought something was wrong with the children, or was one of the children. I've run in there. I've dropped the curry on the floor. And I said, well, it's not hardly an emergency, is it? But I cleaned and got it all off. He used to say to people I could get a stain out of a turd. I know if I put something in the washing and it comes out, it's got a stain on. I have to then put it in my concoction of cleaning stuff, and I get the stain out. I'm a nightmare. I hate. I hate dirty clothes. I hate stains. If they don't, or if I've thrown things away before because I couldn't get the stain out. I thought that's not. I'm just throwing it out. And I'm thinking, oh my god, But I think it's just, so I know all the clothes are, right. I like to see, clean clothes. I just don't like it. But that takes ages because I don't mind if they're dark. I usually just bung them in. But white stuff, I have to sit on the floor and stain spray it all because I'm a
Right.
nightmare. You do, don't you? Because I said to Charlene likes white socks. I'm trying to get her into black socks. I said, can you just get? I said, can you please? Because when we play with Stella in the garden, right? She's got her white socks on and she's walking across the grass, and I'm
Oh
looking
my
at her and
gosh,
I'm
my
going, "Are you
daughter
for?"
likes to do that. One of the twins
Oh, and
likes,
I'm
both
thinking,
of
"Are
them
you for
actually. I shouldn't
real?"
even say one, but both of them like to. They'll be in here and then they'll walk outside. Well, I have a rule in my house. We wear like either slippers or slides in the house, right?
Yeah.
but we take them off when we go
shoes
in our
aren't allowed in
rooms.
my
We
house.
don't wear, because, well, the 2 kids' rooms are carpeted. They're the only rooms in the whole house that are carpeted. The rest is all vinyl flooring. But like, so they wear their slippers or slides, you know, but they kick them off when they go inside their room, because you don't need to wear socks, you know, because they're on their carpet. But like, I don't want to walk around in my sock and feet, because even if I clean the floors 1,000 times a day, there's still stuff going to get on your feet, and then they're all over your, you know what I mean? So I just don't. We just have that. We just didn't have it.
I've got a beige carpet. I mean, I do have a big rug by the back door, and they do. If their socks are that filthy, they have to take their socks off.
Yeah,
I said, "You're not walking across my carpet like that. You're having a laugh."
So everybody takes their shoes off at the door, except for like when it's not nasty outside. Like this time of year, it's not. I don't care. But like when it's raining or if it's
when
snowing,
it's dry, it's
when
fine.
it's dry, I don't care.
But I'm talking,
you know, unless you've walked on,
wet.
like, unless you've been like at work. Like Corey will wear his work shoes, and I'm like, dude, you better take those things off, because you've been everywhere in them things today.
Oh my God, I have a panic attack in work boots.
Yeah, I think he believes that, like, he somehow walks off whatever he might have on his shoes. I said, honey, no, trust me. Just leave them at the door. It'll be okay.
Well, I say to Charlene, I said, it's all very good wearing white socks and you like white socks and there's nothing wrong about that. I said, but when you're walking across like wettish mud and then you take, I said, who washes these socks?
Right.
Who has to wash these socks and get them? I have to wash these socks. I have to now rinse them before I stain spray them. I do get it out, but it's not that. It's not that I mind it. It's time consuming, you know. And I try to get. Can you at least put something on your feet? They all seem to like wearing just socks or nothing on their feet outside. I don't know what's up with them. I have to wear some. I can't stand the pavement without my shoes on or slides.
Or my son will walk around barefoot, and I'm like, don't do that. I said, because whatever gets on your feet, and his dog sheds, mine don't, but his little guy does. And I'm like, dude, that's going to be like, you're going to have like all of, like, everywhere, like, for real. And he'll just look at me like, okay, mom. Like, I'm like,
yeah, I'm starting, my youngest.
Where's all your shoes? I said. He has the whole arsenal of shoes.
Oh,
at one point, he had them in storage when he moved last time, and evidently he forgot what was in storage, which he should have had out, what he needed. And he went and kept buying shoes, like every paycheck. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop buying shoes. He just wouldn't quit. And then he would start, like, he even got to the point where he was hiding the shoe boxes outside so I wouldn't say anything.
Oh, my life.
I'm like, dude, you don't understand. I know where everything is. Like, if I'm outside, I'm going to find something. Like, I'm going to see it.
They know that. I know. I think it's the same here. So don't you think I wouldn't know? Don't you think I don't eventually find out?
Right.
You know, I will always find out. I don't know if they know, you know, believe me. But it's a good way to start. I will find out. Mind you, obviously I don't go in the eldest. I don't go in there. It's not my room. You know, they're older now. I just wish my second eldest, mind you, he cleared up, right? My second eldest has finally cleared his room out with rubbish, and he's only managed to put it by the stairs. And I'm assuming that's for me to go up and get. I mean, bring it down. The amount of times they come down, I said, why don't I said? Because I said, well, what I would do if you insist on eating and taking plates upstairs, when you come back down, just bring that one back down with you.
Right. Well, then that's when you go to the next level and you don't allow any food in bedrooms whatsoever, and there'll never be a dish left in there.
Admit it. I thought you cheeky kid. You know?
Yeah, I'd be like, look, there's a camera. If the plate goes up the stairs, I'm going to know before you get in your room.
Oh, Kev, it's terrible. My second, he's the worst. He's just the worst. He just has this thing is, he has this, he's got PDA, right? It's pathological demand avoidance. So when you are, I do forget sometimes, I can't, you know, and if you say, like I said, can you bring your plates down? He would see that as a demand and he would not do it.
Right.
It's really weird. So you have to give options or make it sound like it's not a direct question. And sometimes that can be hard. I can think, you know, I mean, you have
Well, I
to,
mean, in that case, you could put it in a different phrase and be like, "Could you help mom carry this down or something?" So it doesn't. It sounds more
yeah, that's
inviting,
what I mean.
like you
I have
help
to,
me
yeah,
instead
I,
of I want you to do this. So yeah, I
yeah,
can see what you
because,
mean.
yeah, it doesn't go, you know, you can't, it doesn't work, you know, and like, because, you know, often, I mean, I thought, I mean, I got my own, I got a Facebook page for autism and PDA. So I got 1.6k members in there. I'm quite proud of it. It's just that I haven't had, well, I've had a few, obviously, with going through separation now. I haven't been in there, but I do have people that run it. So, you know, it's all okay. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So I know a bit, and yeah, so questions don't work. So, I mean, I sent it to, I sent a PDA adult questionnaire to Tina for Parker, for her son, right? And I said, do this because it really sounds like he does, because my son would just, you know, mind you, my son wouldn't knock. My son just walk in.
Right, right.
I don't get knocks. She's lucky she got a knock.
Well, no, it
I
didn't used to be Knox. It
oh,
used
didn't it?
he used to just come in. That's why she started locking the
Oh,
door, and he had to start knocking because he wasn't understanding that you know
oh
somebody
no,
could be
Daniel wouldn't
changing or
understand.
just not
No,
thinking that way
Daniel wouldn't
because
understand.
kids, they no matter how old they're,
He
hey
wouldn't
mom,
understand at all.
oop,
He would just come in and go, "Well, I'm your son."
right. I've talked
He
to him a
would
few
be
times because he came in behind her and he was waving, and I'm like, hey, and she's like,
There's
oh
nothing
shit,
wrong with that. No, that's all right. I mean, that's good. There's no way my son
yeah.
would wave. You know,
Yeah,
there's no
my
way.
kids are always wanting to know who I'm talking to too, so it's all good.
The only one that knows and comes sometimes next is Charlene, because she says hello to people. You know, I mean, I think it's good for her to have that connect, you know, because she does most of it. She's got a friend in, oh, I've got to remember now, it's not Norway. What's Dutch people come from?
Um,
I know.
I'm
She
just
talks,
like drawing a
she
blank.
talks, I know, I do. Charlene, Manji, when sometimes I ask Charlene and she looks like blank. Oh, well, you don't, because first I don't want to sound stupid.
Eh,
I sound stupid because I don't know anyway.
oh shit, I forgot the dog was. She's calling me. She's like,
Uh,
Mom, I'm done.
well, they talk to each other so much. Come on, let's ask them. Who knows? Is it Holland? Is that Holland Dutch? What's Holland? Oh, what's uh, no idea. Where have you gone? Do, do, do. Where's she gone? Where you gone? I'm gonna make my way to the front room, I think.
Calm down, calm down. Hold up, there's a little chill. Got the extra car in the you pulled up in the yard and the dog went looked out there and said, what the heck is going on? She's wondering what was in the yard. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, just opening the door to let her in made me cold.
I'm just walking indoors because I think they don't. Do you know what? I got a feeling they don't even like me in the shed now. But I can't. Wherever I go, I get moaned at. Oh, it's because I got Galaxy. That's why. Oh, it's stiff, that door. Sorry. I'm indoors. All right. Oops.
I can
Oh,
hear a bunch of sirens in the distance. I wonder what's up.
can you? Oops.
Must be on the main highway because it's just across the way there. My goodness. I remember one time we heard them and then they suddenly stopped. And then when we were leaving to go somewhere, they were up the road at the top of the hill from here, um, dealing with the fire. It was crazy. I was like, what the heck? I thought it was like somewhere close by, but not in the neighborhood. And it ended up being just up the street. I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh
So I
shit.
spilled my drink, sorry.
When
I
you
do.
did that and I dumped something on the floor. So
Oh, I'm terrible. I see. I'm just awful.
the other
I
day I
get.
bumped something and it spilled all across the whole countertop and so there was
Oh,
like 10 things to clean off. I was like, no.
so yeah,
And
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
always when I'm in a hurry or I'm like trying to do something else and then that shit will happen to me. And it just kept happening and I was like, okay, I'm done
It
for a
holds you
while.
up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you do, I think, I do that. I think, I've got to do that. I've got to do that. I've got to do that. And I'm thinking, but I do. Some of it I don't do. I mean, I do write lists, but I need to look at them to do it.
I'm also going to try to I've been slowly trying to quit smoking cigarettes.
All
Like
right.
cut back, but like I think my plan was to try to completely be done the rest of the way, like being on the cruise. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
because I'll be keeping myself busy, but
that's true.
I
If
kind
you've
of feel
got,
like I should still bring like a vape with me just to have like a backup or like something.
I'll definitely have a backup. I say
Yeah.
I took tablets to give up, and they really worked, and it stopped me smoking tobacco. So
I don't
yeah,
know what I'm going to do though, because my anxiety and happy medicine is something I can't take with me, as you know. So
really, what
yeah, no, you can't take
nonsense?
any of that on a plane or on a boat. Um, so that's going to be
Really?
tricky. Yeah.
What?
So
So if I
basically,
went on that, I couldn't take my
and I'm not a
medication.
drinker. I drink every once in a blue moon, like maybe twice a year. So I'm thinking to myself, it might be a little rough on me, anxiety, but I won't be stressed like I will be at home as much with all the dogs and everything, and
There is a
barking up.
natural thing. I mean, I did it for my practical driving test. It was called Rescue Remedy, and I brought the drops and I put it on my tongue, and I think I put it on before. I think I did it twice before, and it calms you. And I actually felt I felt calm, and it's like it's all natural. You can get it in we've got a herbal shop, and
Right?
you
Maybe I'll
know,
have to look into something like that. I
yeah,
mean,
I would
usually I'm fine
recommend
when I'm on
it.
vacation. I'm usually fine. That's when I'm not stressed,
But it's always good to have something, because
unless
if you know
everybody
you
starts
have
calling
something,
me.
I think
Like,
if you know you have something to help you, it might make you not so anxious, because you know
right?
that
Or
you have,
maybe one of those tropical drinks will do the trick.
all that. I'm sure it would.
That's the other thing that I was thinking about. I was like, so one of the excursions that we picked, see, everything we picked, everything we did was specific to us, like because we like a lot of the same things.
Yeah,
And so one was an all-inclusive, all day on a resort beach, like a private beach area,
really.
with
Oh,
all you
lovely.
can eat food and drinks all day long.
Gosh, I'll come out there a different person.
And I know, and I'm thinking to myself, I ain't gonna be able to indulge in that because I can't be getting all intoxicated and trying to get back to a boat. And then if I'm intoxicated, somebody sees me alone intoxicated, then I'm like a target.
Yeah, that's true.
Because the Bahamas, there's been a lot of issues here and there along the
Oh,
way
is
with
there?
a certain area down there. So,
Uh, you won't be allowed there though, will you? If there's
I mean,
trouble.
I'd be, somewhere with other people around, but
Hmm.
still, you just never know.
Gosh, you have to have eyes at the back of your head.
Right.
Mm, gosh, don't. Oh, worry, don't say. I mean, Bahamas sounds lovely. It sounds It always sounds nice, same as Mauritius.
Maybe I can find some other people, because like some of the excursions, by the time, you know, like you look back through them, a lot of them are like booked, but maybe I can find some people, other people on the ship that are going on the same one, so that
Oh, I'm
I
sure
can
there
kind of
will
stick with a
be.
group of people, so I'm not just like dwindling alone.
I'm sure there will be people that have booked it as
Yeah.
well. You know, I mean, people will like, you know, there's gonna be like-minded people like you as well. Because I mean, I don't know how many people they get on that boat, but I'm sure there's quite a few. And
Yeah,
you know, so just try and mesmerize every face.
I will.
And when you get there, think, "Ooh, are you on there?"
I'm gonna
You
have
know,
to literally, like, I plan on like having,
I would just tag along with people anyway. I'm following you.
right? Yeah, I'm
I'm
with
going.
them.
I'm going this way. How convenient. Just do that. You know, just yeah.
Well,
You know,
luckily I'm not young and blonde or anything like that, so I might have a chance, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I say,
I won't put any makeup on
I
when I go on the island.
but I don't care. Even if, right, if I want, you know, felt safer with a group of people, you just got, you know, I don't care if I sat behind. I would still feel safe enough, or just a little bit where you don't have to be that obvious.
Yeah, Leanie told me, she said, well, she goes, I would have gone, she goes, I would go with you, but August and September are her busy months, like when she has a
Right,
lot of stuff going on family wise,
right.
you know? And that's kind
I
of where everybody's at right now, because you got, you know, it's just kind of that time of year going from summer to the next season, and everybody's kind
I
of,
would still stay positive, right?
I'm
And
trying,
yeah,
I'm
because
trying.
just do the rest of the stuff first.
I mean, I love going on vacation with my kids, don't get me wrong, but my daughter tends to she has bipolar disorder.
You're right.
And
See,
the fact that she can't smoke because that's her anxiety, that's
mm,
like what keeps her calm.
she
I
would
wouldn't
she
be able to
get
deal with it
nicotine
if
vape?
she'd
Or
get weird, I think. I mean, maybe she wouldn't, maybe she'd be fine, or maybe she'd
yeah,
be
you
really sick on the boat. But what I don't want to do is already be upset because I miss my friend, and then
right.
be stressed out with somebody that's going to stress me out, which is not,
Oh
and
no,
it's
you don't.
happened
I mean,
before.
you know best. You know.
Yeah.
You mean no one?
I've already been on vacation with certain family members, and most of it went well, but there was a couple times when there was certain family members that shouldn't have gone with other ones because
Yeah,
it was kind of chaotic. And I kept saying, well, you know, I paid and had them all come on the trip with me, but everybody could do their own thing.
yeah, yeah.
Everybody's adults. I'm like, whatever. But everybody kept like kind of following me and Corey around, and we were trying to like do our own thing.
Oh
And I was like,
no! I would
no,
have put
like,
a sign
go
on the
do
back.
something.
Leave me
Like,
alone.
yeah, go look at some girls in swimsuits, go hang out somewhere. I don't, like, you
Yeah,
know,
I just, yeah, I like to just go where I want to. You know, I it's, I mean, but you know, like you say, but that's different. If you want to go somewhere and feel a bit safe, I would be near a group, but just a little bit away,
I mean,
just
my
for me.
daughter is almost 6 foot tall. She's the
My
twin,
God.
and she's a force to be reckoned with if anybody messed with her mother. But I also just like, it's just like I told her, it's short
Yeah,
notice, and you just don't have the funds for it right now,
yeah.
you know, because
Like
she
I
just paid
mean,
her
like I
rent.
said, you know, so you know her better than anyone, and you just gotta.
I do, and I love her to death, but my heart was set on either the husband or the
Thing
best
is,
friend,
well, yeah, it's over your
you
husband best
know,
friend because
and
it's a break, isn't it, from
right.
being
And then I
being a
even thought
mum as
about my
well.
mom, and I asked my mom, I thought, well, you know, she's never been on a cruise and she's getting up there in age, you know, let's
Yeah,
go, you know, let's do that, you know, let's ask mom.
yeah,
And it's same thing. She just paid all her bills too. And this is kind of a bad time of the month for anybody to get
yeah.
a last minute ticket. So that everybody's running into that because it
I
would
mean,
cost her.
I mean, cancellations happen. You know, I mean, I remember
Right.
old-fashioned teletext. You could look at flight. I mean, you can look at flights. You can look online, I'm assuming, and can you look and see if there's? I don't know if you can do that online. See if
I
for
did. I
gas
went online
stations.
to kind of check flights and stuff just to kind of see in case anybody wanted to go that I had asked, and then I would have information for them. But they
Yeah.
would have to be booked on the same flight I'm on, and actually the airline I'm
Ah,
going through is actually the cheapest rate. And so
ah.
like it went up like $40 from when I got my, not even $40, but like 35 or something from when I got
Thing
my
is,
ticket.
when
It's
it, I
just because
mean,
it's getting
here,
close. Yeah,
when it's like, always when it's the children's holidays, everything doubles.
hmm,
It's scandalous. Right, it
right,
really is. So, yeah, everything goes up. And they wonder why some. I mean, you can get fined if you take your kids away on holiday out in term time, but a lot of people do because it's so dear to go when it's like summer holidays. So
right.
they lie and say the kids here and they're off on holiday. Yeah, because you get fined for it. So yeah, it's you can't win either way, can you?
Wow. Well, that,
I
I mean,
know. Yeah, you get into trouble for anything here at school when it's doing bloody school. They're really harsh sometimes. I think really, God.
and so yeah, so I don't know. Um,
I do
but
hope you get someone.
and what I was thinking about, I had an epiphany. I was like, I'm gonna go on there and take everybody live and think about it. I could get
Yeah.
so many subs on the boat. I don't have a lot, but you know what I mean? I bet I could get a lot of people to watch
Oh
because
God, yeah,
they would be on YouTube.
yeah.
They
Well,
would like
I would like.
probably like it.
I like it. I think it's a good idea.
I think it'd be cool to like, I'll meet some people and I'll let them know, that I'm going to be streaming while I'm on the boat and
Yeah,
that,
yeah. Just let some people, and then like word get around to something, can it? People can let people know that.
right. What would be
Yeah,
cool, what would be really cool to do is when I'm live, if I had a t-shirt made that said had my channel name on it,
that would be good.
wouldn't
I
that be
wonder. Yeah,
cool?
that would.
And then I could just wear it around the boat and they could just sub to me. We could find it right
Put
there.
the at in front of it.
I wonder, oh, you know what? If I could write it out, my daughter, she does vinyl and makes
Oh,
like t-shirts and
oh,
everything.
does
So I
she?
could get her to make me one.
Ooh, there you go
That's a good
then.
idea. That would be a
Sorted.
really neat idea. I might just have enough time to do it too.
I
I'll
think,
have to drive
yeah.
up there and see her to do it, like have her do it, but she's got all of it right there. Yeah, I'll
Oh,
have
well,
to
if
ask
she's
her.
got that, they'll do that. That would be great.
That
That
would be
would.
really neat. Yeah. Because I was thinking, well, I
Are
mean,
you
then I
gonna
wouldn't have
put?
to like keep telling people, this is the link, this is the link. They could just get it right off my shirt.
But make sure you're gonna have to put YouTube on it, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, people aren't gonna know. So yeah, I'm sure you will know. I'm sure it'll be great. I'm sure
Yeah.
that's just on the front or on the back, or just the front.
Maybe I could do,
You could do something different on the back with it, maybe. I don't. I'm sure you could put some palm trees.
well, my hair's kind of long, so maybe I'll have her put it all on the front.
Yeah, it
Because
might
I
be
was
one
just
of
thinking about that because my hair would be covering up anything on the back. So I would
All right,
probably have
no,
to just have her do it all
it
onto
would
the
just
front of
come
it.
up with something. It would just come up with adventure.
Right. Like, um, I guess
Oh,
put my channel name and then put
you
subscribe
could
or
put a
something.
little. You could put on the sleeves. They get those little labels sometimes on the end of the sleeve. You could put a little YouTube on there, so it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah. Wasn't
massive.
there a YouTube symbol too, so that they would know what that looks
Yeah,
like?
that's what I think. There is. That's what I'm saying. All in red, isn't it? And
Yeah.
it's because when I type it in the phone, it comes up the way it is.
So I just need to get me I don't know if I have any plain t-shirts. No, I don't. So I'll have to get myself one that she can put it on
I'm
too.
sure you can. I mean, they're easy to get, aren't they?
I don't like white t-shirts though, so
No, I don't like
and I don't
white.
know if it would show up on a tie. No, it would show up on tie-dye as long as it was in black.
It would have to be black, I think.
It would have to be
But what
black.
color are you gonna have the? Are you gonna have the name in white, or are you gonna go for a different color.
Because if I want to use a shirt I already have, so I don't have to purchase anything else at this point,
Yeah, try and get one that you already got.
I've got a tie-dye shirt, a couple of them that it would look. Actually, you know what? Beachy had somebody, a friend of hers that does tie-dye, make all of us girls a long time ago a t-shirt, and mine's got, and everyone's was done in their favorite colors, so mine's got all the oranges in it.
Yeah.
And that would be a great one to put it on because it's light enough, and then black lettering, it would really pop.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll use that shirt, and I know it fits and it's comfy. So
well, I'm sure your daughter will know if it's right. It would go right, won't she? If she,
yeah,
yeah,
she's really good at it. She made the twins. My second oldest daughter had little girl twins, and a couple years back, and she, for their first birthday party, she made that most adorable little t-shirts up for them. Oh, they were just so cute. She made all these little neat little. She does a really good job. She does it on wood and all sorts of different stuff, you know.
See,
like
I buy personalized stuff printed because I love it.
Right?
I mean, I got for Charlene's first birthday, I got a massive banner, and it's got Charlene's first birthday. I did it for Travis. It comes in. I've still got the tube. You rolled it up and put it in a tube, but yeah, it had Minnie Mouse on it. And well, she was only young, you know, but she sees pictures of it. I mean, it's only birthdays and I mean, I like to, spoil them on birthdays and Christmas.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
They get other little bit. I mean, everything goes on them. I'm poor. It goes all on them.
Right.
But then, I suppose that's just, the way it is. I don't know. They're upstairs. They are upstairs a lot, but Charlene will come down and sit with me. Travis comes down a bit. He's starting to come in and give me a hug because he wasn't, and I thought he's not come down and give me a hug for a long time. Is it because he's 13? I thought, God, he's 13 now. He's giving me that look I remember from Charlene at that age. I say so, and he just looks at me and gives this look. I'm thinking, what's that look what's that look for? So yeah, I suppose it's the teenage years, isn't it now? Oh,
that's why when my son asked me for a Batman and Robin cake, I thought,
I don't think boys are too bad.
no.
Charlene's the one that gave me all the trouble. And worry and gosh, a lot of worried sick.
My daughter's that way. The twin, she is like, well, they both do. They both have a lot of anxiety, but hers is a little bit more than his.
Right, yeah.
And they just express it different, I guess, is really what
I think
it
that's
is.
what it is. For everyone, I think everyone, say like my eldest is upset, he will just ignore you and sit in his room. He just won't talk to you. So he likes to do it on his own. Daniel will probably just shout and then walk out, but Charlene's too young, and like she's only she's 16 next year. Oh my God.
Isn't that wild how fast that goes?
My second eldest is 21 next month.
Everybody just keeps getting older so fast.
It goes so quick. I hate it.
I remember just turning 40, and now I'm in my 50s, and it's like, what?
I know.
Where did the last 10 to 15 years go?
Yeah.
They went on fast forward, total fast forward. I love that song.
What's that
I
one?
just thought of a song that has that very word in it. That's so crazy. Me and the girls are always thinking about, if someone says a key word and it's in a song, we'll start singing that song.
Oh my God, I do that. I do it to Charlene. And I do it on voice messages as well. There's one that's in my head at the moment. Was it I've Got a Feeling it's got will.i.am, and is it the oh my God, my memory is pants. Black Eyed Peas, isn't it?
Yes.
I Got a Feeling, right? And I say a feeling, I go, ooh. I'm thinking Maria. I do it to Charlene, right? And after I've done it, it's a real song that, because she sometimes thinks I'm making it up. And like, because I was singing the thong song because she said she needed some, and I said, real song that. And she didn't believe me. I said, look up the thong song. It was so funny. She see, I was right. Thong, 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 thong. Oh, it's funny. I don't know I don't know why it happens. It's just the word right, and then automatically I sing. I don't know though. I don't even know if I think of the song. It just comes out my mouth.
Right.
I
I
don't
literally
even have
was
time
about to
to
just
think
like
about
literally
it.
start playing this whole ass song. I'm not even playing.
I know. It's really weird to me. I do it all the time. I got to
Well,
control
and the
myself.
key words to the song, it's very fascinating. But it says, "I've been living and fast forward. Now I need to rewind real slow." And
God
I
only.
like the lyrics because it's true. Like, especially because you've got to understand the person that's singing it is a country star. You know, like somebody that's famous. So their lives are fast forward because they go from like nothing to fame fast. You know, a lot of them.
Yeah, definitely. There's this
And
song
you
I can't
know,
remember.
just rewind a bit. You know, that's what I say.
Oh, God! I come out of the washing machine on. It's a mess. Oh, I'm only gonna make a cup of tea. I'm gonna put the kettle on and then go in the front room. I'll deal with that later. I already cleaned the kitchen once today. See, honest to God. So right, come back. I had to put.
So I
I've
was,
only had one cup of tea.
oh boy,
I know. What's going on? I've gone in the kitchen.
have you been distracted?
Well, I don't. Well, I was in the. I mean, I was in the shed, and I just couldn't bother to do it. I suppose. But then everyone's been in the kitchen since I've been in. It's now empty, and I walked in and I thought, I'm not doing that yet. I don't want to look at that. So I'm ignoring the kitchen. I'm gonna just make my tea and come straight out when the kettle's boiled. And then just go around moaning about it like I do. No one does anything.
Is the like part where all the chat is it supposed to be that white, or can you change the color of that? I was
Well,
just
do you want to
curious.
change the colour of?
Well, I was wondering if like people do, or if you can, because it's so bright. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not terrible, but it's like, I don't know. Why did
Do you
it
want?
looks weird to me is what I'm trying to figure out.
Are you talking about the banner?
No, just down in the chat, like where all of our like messages are.
All right.
Is it always white? Because I think I don't know what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. What, the background?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you do it from your phone, it's usually black. That's why. I mean, because when you go live on just your phone, right, it's in black. And because I never used to do it because I didn't realize you could flick through lives. Hopeless I am. So when it's done that, you can just flick through all the lives that are going on. I mean,
Okay.
so yeah, that's in black usually. But later on, when it's all like processed, it will be white again. It will end up white.
That's
But at
wild.
that moment, it will be black because it's on your phone.
Well, okay, so Martin, then he's going live through YouTube. He's not
And
going live on StreamYard, so that's why it's
it's
black.
black.
That must be what's fucking with my head because I'm like, why is this white?
No, it's really, I mean, I struggle when it's black background. I really struggle because I can't, I don't know, because is that you've got a black background and I don't know, I just struggle. You
Yeah,
know, I
well,
have
I
to,
couldn't figure out every time I would try to move the thing to go up, it would
I know,
change to a different screen, like to a
that's
different
what I
like
do.
video. I'm like, what the hell?
I know, I do, that's what I do. I'm terrible.
And
Amount of
so I
times.
sit there, I kept messing with it. I was like, what is this thing doing?
Yeah, it's a lot to work out. It's like you can't like and subscribe. You got to click the three dots, the top right corner, just to like, and you can go then to you go to the channel, then subscribe. But it's just getting used to that, isn't it? And you can double tap the screen to
Yeah.
like.
Well, no,
You
that's what
know,
was throwing me off. Is because Martin, yours is black and this is white, and
yeah,
it
because
just,
he's on the phone.
and I'm tired, and I suppose my eyes are playing tricks on me, going, "What is going on?"
So he was
But
on the phone, it would be black.
vertical lives. Yeah, I
Right.
guess you could call it that.
You could. Well, I got the washing machine. I just hope. Well, it's not my washing. I don't need my washing. I'm gonna make my tea. Everything I washed up is just put on the side, and then stuff in the sink. I don't understand. Crazy, crazy. Hope you can't. Should I just mute while I'm in? Can you hear the washing machine?
Hi, Adam.
I'm
Good
trying to be.
morning.
I'm trying to be quiet. Hi, Adam. I'm trying to be quiet, making a cup of tea. I know I could mute, couldn't I? I might. Hang on. Let me mute.
Good morning, Royal Lineage. We're just
Forgot I
having
muted.
we're
I
just
was
having
saying.
a bit of tea, a bit of coffee, a bit of
I'm
tea.
saying it's. I'm saying it's afternoon here. So morning, afternoon.
Right, yeah, right.
I get
Yeah, I never
confused.
know where anybody's from anymore, really.
You're 5 hours, aren't you, behind me?
6,
Oh, is it 6?
6, yeah. It's
Oh,
5 from like Leanie's area because she's an hour ahead of me.
all right, okay.
Yeah,
All right, okay. See, what do I know? I'm hopeless.
I used to be completely on London time all the time. Like my head, like whenever it was time here, I always knew what time it was there. I just could always go, boom, 6 hours.
Yeah, it's easy when it's. Yeah, I mean, the Australian ones are confusing to me.
That is the one that gets me all sorts of turning all the way around the globe.
Because even in Australia, they still have different time zones.
That one in New Zealand, there's like 2 hours difference, even, and as close as they are, I'm like, what the?
Because we don't have no time zones over here. It's all the same.
Nobody wants to have the same time.
I do like the same time. It's a lot easier. Right, there's my teammate. So, right. Oh,
Well, I guess it makes sense though, because we're all spinning around. So if everybody gets to share the sun, then it has to be different
we
times.
spin really
Because,
fast.
yeah,
I'm sure sometimes I go, ooh.
I have felt weird before like that. And then my husband looks at me and I'm like, dude, I don't know. It just, something just felt weird for a minute. Like I
Yeah,
was
I
like
get
kind
it.
of being
I
tipped,
mean, I
but
could be
nothing
just
was moving.
standing and I get like a woo. I sometimes just get a woo. It could happen. I mean, I don't know. It could be all wrong. I don't. But I'm sure I can feel it because when I found out, I thought, God, it goes that fast. It's amazing
It
how
really
fast it
is.
goes. Absolutely amazing how fast it goes.
I could never go up in space. That I'm just so like mesmerized by how they do all that, and it would scare me to pieces. Like,
oh, and me.
I mean,
God, you could be lost in space.
the speed of
Lost
sound
in
and like
space.
just I've watched all those simulations and like all that training they have to go through,
What,
and
like the G force? Is it like G force? Is it?
yeah, I couldn't do that. I can barely handle a roller coaster when I was
Well, like,
younger,
yeah,
let alone.
it takes your breath away, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Think
I thought I was my heart
I think
stopped
I
in that
would
one
not be
once.
alive if I did that G force thing. I've seen how fast that goes.
Mm-mm.
No way.
What's that other thing that, I came across it. It was, they were showing people on the slingshots.
Oh, I watched that.
That is the
They
most
pass
hideous thing.
out.
People
They think
pass out, yeah, and they're all like
their wigs come off.
slobbering, and there's no way I want to be shot out into somewhere where something could
Oh my
bust
gosh, so
loose.
many people pass out. And then
I
like, I
probably
don't want to do it.
would.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Oh my God, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. I don't even trust that thing. There's no way I'm trusting that. It's just so I can't. They just pass out and then they wake up screaming and then pass out. And they don't even remember the ride.
That might be good because I was like just watching it had me even
watching it when they go upside down. When you see how far the ground is, you go, nope, absolutely not. But I
I
would
always
say
ask myself, why do people want to be so petrified? How is that exciting? I guess it's a thrill for
it's
some
an
people, but
adrenaline. Is it adrenaline as well? Adrenaline junkie sort of thing, isn't
no,
it?
run.
I couldn't go. I'm not. I wouldn't go on it only because I don't trust the ride and I know things can happen. I always think the
I
worst. You see,
know. And then I watch those shows about that too, and then you see all
I'd
the
be like
horrible.
thinking I'm going to get to the top and it's just going to snap and we're going to carry on up or something. Yeah, I'd be thinking the worst. It's enough to put me off anyway. So, God, don't. But I do like sunrise. But I don't like being flung upside down.
Mm-mm.
But most things I'm okay with. I just don't like going upside down. Hate being up. I don't
Right. I
like that.
didn't even when I was younger. I didn't like those kinds of rides.
No, I like the ones I like going fast and like there's one called the Twister. It used to be called the Merry Mixer. I love that ride because
The
as we get
Twister
far,
used to be my favorite.
I
Although
love that.
whoever's on the one side of that ride, when it
Yeah,
goes and shoots you outwards, it literally like they almost get crushed. You like literally have to
yeah,
pin
because I'm
yourself.
always the one sitting where the biggest person gets in, and they're all on. Oh,
I got on
but
the
it's
wrong side of that one time. We got turned around on how we were supposed to sit. And I spent the entire time trying to pin myself in so I didn't like fall against the
oh, I
two
know.
kids that were riding with
Yeah,
me.
hold on to that bar.
I was so sore from holding on like that for
Oh,
so
I went on one ride once. I don't know what it was like. I don't. It was like it went in, it just went tilting. I've been on it before, but the little car span. Me and my eldest went on it. I'm laughing. I'm terrible. I laugh. I scream, and like Ben's laughing his head off. I said, "You like it?" He said, "No, Mum, I'm laughing at you." I'm thinking, all right. And we went to a place called Portland's Park, right? And we went on this new roller coaster. I think it sat four, right? So it was Ben, me, and this man in front. We didn't know him, but we all got into the same thing. Anyways, I felt sorry for him. I screamed. We went down this one thing. It looked like you were going to hit the woods. And I'm going, we're going to hit the wood. We're going to hit the woods. I felt so sorry for him. My son, luckily he was behind, but they take a picture. And
right. So you get
I
to look at yourself being shocked.
oh God, Ben's just laughing because you come down and it's all on screens. And then you can look at your one. I think, oh my God, walk away. Let's go. That's not me.
Walk away. Don't look.
I'm not buying that. Come on, go.
I know they always want to make you buy. You're trying to have a good time, and then hey, you want to buy this after you
Oh,
stood
I've
in
bought a
line for
few.
however long to get on the ride.
There's one I bought. It was Ben was much younger. We went on the water ride, and we're both just laugh. I got that one because it was a lovely one. We were just both laughing, just as we're being splashed. So yeah, I got that one. I don't mind if it's all right, both laughing and that, but I'm like ah. I'm not buying a picture with like me going mouth open like ah. So yeah, I only buy the good ones. I do have some nice ones though. I've got magnet on the fridge, the same as the picture I bought of me and Ben on the water ride. So you can buy anything, key rings, magnets. I mean, it is quite good. I mean, it's worth getting something one time when you go because it's like memories, isn't it?
Right.
So it's always on my fridge. I love my personalized magnets. I'm terrible. I've got a thing about personalized. I love getting things with mum on. And like I've got Ben and Daniel, I got them a nice wallet and it had like a thing on there from their mum and it's really nice. And yeah, they actually liked it. I thought I'd done something good then.
Right.
I
Right.
struggle with
Exactly.
them because they're much older. I struggle with them what to buy. Because when I asked my eldest, he said, Mum, you don't have to buy me anything. And I thought, you say that every year. And why do I have to just then guess? I usually end up getting like I get him an Amazon card or something, because like he's got an Amazon, they've both got an Amazon account, so I could just do that. But I like them to open stuff on Christmas Day. That's why I don't like these vouchers. Because if you get a voucher for £100, right, then they're not going to open as much. But then when they look at my two youngest, it looks like they've got more, but they're not. Do you know what I mean? If you get expensive stuff, you're not going to open up a lot, are you? So Travis, they always want little. Theirs are like little things. They don't ask for big things, so it doesn't look good. It's like, I don't look like you've got a lot to open though, and they go, no, I don't care. See, I want to buy. I want to get them something, you know, like different. I like getting unique presents that are really, really different. It doesn't always have to be personalized. I got Shine a nice mirror, but she hasn't put it up. I said, you don't like it then? And she said, well, I've got nowhere to put it. And oh, well, all right then. So that, yeah, it was like, it was saying you are strong, you are all this in quotes, and it lit up. It was really nice.
Huh.
So there you go. They're not, I don't always get the right stuff. I try. I usually get them to go. What I do with the youngest two, I give them like a Naga's catalogue. You've got the toys in, and I say, right, I let them tick everything they like or they would like to have. So what I do then, I pick some out of that, so they don't actually know what they're getting, but they know it's going to be something on there that they like. That's a good way. I do it with them too. I say, just here's the catalogue, just tick everything, and then I will decide what to get. So I don't. It's easier for them. But my eldest two, I'm like, what can I get them? What can I get them? What do they want? What would they need? What would they use? Because they get stuff themselves as well. So yeah, I don't know yet. It's not that far away. Oh, it's not far away. I'm getting worried. I used to get all my presents, right, the whole lot, July. I'm really slacking the last couple of years. When do you get your presents? Do you build it up for the year, or do you just do it in one go, or don't know. I just or just bits each month. Are you there? Hi, Martin. What's Emma?
Thanks. All right. Thanks for coming in.
All right.
He's got to get his tea prepared.
Oh. Oh dear. We'll always
I'm
do
gonna have to
something.
start drinking more tea. I found a whole bunch of it here in the house, and I'm like, why do I always forget I have it when it's like I
I
just
love
got to put it
tea.
closer to it where I can see it and remember it's there.
Oh, my tea's always out. My tea's always on the side. Like, I got a tea. I don't like coffee, so I haven't got a coffee jar. So it doesn't get offered because I don't have any. So I've only got a tea and sugar jar, and it stays out on the side by the kettle. So it's always there in a little tea and sugar jar. I always drink tea though.
Right? Do you like
I oh
do you put it in like hot water? Is that how you
Yeah,
do
you
it?
put hot water in. Mind you, I put a lot of sugar in mine. Oh my gosh, I put 4 sugars in my tea. I love sweet tea. I love sweet tea. Mind you, I've got such a sweet tooth. Thing is, when I was like little as a baby toddler, right? My mum said, "Oh, you love tea, you did. Gave you tea all the time in the bottle." And she actually put sugar in it and wants to know why I like tea.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she said I didn't even know. She goes, yeah, I'd give you tea. These won't drink it. No one drinks tea. I mean, Daniel, I think he's bought coffee for himself. Because I can't stand coffee. I hate coffee. I don't even like the smell. So it's I'm a weirdo again. So yeah, I think they don't drink anything. It's buy their own. They get their own money, and they seem to get bits they need because they eat stuff that I don't eat. They eat quite healthy. They were so fussy when they were little, and now they like eat everything.
Right.
It's really funny. It's like, I mean, it's good because when Ben was young, the only thing he would eat was chicken nuggets and beans. He didn't like chips. He didn't like potatoes or mash or anything. So it was usually chicken nuggets and beans. He did like spaghetti bolognese. He liked the mince. He liked lasagna. Um, but usually it was chicken nugget and beans. You know, I would try so hard.
It's funny how some kids just kind of get stuck on certain things, and since they like it, they just stick to it. You know, kind of
Yeah,
like this is what I like
my
the
youngest is
most.
the same. He has pasta bake every day, and bacon noodles. He used to, I mean, and like he like, but he doesn't. And when I cook him sausage rolls, he only eats the pastry. It's so, and they're Greg's sausage rolls as well. They're really nice sausage rolls. But then sometimes he will eat it all. It's really weird. Do you know what I mean? It's sometimes it's just the pastry, and then sometimes he'll eat it all. And I'm thinking, well, if you actually like sausage roll, then why don't and I get I can't work it out. I never have been out. So Charlene wanted. I just bought Charlene some plates, right, and they're sectioned, so you don't have to have food that because they don't like certain foods touching another food. I must admit. I mean, I remember one. A fried egg with mashed potato. I
No.
that doesn't go for me.
Mm-mm.
But she's got different bits, so now she just puts the different food in the different sections. And because I just found out she don't like some foods touching. I said, "You're nearly 16, and I only just know now." So yeah, but Travis, but he's 13. All I do is put the water on for him, and I obviously drain the hot water. But he grates the cheese, he puts the pasta in. Just they need to start being a bit independent. I don't let him touch anything hot, obviously, but he does the bacon noodles. He measures the water. I told him how much he needs to measure it. So he gets the water. Me and Travis are the only one that uses the measuring jug to put the water in correctly for the noodles. No one else does. It really. I thought, well, how can you do it like that? I know. I thought I don't trust myself. I'm bound to put too much in if I do it, just without a measuring jug. Oh, it's crazy. When Charlene has noodles, she doesn't like hardly any water in it. She likes it like stodgy. I see they're all different. I like burnt bacon and burnt sausages. I think we're wrong here. I love a burnt sausage on the barbecue. I don't. I like it, Chris. It's not a barbecue unless it's a bit burnt, surely.
Right. Right. Right.
That barbecue sort of taste, isn't it? That's what you want. Otherwise, you might as well just cook it indoors. But yeah, I do like
Exactly.
barbecue and the chicken. What else have we done? It's usually burgers, sausage, and chicken.
Well, and there's one way that this chef guy that I used to know years ago, he would show me all these tricks to making meat on the grill so that it does like so that it's grilled and everything, but it's not like scorched because certain like cuts of meat can
Yeah.
get really like tough and dry if they get on there too long.
Oh,
So
right.
he
Yeah.
would wrap them in foil, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
put them on the grill over the open fire, and then you just turn it around a few times.
All
But what it
right.
does is it cooks it, and then like if
Because
somebody
foil
wants
is
Right. If somebody wants grill marks, then right when it's done, you can throw it on for a second and flip it once. But
That's right.
that was a really good way to make like certain meats on the grill because sure, I mean, I like stuff to be certain things to have a little burn on them, but not like all of the meat.
I know, not like totally where it's hard to buy.
Right. Yeah.
Just a
It's like,
little, just enough, you know, just right. It has to be. Not that men seem to like doing the barbecue. I don't know. I've never done a barbecue. I've never never been allowed near one. That's a bit wrong. What do they think I'm going to do? Set everything alight? They have no faith. They have
well,
no.
when we used to go camping, what we would do is we'd get like a certain amount of meat for however long we were going, right? But what we'd do is we would, on some days, we would cook up several days worth of meat and grill
Yeah,
up a whole bunch of different meat and have it all cooked up. And then all we ever had to do was like put it back in the foil, like just warm it up, you know?
yeah,
And that way we'd kind of be like, so every meal you didn't have to wait so long to have, you know, because everybody was always
yeah. That's a
hungry.
good
So with
idea.
the kids, I was like, okay, I got this.
Yeah, I do like barbecues though, because generally you help yourself. Don't I mean, like, I love potato salad.
I do too.
Oh, I
I
could eat
love
all of
it. And
that.
I'm so picky. I can't just eat like the way my mom always made it. I love it that way.
Oh,
And I
it's
kind of took
nice.
her recipe. And then the only difference is she uses like a Hellman's mayonnaise and I use Miracle Whip because I like it better. But
Yeah,
one
we use.
time I used a little of both so that it wasn't too much of one way or too much of the other.
Yeah,
And it actually evened it out pretty good.
yeah. Oh,
But a good friend of mine told me that Duke's is very popular
yeah.
in
Is
southern
it? And it must
states.
be an American one, is it? Because I've not heard of that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to get it now and try it and make a
Mm.
potato salad with it so I
Oh, I
can
love
see what the
potato
big rave
salad.
is.
My mum puts red onion in it.
Ooh,
It's lovely. Red onion in it, crunchy. So you got like the soft like potato, bit crunchy with the red onion. I
mm,
say I could just eat the bowl. No, I'm all right with just the potato salad. This isn't for anyone else. It's mine. I just love potato salad. It's lovely. You know, oh, don't want to talk about potato salad now. I
I
mean, it's
know.
right here.
I
You're gonna be
need.
able to have
I've been
barbecue.
the last 2 summers. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make some. And I don't know. One time I had like everything for it. Never got it
Yeah.
made.
I'm
So
gonna try and do a barbecue. Obviously, I don't. Not this year. I'm gonna give myself next year. I might try and do a barbecue myself. And not tell no one. Just dish it up. Because no
right.
one comes down here anyway. Get away with anything down here. Get away with murder down here. I'll be going in the shed. I think I'm only down here because, I usually, the dog sits with me down here in the front room. But when he comes into the shed with me, it's literally every minute in and out, in and out, in and out. And it's raining out there and muddy, so I can't let him do that. So, he wouldn't be allowed out in the rain usually. I need to go to toilet because it's muddy. I've got a muddy garden again. It's annoying me, so it's I don't let him out there, and I think my son gets annoyed. And I think it's your dog. I bought the dogs for them. It was to help them with, like, safety, feeling safer, hopefully a bit of security and just help all round, so I'm happy. It's just that Galaxy's, I think he's so used to me down here. He wants to always be with me, and he follows me everywhere, to the toilet, to the kitchen. He's right when I go to the toilet, he sits outside whining. I said, "Oh my god, do I have to rush to go to the toilet now?" Every time I go to the toilet, I've got him whining outside. Hello. It sometimes it grinds me because I think, I put up with it all the time, and I do love, he's 12. He's 12 November. Galaxy, I can't believe it. November the 16th, he'd be 12. So yeah, he's a Scorpio dog. Oh, where's she gonna go? Oh dear. I don't have a clue what's going on. I don't even know who's in here. I think it says like it's different on your phone when you've got StreamYard on it. I think it says 4. It's actually an I, 4 yard. She must be sorting out some bits. I'm gonna walk to the shed then. I have to take my charger. I think I'm going then. I'm never prepared with my phone to lose charge. And you can't come out, Galaxy. And let me look. Where's let's have a look. Galaxy. Are you? Hey? Hello? You just keep coming in and out, don't you, Reese? I think he doesn't like being on camera. Let's change that. He gets annoyed with me as well. You want to look now? Hello? Hello. You're not impressed? I know the feeling. I know the feeling, Galaxy. Let's take you off. I'm going to the shed. You can't come, Galaxy. You make me feel... I tell you what, you all make me feel so guilty. You can't come. It's wet. I'm actually... Mind you, I can't carry everything. Oh. Right, stay there, Galaxy. He's going to try and follow me out. You're not to come... No. Oh. He's going to hate me. You back yet, Wild Angel? I'm just getting myself sorted in the shed. Gonna probably get him moaned at because I don't look after Galaxy. That's not my dog. Need to plug my charger in. Oh, tea. Are you back yet? Right, I'm in the shed. This Wild Angel back. Just sorting myself. Oh, I'm gonna yawn. Right, it's back to school. It's going to be my son's first day back tomorrow because obviously I got paint over everything before. I've never spilt paint. I remember my son, right, he was wood staining all the fence. It was full, right? I don't know what happened. He just literally dropped it. So I had all this wood stain over my path and it wouldn't come out. I tried everything and I was like, but every time it did seem to fade. But then I bought some special stuff and they got rid of it. So all good. I hate stains even on my path, you see. I should just sit here then and just wait until she comes back. I suppose I'll have to. I'm not used to just like doing this because I just talk a load of bubble. Nothing interesting. I just wish I could go on that cruise. Mind you, I don't know if I would. I get really seasick badly. I know you can, what's it, Wyandotte said you can get these things that go behind your ear. And I think she said it releases, I think is it slow release, but I've never heard of them. I've only like taken seasickness tablets. But yeah, and I said, well, I suppose technology's come a bit further and you get newer stuff to take for seasickness. And then you get it like that. So I hate Sunday. I don't like Sundays. And it's Sundays and it's like miserable out there. And it makes I think it makes them all miserable in there. It's really funny. He said, Galaxy likes being with you. I said, I'm not saying it. I said, that's fine. I said, but I can't have him, you know, in and out, in and out, in and out. Because I have to have the door shut in here because I'm smoking. I keep it in here. I don't like the door open. It has to be shut in here while I smoke. And, so for him he's honestly, one time he must have been going in and out every minute. And when I don't mind I do mind, but it's all muddy out there, so I can't let him do it. But my son walks around tutting. I think, have I done something wrong? I've been doing okay, Adam. I hope you're okay. I've lost Wild Angel. I don't know how. What's going? So I think I'll wait, see what she's probably been called off to do something. She's so busy. I've just come out in the shed, so I'm going to tidy up when I get in. I've got a kitchen to clean up again. God, I must clean that kitchen about 4 times a day. I do like cleaning, but when you're cleaning your elder kids, you think, oh, come on. I said to him once, could you manage to wash up? He said, well, I can't do it now, can I? Because my food would go cold. I said, well, do what I do. Clean up as you go. As soon as you do it, I clean as I go. So if I use the saucepan, do it, I wash it, then it's done. Unless it's something like in the bowl and it needs soaking, and I will soak it while I eat my dinner. But I just think and then when you've had your dinner, you ain't got to worry about washing up, and then hopefully it's dry, then you could put it away. But no one dries up and puts away. Anyway, I do it all. I do everything. Do you know what I mean? And the thing is, they're never down there when they see me do these things. When I blitz the kitchen, when I blitz the toilet, because they're always bloody upstairs. And one time I said, what do you do in a day? He said, you asking me what I do in a day? I said, well, if you come down here at 6:30 in the morning until 12 o'clock at night, you can sit there and see what I do. Because you don't sparkle my taps. I love my sparkling taps. I like sparkling. Maybe I've got a bit of OCD in there as well, or it's to do with the autism. I don't know. I don't like bringing my stuff up because I use it. You can't use your conditions. It's stupid. I've been diagnosed. It's I just this is what I hate more about being on here, and people, you will have things used against you, or saying, it's not that's not all. And people, you don't know, because you have autism, do you? God, I've lived with it all my life, and so have all my children. I'm a member of the National Autistic Society. I did a peaceful protest and got PDA recognised. I think I do bloody well. I don't need anyone telling me about my autism. No way. Research it and look it up, then you might understand that person. That's all I can say. Because it's very hard for an autistic person to explain autism. I can only tell you, I take things literally. I like visual aids, and I'm a sucker for the truth. Very rarely autistic people lie. Do you know that? Because they don't. My son doesn't do, because a lie will be made up. When you tell a lie, it's a made up thing. So I remember I was doing homework with my son, when my eldest, when he was young. He had to make up a made up sentence for English, fictional, sorry. I said, well, you just got to put any sentence. And I said, well, say where I saw a dog outside the kitchen window, and he went, there's no dog out there. I said, oh, no, but they want you to make up a sentence. He didn't get it, and I obviously I was older. I understood fictional. Well, I wouldn't, someone could say fictional and I wouldn't know, because a lie I say is that. But yeah, he wouldn't do it. He puts blue tack over his camera on the phone, his laptop and everything. So does my second eldest do that. They cover up the camera, and he's very private. My eldest son, very, very, very private. That's good. I did teach them a lot of stuff. It's nice to know that some stuff does sink in. And my biggest thing was strangers, no matter where they are in real life, online, especially if you don't see the person or talk to the person. I said, then they could be anyone. You could be talking to anyone unless you've seen them or heard them, because you get a rough idea by hearing someone if they're your age or they're older, because a kid shouldn't be making friends with older people. I don't agree with that. I do have strict internet settings though, very strict. You can't do gambling, terrorism, porn, lot of things. So I've blocked it all. So when I go and play bingo, I have to unblock myself. I unblock it for an hour. Oh, see, I know it's very strict. You have to put passwords in and that. So I think, I don't know how I got onto that. See, where's Wide Angel? I'm just going to waffle on. And it's Sunday and it's a horrible day. I know, Adam. I've been having a right nightmare with it. I've been accused of just using it, how was it said? I use the autism. So basically, that means, what did I say? That means you could turn your autism on and off, which we know you can't. And the ADHD don't help with it. That can make me and then that can make me have a meltdown or be overwhelmed. And the autism does stuff. I'm very strict in boundaries for myself. I think that's what it is. I have a lot of boundaries for me, and when people cross my boundaries, I then concentrate on what they're saying. Are you back? Oh, I thought she's back. I thought I heard a no. The trick with me, Adam, people just don't understand. Don't. you think they do, and they come across like they do, but then it breaks into long comments, and I thought, I can't process that. There's no way I can process that, because in our life you have to break it down. Like my kids, it has to be short. Don't give out a long, because you've got to realize how much we can process, and we can't process a lot of, it can be hard. It can be hard. I deal with it. I do the best I can, but I'm a what is it? My words. Ooh, I like the truth. I'm a nightmare. I know I'm a nightmare when people lie, and it could be the autism doing that. I don't always know, but I'm very, like I said, I'm very strict on boundaries for myself, and that's normal. We need to have boundaries for ourselves. That's how I try and cope with the real world. And if that person crosses one of my boundaries, then it's a red flag. And with comments, I process what I want and not process what I don't want. If it's mean or horrible, I just toss that. It goes over my head. Toss it to one side. And if it's something I need that's going to help me I don't know, it's just going to help me, then I keep it. Yeah, I need boundaries, because no one else is. When no one has boundaries from the south, it's bloody hard. So that's why we need our own boundaries. And you just cross my own boundary, whether you knew or not, don't matter. It don't matter, because I'm not here for that. I'm just like, I can't deal with it. I won't deal with it. And we don't, to say people can turn to say someone with autism can use it is terrible. I told someone that they were swearing at me, and they were and I mean, I don't swear, not that makes anyone, not that I'm telling people not to swear, but it overwhelmed me, and that I knew that was because of the autism. So that's, I said, I asked nicely to not do it, because I didn't want to get more overwhelmed, but I did, and I removed myself from that situation. But it's hard. I feel sometimes I'm trying to lose a battle with myself.
Right.
You think it's, so I was just barbling. Ended up talking about autism, and how people, you can't turn it on and off. It doesn't work like that. It's with you all the time. If you could, it's, you can't turn on and off these conditions. I wish I could I can't turn my ADHD off. It's like, what am I supposed to do with all of it? When I say about it, I'm only accused of using it when I mention I have it and it's overwhelming me. So what am I supposed to do? Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. And it's like, then I feel I'm backed into a corner. So I leave. I'm not going to stay somewhere where I'm being insulted. I'm not going to, it's not right, is it? So I'd rather just remove myself, and, that's the only way I can do it. It's just to remove myself, because best way. Hey, have you been sorting out your dogs or anything?
No, they finally went back to sleep after they got fat, full bellies, and went potty.
Hi, Arnie
Well,
Fet.
oh, we're going on a morning walk. Lovely.
See,
Army Vet says drinking morning coffee. For sure. I had 2 large cups over the last, I don't know, 4 hours. And I don't
my
drink it
dad
really
walks a lot.
fast.
I should walk, but my knee hurts too much. I got physio on the 27th of September, so hopefully they'll sort my knee out. I hurt my knee too. I'm always falling on
Oh,
my
Lord, it's
knees.
horrible.
I fell, right. Took him to the fair once, right, and it was this high curb. I didn't know the bloody curb was there, because
Oh, I hate those things.
I went straight down on both knees on concrete. Oh,
Oh,
that
see,
really
that's how I fractured mine because I
oh.
landed on cement.
Well, I did
That
fracture
is
because
the worst damn feeling in the fucking world.
oh, it really hurt, and I've done it a bloody few times. Wild
I was
Angel,
on
do you
the
know how
way
many
to the
curbs I fell
airport
off?
too.
Oh,
I'm like, I want to my plane, and then I fucking run right into an uneven sidewalk and go flying forward. I'm like, oh, lovely.
oh. I'm just a danger to myself.
My daughter looks back and she's like, "What the hell?" 1 minute I was behind her, next minute I was on the ground.
Oh yeah, I don't know how it happens. I'm fed up with saying that. I don't know how it happened. I just didn't know. I didn't see the curb, I guess. Oh, it's so embarrassing. It was at a fun fair. I thought, get me out of it. And the next time was with a boyfriend. I thought, this is just ridiculous. I'm just giving up. And it's always the big curbs, though. It must be a thing about the big curbs. High. I mean, they're
Right?
high. I
Well,
mean,
I don't like those ones that are ridiculously high because it's like really,
and you
yeah,
don't
don't
see
step
it.
on
That's a
this.
killer.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I mean, because when I had the X-ray when I fell over chasing Stella, I hurt my left knee. When I had it X-rayed, he said I had severe tissue damage, but there was a loose bit of bone, and he said it might have been from. I said, well, I have fallen on my knees a few times on concrete. It could be that.
Right?
So I'm hoping the
Like,
physio
holy
will.
shit.
But you need your knees, don't you? My dad had knee replacements on both his knees, and he walks every day, and he's absolutely fine with them. But he was always on his knees with work. He
He
kneeling
just took
down doing
knees and then
pulls.
just popped and went crack.
Oh yeah, mine popped. Mine it can click and hurt. It clicks and I go ow. I think, where did that come from? But yeah,
And,
it's been nearly a year now, my knee.
I got to pick my boarding time because they have like time slots at 30 minutes time slots.
Oh, that's
And so
good.
I watched this cruise thing and they said either to the best time is the first boardings
Yeah.
or the ones that are later after the noon hour because then you can actually get your luggage, take it right to your instead of having to wait for it.
Oh, I
Because
got
like a
you.
lot of rooms won't be ready sometimes. So I
Yeah.
picked 12:30 to 1 p.m. That was the second to the last one time frame.
All right. Okay. Well,
Because
that's
I
not
was
a
trying
bad
to get
time, is
later. I
it?
figured, well, because I'm going to be with Becca, I don't want to like rush off either. Like,
Yeah.
I get a little bit more time with her, um, and then hopefully, and they said that like the buffet, like
Yeah.
for like the food area, it will most of everybody goes through that too, and so that way by the time you get it in your cabin and then you want to go eat, most of the rush is over at that time too.
That's it. You don't want. I mean, you
So
don't
I'm
want
trying
to
to get all
rush.
these little clues, little tips.
Yeah, you just. That's right, isn't it?
Mhm.
I've never been on a cruise ship. I mean, I just get seasick on a little boat. For God's sake, it's like I can't believe I get seasick. I don't know what causes that. Especially when there's no
I know. I
ripples
keep
or.
anticipating what that's going to be like because I've been, I've never been on the ocean before. Like I've
Oh,
been in it, just never in it on a
so you've
boat.
never been on a boat?
Just on the rivers and
Oh,
lakes, but
so you
never
don't
in
know
the
if you get
ocean.
seasick.
Mm-mm.
You better take some. Are you taking some in
Now,
case?
some people say that, like, for the first day or so, it takes a bit getting used to, and they'll be like, this one gal said her and several of her kids were quite ill, but I don't think they had brought the proper stuff on either, and so like some people end up having to go to like the little infirmary there so that they can. But I'm just going to go get the stuff that I've heard that like the little thing behind the ears is a little better
Yeah,
than
you
the
said
pill.
that. Yeah. See, I've not heard of that, but they always got new things. You can get. I mean, there's bands that have pressure points on your wrist. That's supposed to
Mhm.
get rid of sickness. I wore them in pregnancy. The sick bands, the sick things,
Well,
whatever.
hopefully, yeah, because that would be horrible if like if it was too bad. And then, I mean, some people say you can barely tell because it's so big,
Right. Okay.
except for if it's
Yeah.
like high seas or something, like then you might feel it
You would. I
more.
would think that that does make sense. I mean, I was only on a little boat. I was literally sitting on the water.
Well, and I've heard that the smaller boats are worse for that too.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I can see that. I suppose if you're right at the top, it might not even affect you. I didn't know. I didn't think of that. Maybe they do it for that, and people don't get so. I mean, you can't. I mean, I got seasick with no weight, nothing. So I don't know what I would be like on a ship. Not really sure.
Right.
No, it might be all right. I would still
But
take
then
stuff.
somebody said that like so when you port and you go into the island, like sometimes there's like a boat that they take you to your excursions. Sometimes
Oh,
you go into land and then you go from there, but it just depends.
yeah.
But if they're not right close to, like, sometimes they have to boat people in, and I thought, so then you would be on a smaller type boat, and I thought, nah,
No,
okay.
no. So I'm all right, thanks. No, I think small boats are worse then. Must be. I don't. I'm all. I just. I don't know what it is that because that was really weird. That when I felt seasick, it felt like I was drunk. It was all, but like really worse for the wear and staggering. I can't believe I was staggering. I felt really ill, and there wasn't a ripple. There was no wave. It was still as you like that
Oh,
water.
wow.
I'm thinking, what? How did that happen? I said to my mum, I said, there's not a ripple, mum. I said, it's still, I phoned you up. I said, mum, I feel really sick. And I didn't even think about seasickness. I mean, I've been on something to the Isle of Wight and I was all right. I have been, that was the worst I felt on that boat to France. I had to go, I don't know, from Dover to France it felt like a long time, but I'm not sure. Oh, it's horrible. Just getting to the restaurant was a task because Ben was hungry. I had to do it. I was like holding on to the bars. I said, I think I'm a bit seasick.
Good morning, Rose. How are you, dear?
Hi, Rose. Just let me have a look.
So, Team Rose, I have a question for you. Have you ever been on a cruise? No, you don't. Nope.
Martin's not here
Every,
anyway.
everybody gets along as best as they can with no issues, so we'll be fine.
No, I haven't been on a
No,
cruise either.
Maria. Yeah, I'm going on one in like, is it 13 days or 12 days now? The
I
countdown
know
is
it's not
getting so
long, is it?
close.
No, that's my mum's been on some cruises, but I don't feel. Oh, but I don't think it's a long way. But what's it? Oh my god, I can't remember the name now. Bay of Bay, Bay of
No,
something. I can't remember. Oh my
no, I
god.
don't, Rose.
It's fine over here, honestly. Honestly. Don't know why I sound
Yeah,
like
I
that.
am. And a really good friend of mine was going to go with me, and came into similarly
Oh.
that she has to deal with. And so it was unfortunate that it happened like right before we were
I
going.
know.
And so I have like my cruise is for, two for a guest and me. And so, yeah, I was telling Maria, I said, wow, like nobody can go in my family, like all of my adult kids, everybody's got kiddos, dogs, jobs. Like there's not a whole lot of people that just have time to go. And so, yeah. Yeah, so it's The 21st to the 29th is 8 days.
That's me under. I know it's coming under us both of us. It's me. That should put my name at the end of it. No, he's he you know, he wanted to know. He wanted people to know that he apologized. I just hadn't listened to that because you know I don't always listen to voice messages. If hi, I don't often listen to voice messages if I am annoyed. So you know, yeah, but
So, hi guys. Good morning, guys.
Hi.
Guys, hon. So I just saw that you had accepted his apology. So, are you guys friends again? And does he realize you still like me, and you still like me, right?
Well,
You're not going to turn to the
obviously,
dark side. Oh my God.
obviously, my position is still the same. You know, my position is still the same as it was before. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed on my part. I will accept an apology. You know, especially I will, because I think it's a good thing to do.
Is he going to apologize to you for calling? You're part of my channel, so is he going to apologize for calling you crazy and ban me from the channel? I mean,
yeah, that was a bit weird. That was a bit weird.
So, are you going to go to his channel and?
No, I don't think I don't think some. I don't think. I don't know if I would be well. I wouldn't be well. I know. I can't. Can I? We can't anyway.
Well, you probably can. Eventually.
Well, I haven't. I haven't.
I mean, the whole thing was a hate. It was a, last night I was listening to some of his live, and he says 3 nice things about me. He says that I'm funny as fuck, that I'm very very intelligent, and
yeah.
he likes curious people that are intellectually curious.
Oh yeah,
and,
yeah.
And so he says these nice things, but then he goes, "Oh, but I just." He won't make a real reason for why he leaves, and that's why I'm positive that it's because Lizard and those people, which I don't want to bash people that you like, but I mean those people just, I think, convinced him he had to leave me, he had to hate me, and he complied, and he couldn't come up with a really good reason, so he just said, "Oh, there were things I didn't."
I mean, I'm still, I mean, I am still unclear. I mean, obviously, actions from other people can't.
It's got to be those mods, because there's no reason for him to turn on my entire channel when he gave wrenches to half of them.
I mean, I don't think we slated. I don't think I've been mean to anyone. I mean, I don't think.
No, it's just the YouTube thing, you guys.
What is your opinion of the whole thing, Wild Angel?
I just try to get along with everybody and hope that people can get along and figure out their differences.
Well, and that was the whole goal was of his live. Is the beginning of his live was, the one that had the disaster. There literally was no actual reason. So there was nothing I said. So he's.
Oh, you was on your best behavior, right?
Oh, I was, and I did, and I thought about getting involved in the fight, and I said no, because if I say one thing, then it's going to be used against me. Right. And so then I thought, well, I'm just going to stay really nice, and I know how to do that. I've been doing it for years.
Right.
It's very easy for me on other people's channels. I don't stir up trouble. I'm never, ever, ever. I only defend myself on my own channel. I never go to somebody. So anyway, he doesn't have a reason. So it has to be these hate clubs. There's no other explanation for him.
I am lost at that one, I must admit. I am lost for words, because.
But have you guys spoken now? Or you guys talking?
No, we have no. I've just said how I felt, because obviously I've got to accept that what other people say wasn't his fault. I know that. I know we can't control.
I don't think he meant to hurt your feelings either.
No, thing is, we can't control other people, can we?
Right.
And that's the problem. I mean, I can't have a go at someone for someone else's behavior, because it's that person that is the one I got sort of beef.
Oh my God, Martin's live.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was gonna go live. He said.
I think he had it scheduled because he left to get ready.
Bashing me? I wonder if they're all bashing me in there like usual.
It'll be all right, Rose. Just forget about it.
I know what it is. What it is at Martin's. I think what what Rose is worried about is because Peggy and Bob Raymond go in there.
Yeah.
And in Rose's, oh my God, in Rose's yesterday, we had 3 Bob Raymonds.
Listen, can I just tell you guys something? What happened yesterday after my live?
Yeah, go on.
I did not close it, and someone was playing Lizzo, was in the back chat, and I left it there. And then he and I, or she and I, started to communicate in the back chat, in the private messages. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's playing this game, right? Or she, and then keeps changing the name from Lizzo to Peggy to Bob Raymond to You'll
Wow.
Never Know to all these names,
Oh,
right?
wow.
Well,
That's
so I recorded the whole thing.
that's
Well,
crazy.
it turns into this huge, ugly fight.
Really?
And then I realize, and then Mission basically confesses that it's him. By not saying yes, it's me, but by what he says, I see that it's Mission. And then I said, oh my God, it's you.
Yeah,
Brad.
I think it was Mission having a go at me.
It was
Oh, my
Mission.
goodness.
Mission is playing at least
Mission
one or
is
two.
very personal. He's the one that would
playing.
say, he said I smoke out here with my children. I don't. The shed's mine.
Oh yeah, he's
No one comes in here. It's my shed. And I
Yeah,
don't
but
smoke
you know
around my
that people
kids.
only come up with stuff like that just to see if they can get someone to get a go at them.
I know, it just gets it going. And once one
It's
person,
like-
that's how
here's
it all
the thing.
starts. People put
Look,
seeds in someone's brain. That's how it all starts.
I think there is a real Peggy,
but
there is definitely fake Peggies, and the fake Peggies are played by Mission.
But we had 3
and so are the Bob
Raymonds.
Oh,
and the
boy.
Bob Raymonds. Now I think there might really be a Bob Raymond, but there is definitely maybe, but it's definitely some of them are.
See, I had a clone account of me. It was really weird, scandalous. Oh, sound's gone.
Just, like I said, too much going on out there for all this stuff.
Yeah, oh, I know. I did try to calm it down. I did. I tried my best, you know.
But sometimes it just doesn't matter with some folks. It's just they're going to let it be.
I think it comes to a point like you're fighting a losing battle, but
every single hater is going over to Martin.
They are, and I don't understand why.
And he's allowing that because it's another place to hate me. Is I can't believe I have so much hate. It's just sort of, I have way more love than hate. But what is all this fucking hate about? It's just like
the world's so full of it now. It's almost contagious for some people.
I'm thinking people are doing, because I got accused of. Oh my gosh, I've been accused. Right, apparently, I want to be a Rose. I'm trying to be like Rose.
Oh, that is so stupid. See that those kind of comment. Look, those kind of let me tell you something. He accused me. He said, "Oh, you're just upset because you're not popular." I was like, "Oh, this is about being
it's ridiculous."
Popular. 1 second. He wants to be yeah, well, I obviously don't give a shit. I am what I am. I'm just trying to reach the people that I can reach. And I don't, whatever the number is I really don't care. But he's worried about being popular. See, they project onto you. And I thought, oh, he's pissed. He's upset.
He
thinks I'm popular, and he or whatever. He's got this hang up about being popular. That's the thing. So no, Wild Angel, you obviously like Martin the way I liked Martin. You gave him a wrench. Are you close friends with Martin, or did you just wrench him because he seems like
I think we was all like friends behind the scenes, weren't we?
Right. And Maria and him were coming up and hanging out with me on the panel in the beginning, and then I lost one of my other mods because she had some tragedy in her family and hasn't been able to come back. So I was like, but
he seems like this is really a blow, because I really, really believed Martin and Maria were like a team in a way, even though Maria's obviously separate. She's my girl first, but I mean, you know. And but they, he was always there, and the two of them got along. If you get along Maria, you got to be good, right? So
everybody was always getting along for a long time, so it's weird.
Yeah,
so it's just really weird. But I mean, I don't know. I was upset. I am sad about it, because I can't believe how the hate has taken people that actually like me. I still think Martin actually likes me. I don't think he actually dislikes me. I could
No,
be wrong, maybe, or he was fake the whole time. Then why
I
was he
don't. I
faking it?
really. I mean,
Why would he act like? Why would he act like he liked me if he didn't? I just don't get it. What's the point of?
I mean, you're just as I'm just as confused as
It's
anyone.
just some
Me.
people have a hard time being able to like balance between like two different people they like that maybe don't go
I
to each
can
other's
understand
channels,
that.
but you just
Yeah.
can't let yourself get like pulled into that because you don't have to do what
See,
anyone else is doing. You just do you.
see, I've had this from people on Messenger, women mainly. Obviously, I didn't have a lot of men on mine. I only had Richie. So when Martin came, I only had Richie and Martin. I got no other men on my Messenger. I don't want
Wait
any.
a minute. Wild Angel wrote, "We're not really talking. I accepted the apology, though." What apology did you get? My thing
That's
blacked out again.
Maria.
That's me.
I don't know why we haven't
Sorry,
figured that part
I was
out
meant
yet.
to put Maria. That's me.
Okay, you're able to
I know.
play.
One day I was looking at that and I'm like, I didn't write that.
It's because I help. We sort of do things in the background, don't we?
So
Yeah.
you're
We
able to post as
Yeah,
Wild
because
Angel. I didn't know
what
you could do
she
that.
what is it? You invited me, isn't it? If
Yeah.
you,
She's my managing moderator.
it's like an invite. I
Oh,
got
Yeah.
an
Peggy
in.
is definitely in there as Mission right now. That's definitely Mission playing Peggy, and he
I
doesn't
don't
even.
get it. I don't understand. Cause I mean, they all like. I mean, I can't. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this because people can like who they like. It. I'm not. This isn't to do with who likes who,
Right.
but
And I mean, there's like never going to be any time, like I was telling one of the kids the other day, that anybody's ever going to get along and agree on everything all the
oh
time,
no, I
even if you're
understand.
good friends, even if you're married. So, like, it just needs to be kind of looked at like that because, and then if people just let things go and just decide that we don't agree, and then that's it. Just
It's
don't agree and forget it.
it's hard.
Exactly. But see, but the thing is with narcissists, if they hate you, they're going to destroy you. They can't just walk away. Normal people walk away from people they don't like.
Right.
Narcissists have to kill you first. That is a thing. And
Oh,
also
don't say that. My
sociopaths.
husband be after me. I got to get a divorce. God, I'm so behind with my
And
life, and I'm
I
supposed to
just,
keep up on
I
his.
also, there's not that many men that show up to all the lives. Martin seems to have all the time in the world to be online all the time and goes to all the lives and is always there, participating. Not people can't make every live,
I only go to. I
Right.
only. Oh, I forgot to. Can you
I
word it?
remember once trying to mod for two different channels at the same time, but I'm really good at multitasking,
Oh,
so I could go back and forth. That way I was making sure that I was like, not leaving anybody, whatever. I was trying to be like a good person and help,
yeah.
do both. But that
I
was
couldn't mod
interesting.
for many people. It would do my head in. I mean,
Yeah,
I
right.
look. I mod for Rose. I mean, I do get to know. But say I was in Leanie's and Rose went live, then I would come to Rose, obviously,
Yeah.
because that obviously that's
But
what
I
I
mean,
would.
people, you can't. That's why it's hard to be a mod. Is like, it's for some people it's a real responsibility.
I
Um,
think it's a responsibility. I've
mhm.
got all my things in notes, so I
It's a
just
lot of
go to
work,
my notes, copy and paste, and put it in.
right?
I'm prepared.
So Wild Angel, you're going on a cruise, or you? What's going on with the cruise?
Yeah, I'm
Going
going on
all
a
right.
cruise.
Wow.
Do you want to go on a cruise, Rose? She's got no one to
I've
go.
always been afraid of a cruise because I've always heard you can
I
get
thought I
sick.
was going to be too, but then I was like, and then I
But
was
I
going
am
to go with
thinking about
Wild
somebody
it.
that.
Angel's never been on a boat.
What? You've never been on a
She's
boat?
never been on a boat.
Not on the ocean.
Not in the
Oh,
ocean. Yeah.
really? Wow. Well, a
Mm.
cruise is definitely different than like a sailboat or
Yeah. I
Right.
got.
I mean, I grew up in the boat business, so I wasn't part of it, but my dad was a big boat builder. So it was considered, my dad was like this rough and tough sailor Viking type guy, and everything had to be hard and mean and cold, and nothing could be cushy and fun. And a cruise is the most cushy, fun, luxurious thing. It's like they're like amazing. And my daughter-in-law's parents, my daughter's parents-in-law constantly go to on cruises because they're really cheap. You can get a lot out of they're less money. So you can, I mean, they make their money in all the extras. Usually they give you,
Right.
if your room isn't great, and I heard the rooms.
I put my name this time. Sorry, I coughed. Just had a puff. I should mute. I forget sometimes that if I've muted or not.
I think the food is free, but they want you to buy the drink, or I don't know, just that extra stuff, and the games and the thing and the trips, and then you get off the cruise. But because I'm at this stage of my life, I was actually thinking about going on a cruise, just because I had never been on one.
Well,
and it
Danger's
seemed
got
like
spare. Why Danger needs
Yeah,
someone.
it was on my bucket list, and so I thought, and then I won it through the casino. So I'm kind of lucky that I did, because I think if I would have made direct reservations and it wasn't through like Carnival, the casino part, there's like two parts to that cruise line. And so when the casinos, like, obviously they handle all that different, because they obviously book out, a whole bunch of those cruises to the people here. But like, so I was able to change my guest once, and it didn't cost me anything. And if I do have to this time, then it's like just $50. It's not like really bad or anything, but I just, like, nobody can go. It's like last minute notice, and it's a plane ticket. Everything else is paid for. It's just a plane ticket and whatever people want to spend. But
He's done a cruise
me and
rose.
Beachy had planned on not spending a lot. We had already gotten a couple excursions, and we were going to like maybe get a drink package one day, because neither one of us drinks all the time. So we wouldn't like be drinking every day, all day long,
So
we were going to
where
try
are
to
you
budget
going?
it.
Where is it?
So it's the Caribbean. So it's Key West, and then 3 of the Bahama Islands.
Wow. That sounds awesome.
I
So
know.
it's you and Beachy are going to go, but Ashley couldn't go?
No. Me and Beachy were supposed to go, and then she had a whole bunch of like stuff come up, and so she can't go.
Oh, shit.
And so she's really bummed.
You're going by yourself?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was telling I'm like, I'm kind of nervous, because I was fine before, because Beachy's been on cruises, and she like knows what's going on. So
you want to go with somebody for sure. I think. I mean, you can meet, but then again,
well, it's a little scary, because there's a lot of like weird people.
Are there weird people on cruises?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, if you get off on an island, you got to kind of stick to a group, I think.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I was afraid of was getting sick from the pipes. They say you can get sick on a cruise and having a room without a window. I tend to get seasick, so it's not my first thing. But I don't think you get seasick on a cruise necessarily.
Well, that's what we was talking about, wasn't it? Because you're higher up, maybe. That could be why. Because we said that earlier. Because I got seasick from going from Dover to France, took Ben to Euro Disney. There was not a ripple. I felt rough as you like. I felt like I was drunk.
Oh, you poor thing.
I staggered to the restaurant. I don't know if they thought I was lying or not. I said, I don't.
Oh my God.
She's had one too many. No, I'm seasick.
Well, yeah. You don't, I mean, on a giant cruise ship, you're less likely to get seasick than you, like, if you're on a sailboat really dealing with the waves and keeled over.
It was only a ferry.
Exactly. I never get seasick on a ferry or anything like, those big stable boats, you're not going to get seasick.
Yeah.
On the ferry.
On those as much, unless you're.
I did.
Yeah, well, the sea air can make sometimes, and you know what I mean? But you have to get used, but you do get used to it. You will get used to it. So how long is the cruise for? Is it a week or 10 days?
It's 8 days.
8 days, okay.
Oh.
Wow. Well, you'll probably meet a ton of people. And you'll be forced to meet people, because you won't have your buddy to stick with. But can be good, because then you make new friends,
Right.
And,
it'd be.
I wish I could go. When are you leaving?
So it leaves from Galveston. It would be the 21st.
Oh, okay, of this month.
And see, Jess Becca lives down there that way. So
oh, cool.
We were planning to meet. So so she's gonna pick up at the airport, and then we got an Airbnb for they're staying 3 nights, but I'm just be there one night and then dropping us off at the port the next day. So it's really like planned out really well. It's just I'm just bummed that Beachy can't go.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
She's been looking forward to, it's been a long time planned, and life
Right.
just sucks sometimes. It just throws
Yeah,
shit at you.
I know.
totally. But maybe something will happen and it'll turn out, to be. You have to make it.
I said stay positive.
Yeah,
Mm.
it can really spin to the positive. My guys, my daughter and her friend got up, so I gotta go. Have breakfast
Oh,
with them. But thanks for having me
right.
up, guys. It
Love
was
you,
really nice.
Rose.
Good
Yeah,
to see
nice
you
speaking
both.
to you.
Love you
Oh,
guys. I'll be back
Take
I
later.
love
care.
you.
Okay.
Bye.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh man.
That was. I mean, I know it's best to talk. Get that. I think if you want to, you need to get things out of the way. It's best to get it out of the way when come in and whatever I'm talking about. Oh my god, I come out with it right. I come out of random sentences, and then I think, what are you talking about, girl? Oh my god. About getting thing, I have it, and then when I say, I thought it's not. That's not. When you say thing and you think that's not how I wanted to say it.
Right.
You get that, or is it just I hate that. I say it, and I thought, well, yeah, sort of, but that's not how I want to say it. And then I get annoyed with myself, and then by the time I've done that, I've forgotten what I was going to say. So that's probably part of things. I really don't like saying anything about me. I'm obsessed with Rose lately. Her laugh is really mind you, yours and Rose's laugh.
Just laughed
I
into my
just love
headset
it.
like a queen of a mess.
But it's one of those laughs that make you laugh, and then I suppose like Ben did on that fair ride, he's laughing at me, and but it's good in a way, I said, well, I made you laugh, didn't I? He said, you're so funny. He said, he said you were so funny. I'm going, ooh, I'm very vocal and right. Terrible. I can't help myself. I don't know where it comes from. But I could probably burst your eardrums. Oh yeah. So yeah, I don't think Ben went on the game with me though. He didn't want to do it again for some reason. So I thought, well, I wasn't that funny then.
Right?
I
Oh
should have
my
gone on
goodness.
my own, but I suppose if you go on do you think it go faster with? It was like a cart thing that was on a. How do I put it? It went up like it didn't go all the way up. It went like diagonally, but as you went round, the cars span. I was wondering, would it go faster if it had more people in or one?
Um,
What? I don't even. It's like bloody the Dutch thing. What's going on today? Oh, I get loads of mind blanks, or I think it's called your brain just not working, maybe.
right. I
Or
know.
it could be actually, it could be many things, couldn't it? When we do that, because like Maggie would say, the men, oh, we're just as bad as each other, me and Maggie, when we're messaging, we're just as bad as each other. I'm laughing at her, she's laughing at me. She go, and I go, and I say something. I just explain something to her, and then she just laugh at me. But on the voice note, I always send, and I just blab on. I don't, and then she goes, I just made her laugh, and it is quite funny, but I don't know what I did. They just laugh. My social worker laughs at me, and I go, why do you keep laughing at me? And she said, I said, I'm only explaining something. I'm not like I can't tell jokes. I'm not a joke person at all. My
Right.
dad could just roll jokes off his tongue. It really, in pubs, because I was like a daddy's girl, I suppose. And like but then he spent a lot of time in the pubs, but that meant so did I. So I got used, I think that's how I did get, I was used to men being all, but I don't know, it was all right. The smoke would hurt my eyes though. That's when you could smoke in the pub and everything. But as it burnt my eye, I'm sure it burnt my eyeballs. I had to get up, go to the toilet. Sometimes I would put like cold water on my eyes because it really did, the smoke really. And when everyone's smoking, do you remember pubs were really just, the public bar was just smoky. You got the lounge where it's more relaxing. Then you got the public bar where it's quite, all the men like that getting loud and just
Right.
being men. So it's all changed now. They're thinking of now the new prime minister is now going to wants to ban smoking outside pubs.
Oh boy.
There'll be no pubs left. Do you know what? A lot of pubs shut down when you had to smoke outside because people couldn't adapt. Because
Oh, it's really
you
not.
had
I mean,
to.
it did take a long time to adapt, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, after a while, I actually appreciated it because I
Yeah, I
remember
thought
when
it
we
was a
would
good
go
idea,
and
but
you would
not a
just
lot of
smell
pubs.
terrible because you'd have so many cigarettes in one area.
But if you own that pub privately, you got to fork out to do that though, like shelter. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Some people couldn't afford to do that. They couldn't afford the is it adaptions, whatever it's called. So they like shut down. But some of them were great. They had heat lamps. Proper seats. You got all the wooden seats, tables. You would have
Right. See
like,
that first death.
and now they want to take it away. How can you do that? They won't, if they ban smoking outside pubs. They're going to be gutted because a lot of pubs, the breweries that own you got the breweries, don't you, that own a string of pubs, and they're the ones that have got to fork out to put all the extra thing on to smoke outside to make it, you don't get wet, you're warm, you're dry, and then you're going to take it away. It's just crazy.
Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense.
People are petitioning against it. People are really up in the air about it. They don't, because it really isn't unfair. It really is. I mean, it really is. It really is unfair because, like, there's so many. People have done really good things to make people, nice outside. And you take that all away and say now you can't smoke. Well, so if you can't smoke outside a pub, we'll just smoke on the pavement then. Well, I
Right.
don't get what extent, but then that would be silly, wouldn't it? But technically, you're just banning smoking from outside pubs. There's no stopping you going in the pub, and why couldn't you smoke? It's far fetched, isn't it? But you could do it if you wanted, couldn't you?
Oh yeah.
So it is possible, but I don't think many people want to do that when you've got nice seating area, heating lamps, what more could you want? It was cozy. There was one pub that it was lovely outside, you know. So I don't know. It'd be a shame. I hope they don't, because it does. It takes away. It's people's livelihood, and like to take it away, and people like to go. People like want to go out and socialize, and they want to be able to sit down and have a cigarette. They could have been work all day. My dad would go for a drink after work. I mean, he didn't really smoke a lot. My dad, he doesn't smoke now, but it's you want to be able to like have a pint, and they want a cigarette. But you take that away. I don't know how it would work. I don't know how are you going to police all that as well.
Yeah.
It's like having lock-ins because it's not allowed to have a lock-in. You get it's big trouble for doing lock-ins. But what if you put a big fence around it, hid it, and then go out, do it so you can exit from the pub side, but make it look like it's a wall. go really like what do you call it? Dark. Just like fight against the rules, you know. Because you can do that. Put a door in. It's just like a wood panel, and then people would go out smoke, and no one would know. That's what I would do. I don't know how they, you know, there's because we do have a lot of pubs, and it is possible to do that. But you know, what can they do? I don't. How can they go around each pub seeing if you're not? You can't make people put the you can't make people put what they've paid for to put up, can you? You can't say, well, you need to disassemble that because it's their property. So, well, it's the, oh, I don't understand it. I think it's a step too far myself. You know, it is. That ain't going to do much for the climate change. You got bigger things than that cause climate change. Trust me. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't smoke cigarettes, so I mean, I give up a few years on that. It's been good. Been about 6 years now. I haven't had a cigarette, and I don't miss it. Those tablets were great, absolutely great. In the end, you still smoked while you took the tablets, and then it's like a folding thing, and it tells you when to take the tablet, so you won't forget. It tells you all. And then after a while, when I smoked a cigarette, I felt so sick. I thought, no, I couldn't have it. I said, also no, it's making me feel sick, and I would feel sick on the smoke alone, and I give up.
That's just no good.
You know, and I thought I didn't give up. I mean, I gave up, and my husband did it, but he didn't succeed. But I did. But then he probably didn't take it as he should have, because I know he probably wouldn't have. But yeah, I was really shocked that it made me feel sick smoking a cigarette. I couldn't. I went, oh no, I can't do that. It felt like morning sickness. It felt like morning sickness. It was horrible. I thought, well, at least it stopped me. So it's called Champix, I think. It's brilliant. I rated that. You know, it did me. So I've never, the thought of a cigarette that still actually makes me feel quite nauseous. Hi, Richie. Do-do-do. I don't know if that's your sound going. You there?
I feel like I'm running from one side of the room to the other.
Oh my god.
I went to get something, and then as I was going to get something, I had seen something I had to pick up, and I was like, oh Lord.
That's like me. I go off, and oh my god, I end up doing about 4 things at once, and I was
Right.
like, still got to do the kitchen after the son's mess. But in here, I forget about it. Out of sight, out of mind, whatever they're saying, you know. So, but
No,
when
I
I
think I'm
go
gonna
in, I
go
know
in
I'm gonna
and get like maybe 2-3
uh,
hours of sleep before we decide what kind of barbecue stuff we need to pick up. My son lives about 45, 50 minutes away, not too far.
so
He wants it.
you not slept at all?
No.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I just was having like a night where I just felt like I couldn't go to sleep, and I probably slept more than I normally do though when I was not feeling good earlier in the week, so that might be part of it. Hi,
Well, yeah, I
Raider.
mean, you're going to sleep more. I think you do sleep. I mean, that's your body saying you need sleep, and you know,
Right.
it might be just your. It's my second eldest. He has an erratic sleep pattern. but then it can be normal for a while, and then it just go erratic again. And he says to me, I don't understand why, you know. I tried to get help, but it was so hard to get help for sleep, for like a child, I suppose.
Right.
Yeah, it's not something. I mean, he can now as an adult. He can do it. He can do it himself. Or if he wants me to help, then I help. But yeah, I hate. He does. He's got black eyes. I hate him doing boxing. I hate boxing. I really hate it.
It's gonna get tired and yeah, I feel happy and dark, lack of sleep. Ouch. One day I came out here and the youngest puppy, he was up on the table, and I thought, are you kidding me right now? I mean, there was nothing up there, but I don't know what he thought he was looking for.
We walked into the front room once, right? And Galaxy's literally sitting on the chair eating the spaghetti bolognese that was left off the plate. It was well funny to look at.
No.
It was really funny.
Surprise.
He's just sitting down eating the spaghetti bolognese. I was like, ooh. It was really funny. It's the
Yeah, I
sort of
think
thing you
my
don't.
husband walked away from his plate one day and didn't have his chair
Oh,
far, like he had his chairs too close to the table still, because
oh
when
no.
I came out, one of them was just leaving. As soon as they heard me, they jumped down, but I was like, oh, I
Leaving the
never
crime
even,
scene.
yeah, I was like, well, I think somebody tasted your dinner.
Oh no. And then one time, right, it was this table out here now. This is quite a high, it's high for a dog. I came out into the shed once, right, and he's standing on this bloody table. I'm
Oh,
going,
shit.
oh my, and he's a big, he's like a bear. I mean, he was heavy at 8 weeks. And I looked at him and thought, how am I going to do this? I can't lift him off this table. So what I did, I got a few chairs, right, put them sort of around the table, got the cushions on it. I thought, we're getting to just step down and then we'll go in and get. God, I had to literally get him off the table. He wouldn't get on the chair and he was really, really heavy.
So he didn't just like jump down when he seen you,
No,
just stood his
he
ground.
just stood there. He didn't know how to get down. I said, you got up there.
Oh,
Obviously, he can't understand me. I said, well, you got up there, Galaxy. And he
yeah,
just looks
frozen
at
in
you like,
fear.
yeah. And what you can, what am I,
That's
what,
funny.
he just looks at you like, well, it's not my problem. I'm thinking, I'm going to get you off here myself. But yeah, he was when he was younger, he was quite amusing actually. He's Sellers never got on any tables. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, he's old now, but God, he is funny. He opens up his own Christmas presents. Yeah, he loves cardboard. I mean, Stella won't even go near a box. She doesn't care. But Galaxy loves cardboard. Can't wait. I mean, soon as there's right, honestly, soon as like Amazon turn up the door, right, and I've got the box, he's wagging his tail. He wants the box. I even opened it, Galaxy. Then I have to take all the tape off because it's not good. It's not good to do that. Leave tape on because they can get stuck in their throat. So you have to take all the tape off, and he loves it. It's a bit. I called him my recycler because he just rips it to shreds. So it's easier if you want the box recycled. It's easier. I can just put the bits in the recycling bin. So, but the boxes I can't be bothered to take the tape off are in here in the shed until I squash them down. Are you there?
I hate automatic garbage lids. They're so annoying. Like you'll like this one, it's like super sensitive. As soon as you go near it, it'll like open and shut. But it'll, and then you'll like if you push the button, it'll stop opening and shutting. But it's just so annoying because like if you walk near it, it does it.
All right, yeah.
Surprise! Like I didn't ask you to open. Holy moly!
Oh, you can't. I don't know.
Normally I wouldn't be startled by it, but it was like, whoa! Hold on a minute.
Oh, I get startled if like it was one night. Charlene she literally coming really quick and screamed. Oh my god! Front life out of me. I was like, my heart was going like that. But I thought, what are you doing? She's done it. She's got me a couple of times. But I don't bother. I got nowhere to hide. We'll come in and shout. Oh, Travis tries to do it, but he can't. Bless him. Do.
Evening, morning, all of it. Well, I think I'm gonna try to lay
You
down
need
for just a little bit,
yes,
get a little
you
rest, and
do.
then pop up and start the day again.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go back. I'll let you end it.
Okay, hun. Sounds
All
good. Thank
right.
you.
Love you.
Take
All right.
care. Love you
Bye again.
too.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Well, thanks everybody for stopping in and saying hey and give me a like if you can, and if you can hit that button real quick. I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I'll keep everybody up to date on. But yeah, we're getting close to cruise day, so getting nervous but excited. And I'm nervous, excited, and bummed all in one. So it's kind of a weird emotional thing, but um, just another part of life's ups and downs. But I think I'll be okay, and I'll have everybody to talk to and keep in touch with, and so I should be good. Um, but stay tuned, and I'll be trying to do more lives between now and then. Get everybody kind of on a. Gonna try to do some sort of a schedule as it gets closer to that time, so that I can kind of get the right times and catch everybody at the best time, so everybody can join me live. Um, but all right, love y'all. Everybody, take care, and I will see you soon. Bye.